Why hello, it's your boy Wings of Redemption, and the question I have today is why aren't you playing League Play? League Play is something I've been doing over the last 4 days that's been extremely fun, and it's extremely rewarding. It makes you feel very accomplished when you win League Play, almost like you've won a GB badge every time you play. And yes, you're not going to run into Optic Nade Shot or Scumper Jumper every game that you play, but you will from time to time run into players of that caliber, and it makes you feel good when you succeed against them, or you can learn something in itself. And I want to go ahead and pretty much push the whole idea of learning something. This class I've seen right here made me quit the first time I ran into it on League Play. But instead of getting mad and bitching about it, I learned from it and I adapted it to my playstyle because it did what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to frustrate people. You're supposed to get them on tilt. That's how you win games at a high skill level setting. And this does it perfectly. Let's go and look at this Yemen clip right here. This Yemen clip is against the number 2 rank in the Foxtrot division of Masters TDM. And I very easily frustrate them, get them on tilt, and I get a lot of really good kills out of it. And I go right through my kill streaks on a TDM setting with that intact. This class itself, I'm going to show toward the end of the video in case you want to maybe copy it or maybe use it yourself. There's some pros and some cons with this class. We'll go over those now. The pros of this class is that it's pretty much impregnable if you get set up. If you and your buddy want to control an area, you pretty much can. If you have 3 people doing it, the area is fucking yours. There's very little the enemy can do with it. You guys can take shields, you can switch them off, and if you're set up, it's going to take them probably anywhere from 10 to 15 kills to even pull you out. So you'll have a 14 kill advantage right there if they can't stop you from setting this up. If your whole team runs it, there's pretty much nothing they can do whatsoever. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and go into the actual class setup screen now to show you the class and what I like to run on it and why I like to run it. The voice will change a little bit. Welcome back. This is the setup class for the Master Prestige, and this is me. This you can see right there. I'm rank 11 Master, and let's go up and find back out that. Let's go up to create a class. These are, I was actually playing around with that one, but these generally are my classes set up for League Play. We'll go over those later, but this is the one everybody wants to see. This is my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle class, and I'm going to tell you why I have it, and some things you could probably do if you find it struggling. Foregrip and the target finder. Alright, first thing that's going to be out of somebody's mouth, they've probably already typed it in, is that the foregrip is no good. So-and-so has sold it, so-and-so told me this, so-and-so told me that. I find that the foregrip helps me with target, you basically, when you get shot without toughness, everybody knows that your gun shoots way up. There's a lot of thing called flinch in the game, and that flinch right there really hurts you. So I find that foregrip helps me with that flinch. Target finder is really the only perk that you need here. If you don't want to run foregrip, you can actually run a second trophy system or whatever you desire to put on. But basically your choice is a second trophy system or another attachment, foregrip, stock, full metal jackets, whatever you want to put in that situation. You want to run overkill on your wild card. You want to run the assault shield. I like a claymore more than a bouncing Betty. The reason I like a claymore more than the bouncing Betty is because it is directional. You can put it so it only blows up in a certain direction. Whereas a bouncing Betty, if you're standing in the wrong spot and somebody runs through and trips it, it can kill you and him. That's why I'm using the claymore over the bouncing Betty. The trophy system is mainly there to basically stop them from killing my sentry guns and guardians with EMP grenades or throwing grenades in to kill me when I don't have flak jacket on. And that brings me up here. Hardline versus flak jacket. Hardline is good if you're facing a lot of really easy people that fall into your traps. You get your kill streaks quickly and you can go through them over and over and over again. Things like lightning strike and hailstorm missile, those can be easily 6 or 7, 8 kills that are almost given every time you go through them. And if you go through them quickly, they can equal 16. You can get around 10 to 12 kills a game with kill streaks, and those really help out, especially in a situation where the game's on the line and you got to get those kills. I can't believe how many times a quad or a 5-man Hellstorm has saved a League Play game. Scavenger, mainly so I can replenish the trophy system, and the claymore when they get blown up. And also with the LMG, it gives you 100 rounds, so it pretty much allows you to kill 5 or 6 more people. Tactical mask, because there is grenades going to be coming in at you. And that's the class itself right there. The cons about this class is you're very susceptible to moving. You're gonna if you're caught moving, move with the riot shield itself, because you're not gonna win too many gunfights moving around or posting up. This is almost a 100% turtle class, and it's basically for stationary play. If you don't find yourself good at stationary play, this is not the class for you. But it works, it's successful, and it's part of the reason, I'm in the master rank right now in TDM. If you found this video helpful, go ahead and leave the like rating. It's been your boy Wings of Redemption. If you could, check out my other videos. I have a journey of consistency. A lot of people say it's my best commentary ever. I'll put the annotation on the screen, on the top right end of the screen. It's been your boy Wings of Redemption. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back bringing you another great audio commentary. Today I'm going to show off a class I like to call Roadblock. One of the reasons I call this Roadblock is basically it takes advantage of the riot shield itself, and is very, very good for basically league play or any kind of TDM play where you have to constantly be moving, but you want the security or safety of a riot shield itself. You can very easily maneuver it or even use it what I like to call the banana shuffle. What is the banana shuffle? For those of you who haven't really followed me or maybe new to the channel or even just now subscribing, by the way, you can subscribe. The banana shuffle is basically when you go from left to right, strafing without ADSing out into an area so you can basically see somebody and quickly return to cover. This kind of suffers in Black Ops 2, but we're going to get into that later into another video. Basically, you can do banana shuffle without any kind of fear of any kind of repercussion of bullets. So it's very perfect for that. There's a couple ways you can use it. You see me use it two ways in this video itself. One's with fast hands, and one with scavenger. What are the pros and cons of each? Well, with fast hands, you get a very fast shield plant. You can easily pick the shield up and remove it. You can easily switch to your other gun, whatever your gun might be. I happen to choose a silenced ACOG M4, well, M27 in this video right here. You might want to choose something else. I show a couple different ways, and it can very easily turn into the turtle. Why am I calling it the turtle? Well, you kind of look like a Ninja Turtle when you run with a riot shield, and when you sit the shield down and you pop down to the window, pop up, pop down to the window, it's like you're hiding in your shell and you're popping your head out to bite somebody, kind of like a turtle. I thought that would be a little cool name for it. It is inspired by the Black Worm class, but it was more inspired by a team of people that actually in the Foxtrot division of League Play on Xbox. Actually seen this, it worked real well against me, so I decided to use it. Roadblock is a variation of the turtle. It's for those guys that want to use the riot shield, want to have that kind of turtle ability, but want to be more active in itself. Fast hands makes the class feel really fast, and you can very easily take advantage of it. It's really good for people with quick hands. Pro tip: don't suggest using the riot shield as anything more than a blockade, because the riot shield hit detection is really off. But if you like this video, when you'll see more cool classes, hit the like button. If you like this video and you want to see more content, hit the subscribe button. I make all kinds of stuff, let's plays. As always, it's been your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm out of 5,000. Peace, pimps.
Tu madre es deliciosa. Mi madre es deliciosa.
A rank 100 master. Better get shit on, son. What's up, everybody? This might be a video that it's not going to touch everybody's base, but we're going to basically go ahead and talk about line strategy in a TDM setting. And this is more of a team-based thing, so it's more going to be for like TDM league play, but you can use this with your team and wherever you want to do. So let's go over some line-based strategy here on this map. This is a league play TDM against a team that have equal skill as our own. So we knew we had to basically frustrate them. So let's go ahead and see how they're lining up and what they're actually using. Alright, so most of our teams right here in the middle section still trading off gunfights. In this situation, this is how you basically lose an area. So basically I call them back for what I like to call a line. What is a line? Well, a line is basically when you start pulling the shields out. You see Angel pulled his shield out right there? And he goes, Solan's pulled his shield out. Sonny's pulled his shield out. So we're going to fade back. I've called for the fade back. Casper's fading back right now. So let's go ahead and get into it after we get set up here. After we actually break the hold section, as you see, some people can still keep seeping through there because the Blackbird actually just went up. What we basically did is I started doing the turtle thing. I start peekabooing. And the reason this is because the black area right there, you can easily shoot through it. And once you get somebody on tilt, they make mistakes over and over and over again. One of the big primary ways to win TDM is to frustrate the hell out of the enemy team, especially in like a league play situation, because in league play, you get locked into the match and nobody else can join. So if you automatically give yourself a, I don't know, like a 6-on-4 advantage, you've pretty much won that game. And especially when you get a lot of people that are hot-headed and want to play COD a certain way, you can very easily take advantage of it. And I know not everybody likes these league play games with the shield, so I'm not going to sit here and make you watch the entire thing. But I just wanted to go ahead and show you how a line and how basically to set it up. The reason you set a line up and the reason you don't control the middle of the map, the big reason that I don't want them in the middle of the map is because of spawns. If you take that middle of the map, they can spawn from A dom and they can spawn from C dom, and now you're trapped in a pincer attack. When you're in a pincer attack, the only person that wins is the enemy team that has the pincer attack, because they can get you from two sides. And you want them to come to you. You want them to funnel into your armor. You want them to funnel into the three outs, and not the 4. Limit it and control the engagement. You notice right here toward the end of it, they get very aggressive, and you can see it, and it's just like, and they start charging into battle. Let's see how mad they actually were. This right here is a little taste of a series I'm working on called League Play xJawz, and hopefully you guys like it. It's been your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm Audi 5000. Hope you enjoy.
My tracks have been erased. Good job.
Tu Campos, gringos.
¿Sabes qué? Yo, you fucking bitches. Why you fucking using the fucking riot shield? Why you don't rush or damn? You fucking garbage. Fucking newbies, idiot. You fucking garbage.
You shouldn't be playing League Play. You should be mowing lawn.
Gracias, amigo.
It's one of those days. It's kind of loud behind me, but this is the brightest area I can get to try and give you guys a video. Yeah, well, one of my trucks was stole last night, and we got to go to the mattress's office to basically go and sign a warrant. I'll let you guys know a little bit more a little bit later.
Don't put nothing on the paper. No.
I ain't putting nothing up on there. Hey, we just got out the ML Brown building, got a police report, and yeah, it's one of those things. We can't get them for Grand Theft Auto, but we can get them for what you call a breach of trust, more than $10,000. And the one thing I'm worried about at this point is getting the vehicle back and it's stripped. From the officer that came out to the house last night, they said most people that do kind of drugs or things of that nature like to take them, either give them to a drug dealer for product, or they like to strip them out, take the radio out, the wheels off and stuff like that, and sell it individually for money for the product. Or so hopefully they joyride it and we get it back intact, just like we have with the extra miles on it. But as it sits right now, we got a warrant out for them, and it's a slow process. I gotta say this. I mean, we had Father Time in there writing the report up, and it took me 10 minutes to write it by hand. It took him an hour and a half to write one page of report. It had the DMV involved, so who knows. But yeah, I'll get back to you if anything else breaks. What's up, fellas? It's one of those days, Ben. I don't know if you can see this. Let's go ahead and look over here. There's a chair right there. And that chair is basically designed to put up against the door. That's just some of my mother's bullshit. Myself, I'm a little redneck. I do this mess right here. Well, it's one of those nights. Watch my Dead Space Let's Play. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I've been known as a lot of things. I've been known as not a guy with a very rushy gameplay. I've also been known as the guy that's good at ranting, and I haven't been doing a whole lot of ranting over these last few months. So let's go ahead and get on this. The whole day I'm going to devote to videos where I want to go into a rant. But the first rant video is actually going to be about the situation that I put up a video out earlier today where a guy came and took my truck. Keep in mind, when I do ranting videos, they're very little editing, so if I mess up in the conversation part of it, it's probably not going to get edited out. This is whole, what's on my mind, unedited, uncouth. Here's a situation what happened on my truck. It wasn't Christine, some people call it Charlene, and it wasn't my black one, which some people call my white one, which I got rid of almost a year and a half ago. It was the one I bought for Shalene back in the day. It was the Tahoe. The reason I still have the Tahoe, to be perfectly honest, is I don't drive it. I just pay for it. I pretty much gave it to my mother, and you know, just been making the payments. It's kind of one of those things, like, you know, I've always wanted to give my mother something, and this opportunity that YouTube presented itself to me was the first opportunity I had to actually be able to afford something like that and give her something that she's always wanted. She always wanted a Tahoe. Well, my mother has a live-in boyfriend that currently lives with the house with me, and that live-in boyfriend, he has a shady past, a shady history, which I knew nothing about, because I don't generally take any of that in. You know, I try to take people at face value. You haven't done me no wrong, blah 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 blah. That kind of deal comes out. If you haven't done me no wrong, you're okay in my book. I give everybody the benefit of the doubt to let them screw me over. And it's probably a flaw, but it's also probably something good at the same time. But that's not the conversation in itself. What we want to go ahead and talk about here is that, well, they gave him the first taste of freedom. And I mean the most little, minuscule morsel of freedom that we could possibly give this guy. And what happened was my mother let him borrow the vehicle to drive up to the store to get picked up for work, since he does not have a driver's license. So we didn't want to risk him driving it, you know, really long distances. So what we ended up doing was, the store is less than 1.5 miles. So instead of him walking it, she gave him the Tahoe to drive up to the store and wait for his boss man to pick him up for work. Well, and she drove my old Silverado to work herself. And that's mainly why I kept I keep the old Silverado around, mainly because it's one of those things for, it's the first thing I ever sweated for. It's the first thing I ever worked hard for and paid for myself, and I've always want to keep it, and that's the reason I keep it, and I keep it on the road, and I spend $700 a year keeping tags and insurance and stuff on it. It's just sentimental value. I mean, I know it's stupid, I know it doesn't make sense monetarily, but it makes sense to me as a person. Well, what he ended up doing is he ended up, instead of going to work, he did go to work, but as soon as he got to work, he said, "We're done, I'm not going to hammer another fucking nail," and then he walked off the job. Well, we didn't know about any of this till about 6 o'clock that night, and when we got 6 o'clock that night, Mama got home with my other truck, and she seen that her car hasn't made it back home yet, because he is supposed to be home at 5 o'clock. So she goes out looking for him. Well, he's turned his phone off, he's turned everything off, and we don't hear from him again that entire night. So around 11 o'clock that night, we start calling, like, his people related to him, other people that maybe know where he would be at, and everybody says that he's back on coke again. Well, it's not coke, it's crack. He's back on crack again. And so the first minute, the first ounce, the first little morsel of freedom he gets, he goes and picks his brother up and quits his job and goes back to smoking crack. And he's joyriding in a vehicle which I pay for. And, you know, this right here is pissing me off. And I'll get to it a little bit more in a little bit. But it pisses me the hell off when these kind of situations come about. So what we ended up doing is we ended up calling the police out to the house. And my mother obviously doesn't want to press charges because she's in, you know, so love with this guy, blah, 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 the whole song and dance. I mean, the guy pretty much in my book is a freeloader at this point. It didn't bother me beforehand, but it bothers me now since he wants to disrespect the stuff that I work hard and I pay for. I can't tell you how many long nights I've had and you know, fight and sleep, trying to, you know, basically make videos and, you know, side contract deals, making money to help pay for this vehicle, and he just does what he does to do to it. And you know, one thing that pisses me off more than anything else is someone that disrespects somebody else's property. I mean, if you don't own it, treat it like it was on a car lot. That is my motto. If I don't own a vehicle, I buckle up, I make sure I wipe my feet before getting into the thing. That thing, I mean, a person's property is, you know, makes a good deal to them, especially if a person works for their property and is not handed to them. And I'd have to show it to you, and I can't show it to you right now because it's not here at the house. I'll probably make a video later about what was done to it. But we have gotten the truck back at this point. If you hadn't called on to that point, so we file a report, and she doesn't want to press charges. But the fact is, he doesn't appear that night at all. He didn't call her. His phone's off, the whole nine. So we basically go to the M.L. Brown building, which is here in Horry County, is the county police. Since I live outside of town, we have to use the county police, not the city. And we go ahead and file paperwork, and you've seen the video just recently of me filing the paperwork and stuff like that. Well, come about 2 o'clock last night, his mama calls us and says that he just came to their house and they threw him out. And so finally we get him on the phone, and here's the mandate that was given. The mandate was giving something along the lines of this, you know, I'm broke, I'm hungry, I ain't got nothing to do, I haven't got nothing, you know, to eat or whatever. Can you please put me up in a motel while we figure this out? And like, the first thing mama does is come to me to expect me to pay $250 for this guy to go to a hotel. I tell her, fuck no, hell no, goddamn no. You know, any kind of obscenity that I could possibly put out there. You know, like this guy, you know, pretty much made the stupidest decisions in his life. I mean, I've been letting this man live here for free while I pay 85% of the household bills, and this is how he repays me, you know, and this is how he repays you. I mean, the first chance you get, he fucking stabs you in the goddamn back, and you want to put him up in the hotel. I'm like, if you want to put him up in the hotel, you're going to do it yourself. So she ends up going up there, puts him in a hotel. I end up going with her because I don't want her to get, you know, hit on or, you know, any kind of danger out there. You know, I'm not the best fighter in the world, but I do pack a pistol, and just me being there, even if the pistol doesn't come out or anything like that, it's a deterrent. That's what it's there. I went with her to get the car back, and I drove the car back since the car's in my name, and they had a bulletin out for to be on the lookout for it over the radio on the police in Conway and Horry County and stuff like that. So if it did get pulled over and it was me in the car, I could explain, and it would make more sense than somebody else being in the car. But we got the car back. The thing was fucking trash, dude. This guy, he sat here and pretty much disrespected this property to the whole maximum it could be disrespected. You could look at that truck and tell that he had no intention to ever come back with it until the point where he ran out of options and money. I mean, you can look on the side where gas has been spilled, where he's been siphoning gas in and out of other cars, trying to keep gas in it, because the Tahoe's got a 5.3 in it. It's by no means a gas-sipping engine. You know, he's siphoning gas in and out to keep running. They had mud in the floorboard, mud on the tires. He had cracked the front windshield from somebody throwing stuff at him, probably stealing. Who knows? I mean, they came up with a story said he threw his phone at, but how's your phone still working if you crack a windshield with it? That's fucking horseshit too. But I don't know. That's the story I have for right now. Maybe if I get a chance, it's been raining, I'll go show what I actually can show for the interior of it and stuff. And that's the story with the stolen truck so far. I do have it back at this point, and I don't know what to do at this point. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back bringing you another audio commentary today. And today I want to go ahead and tell you some of the messed up things I've heard today. I don't know if you guys really understand or even realize what Congress has been going on, but basically gun violence and issues have been all out through the news, and it's hard at this point not to talk about some kind of gun violence recognition. But we're going to talk about gun violence, but not in the actual, like, is it right or wrong. We're going to talk about this mess right here that I seen the other day, that Congress and political leaders are actually calling video games murder simulators. Murder simulators. I did a video way back toward the end of Modern Warfare 3, said don't be stupid, acts of violence aren't created by video games. And in that video itself, I started outlining why violence in video games should not be linked. I mean, just think of it off the top of your head. Lee Harvey Oswald happened before Atari. I mean, this guy got up on a clock tower and shot like 30 people before video games. People murdered people before video games. Matter of fact, the worst school massacre ever didn't happen with a gun, and it also happened before World War II. So tell me, instead of thinking, oh, crazy people are crazy, you want to go ahead and put a scapegoat on everything. It's almost as stupid as the war on drugs, or as I like to call the marijuana tax. Marijuana has medical properties. It's pretty much not really listed for killing anybody, and you get stupid, outlandish statistics. Like, what's some of the stupid, outlandish statistics that you get with marijuana? Oh, it's the number 2 cause of traffic accidents. Fuck no, it's not. You know what the number 2 cause of traffic accidents is? Motherfucking texting. You know, unneeded speed, texting, like U-turns. These are the things that cause traffic accidents. You know, eating or applying makeup while driving. These are the things that cause traffic accidents. You know what drug actually causes more traffic accidents than marijuana? Which is way the fuck above it? Alcohol. Alcohol is a perfectly legal drug that you can go and get shit-faced as long as you don't mess with somebody else every day of the damn week. And it goes hand in hand with you know why alcohol is not illegal? Because it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. That's why alcohol is not illegal. I mean, but the fact is, marijuana, it has medical properties where alcohol has none. Marijuana, you can actually function where alcohol you cannot. I mean, but the fact is, let's look at alcohol in the Prohibition era. I mean, this came way back in the thing, just like a bunch of other stuff. You know, religious and state actually get together and do stupid stuff. Like, for example, outlaw alcohol. This was back in, like, I think the 40s, where they outlawed alcohol, and it was called the Prohibition era. And people were getting sick. They were getting killed by people making, you know, bathtub gin. I think that's what they called it. And, you know, bootleggers would run booze from Canada into the northern United States and down in and sell it that way. And that's where the gangsters like Al Capone and like the Valentine's Day Massacre happened. And crime rates went through the damn roof when they outlawed alcohol. And now you get today, you spending $20 billion a year on drugs. I'm way the hell off topic right now. So I'm going to get back on it in just 20 or 20 seconds. But you spend $20 billion a year putting non-violent people in jail over fucking possession of drugs. 75% of every drug-related charge on the war on drugs or the DARE campaign or whatever the hell you want to call it is simple possession. This isn't taking the guys that are actually trafficking the marijuana off the streets. It's taking the guys that, you know, might have an ounce or two in their glove box of their car because they want to smoke up after work because their life is shit, because you're fucking sending us into a fiscal cliff, and they have every right to do so in my book, because if you can get shit-faced drunk or you can smoke yourself into some lung cancer, why can't you smoke yourself into a nice happy place after work? I don't particularly partake in any kind of drug, but that's my choice, and I'm all pro about the freedom of choice. But as video games being a murder simulator, you're full of shit, son. I'm gonna have to use a cuss word here. Shit. You're full of shit. I mean, it's just another like propaganda agenda to make it justified for their paychecks. It's the same thing like this. I mean, you want to raise taxes. You want to raise taxes. You want to cut military salary, but you won't cut the fucking bombs. Matter of fact, I had a friend just the other day on Skype tell me he gave the most great example I ever heard of the military. And like, I'm not anti-military at all. I understand the need to be able to defend yourself. I mean, that's why I'm pro-gun. But this is the greatest example I've ever heard of our military. If you piss the United States off and you put a flag in the desert, we'll spend $1 billion trying to knock that flag down. Because think about it, we shoot mud huts with like smart bombs that cost millions of taxpayer dollars, and for what reason? What is that mud hut really that strategical to send an AC-130 out to it? Is it really that much of a pivotal point in their blockade that you can't do it? I don't know. It's stupid. But as video games as a murder simulator, that's horseshit too. Violence was around before video games. Violence will be around after video games. Matter of fact, violence has dropped since video games came inception. Maybe because the criminals that have poor lives can forget about their lives when they're on Call of Duty playing gun game. Maybe when they're getting owned by me in this free-for-all game, they're not thinking about maybe all those bills they pay or how their wife is cheating on them. I mean, video games is an escape. It's not a murder simulator. Full of shit. And that's just my opinion on it. Let me know in the comment section below if you share any of these opinions with me. As always, if you'd like, please like the video. It helps me out tremendously. And if you haven't already, subscribe. Tell your friends about me. It's Wings of Redemption, and I'm Audi 5000. Welcome back, everybody. It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and we're going to go ahead and go on a rant here today. And that rant is going to mainly consist of about drugs. I did a video just yesterday called "Politicians' Degree Video Games Murder Simulator." So I basically went off on a rant in that video, and that rant was basically aimed toward marijuana. Everybody's heard about the war on drugs. The war on drugs is just a term. It's one of those terms they want to use to make it sound like it's this big important thing. Like they're going out there and ripping out Pablo Escobar's heart and taking down drug cartels left and right. But let's go ahead and look what they're actually doing. The war on drugs is nothing but more than like a money fishing scheme. It doesn't really take away anybody that really hurts anybody else. And I went into that video and I said that statistic that 75% of everybody that's arrested for drug-related charges are actually hit with what you call a thing called simple possession. What is simple possession? Simple possession is when you basically have a small amount of whatever it is, cocaine, heroin, marijuana. I mean, don't get me wrong, cocaine and heroin are bad drugs, and they destroy lives and families. Hell, I recently had my truck stolen because a guy wanted to get some crack. And, you know, it sucks. It does suck. And the city loses resources, basically pushing officers, you know, to go out there and look for stolen trucks for crack. But we're not talking about crack. We're talking about marijuana. I've never had my truck stolen over somebody wanting to hit a marijuana. I've never heard anybody breaking into a house to buy, you know, to get money to buy marijuana. If you don't have money for marijuana, you know what you do? You be like, damn, man, we need to get a job. I'm hungry and ain't got no bud. I mean, those people that smoke marijuana aren't really violent people. And when you put non-violent prisoners in criminal, not only do you maybe tarnish their record and make them look bad for the rest of their life and actually hurt the job scheme even more, which in my book, I believe that poverty and unemployment are the real culprit of violent crimes or crime in general. And I don't know, I might be right, but who knows? But when you put non-violent people in prison, all you're doing is hitting it back on the taxpayer. What do they want to do right now? They want to raise our taxes again. Why not, instead of raising taxes, you spend your money more efficiently? I understand that when you're in a situation that you can't really punish anybody but by monetarily means or means of, hey, we're going to put you in this big cage. But that big cage costs money, and it costs a lot of money. Every pothead that you put behind bars for having simple possession or, you know, having some sort of marijuana on them, let's say they get 6 months, or let's say a year. A year in prison in South Carolina costs the taxpayers of this state $31,000 per inmate. Per inmate. That is somebody's goddamn job, dude. Look at the unemployment lines. The unemployment people don't get that kind of benefits. You know what? That's the damn shame. If you're on unemployment in the state of South Carolina, you're going to make about $15,000 a year. But if you go to prison, they're going to pay $31,000 to feed you, clothe you, and keep you up. Not to say that prison's like this hunky-dory good place you want to be, but that's just how much it costs when you break down electricity, the guards, the food, the clothes, the tools, the riot gear, and all it takes to keep a prison up, it averages out to be about $31,000 per inmate. And it's stupid to put a non-violent person in prison. Prison should be reserved for the worst of the worst. You know, I understand that you have to have penalties for smaller, more petty crimes, but those penalties should be monetary. They should be monetary. That's what they should be. I mean, prison should be the last resort for what you go to, not the first. I mean, how many times have you walked into, have you seen just somebody go to jail for something petty and stupid? I've seen a show of cops where somebody touched a cop on the shoulder and he arrested them for assaulting a police officer because she came up behind him and touched his shoulder right after he power bombed her into the sidewalk. But that's a whole different story onto the side of itself. Marijuana should be legalized, and people, the first thing you want to think of, like, well, if it was legalized, you'd have. This is something somebody said in the comments now. If marijuana was legalized, he wouldn't want his cab driver to be high. You know what? I don't want my cab driver to be drunk either. And you know what? He usually doesn't show up to work drunk. You know why he doesn't show up to work drunk? It's perfectly legal to drink. He doesn't show up to work drunk because he'd lose his goddamn job. That's why he doesn't show up to work drunk. Don't you think the same consequence would be showing up to work high? That you maybe would lose your job if you were blazed out of your mind the entire time you're driving a cab? Maybe, just maybe. Think about some of the things you guys say when you say it. It's ridiculous. Another thing in the comment section that kind of bothered me, that this is that one that actually spurred the video, was a guy talked about the papers and all the extra stuff that you burn with the marijuana causes cancer. Causes cancer. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at this right here? This isn't a complete list by any means, but this is a United Kingdom survey of doctors basically listing out what causes cancer and the probability rate that you'll get cancer by doing certain activities. And if you go ahead and look on here, you see stuff like physical exercise can cause colon cancer. If you're overweight or obese, you're 13.6% greater to get colon cancer. What else is there? Meat. If you're a female and you eat meat, you have a 16.4% greater chance of getting cancer than somebody that doesn't eat meat. But what about vegetables? Well, if you're a female and you eat vegetables, you're 43.5% to get a thing called larynx cancer. Tobacco, you're 79% greater chance. Almost everything causes fucking cancer. Everything in the goddamn world causes cancer. I'm literally, like, if you look at these lists, they're like reading the dictionary. The fact is, life is uncertain. Life is risk. You can walk down the steps and break your neck. You might not walk down the steps and break your neck, but guess what? It might happen, it might not. You can't live your life wondering, well, am I going to live to be 100? I don't want that. I don't want to live to be 100. You know why I don't want to live to be 100? Because I don't want some cold-ass nurse wiping my ass when I can barely do anything but watch the TV and listen to the news telling me how the world sucks. Because, you know what? It's bullshit how we have these laws. I mean, another one that bothers me is hooking. Why is prostitution illegal? Seriously. Give me a goddamn reason why prostitution is illegal. I can pay two people to have sex. I can get a man and a woman. I can pay them money to have sex on camera, and that's called porn. But if I paid that woman to have sex with me on camera, that's called prostitution. Well, the first thing out of people's minds will be like, well, some people prostitute underage kids. Why not just make it illegal for underage kids to be prostituted? Why not get it off the street, tax it, and basically make some money back for this government that has a failing economy, has a huge problem with money. Tax the pussy, and then have little brothels and whorehouses that will basically be sitting outside in the county anyway to make money. And this will get people off the streets. This will get solicitation off the streets. And everything will be fine. Marijuana does not need to be illegal. If marijuana is illegal, why not make alcohol illegal? Why not make smoking illegal? Smoking kills 7,000% more people than marijuana does. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and let's go and talk about a little subject today that's on a part of everybody's mind. Have you guys heard about that girl that ate the tampon? You know what I'm talking about. The girl that ate the tampon. Her name was like Gianna or something, and she basically took a used tampon and put it in her mouth, and now she's famous. If you go to her Twitter, which I don't know off the top of my head, if you go to her Twitter, you can see how she's trying to tweet out other people talking about how she's more famous than people like Chris Brown right now. I don't think you're that famous, sweetheart, but, why do you want to become famous? Believe it or not, becoming famous wasn't any of my goals when I actually started this YouTube channel. My original goal when starting a YouTube channel was actually just to do something fun. I found it fun to do sniper montages. That's kind of strange coming from me, since I never really did the trick shotting thing, but I did do the sniper thing in Search and Destroy, because I love that whole sniper feel of it. But famous I did gets, and like a lot of people are like, oh, you're not famous, but how many other people out there have a 70,000 following on Twitter? How many of your friends have that? It's not that I'm bragging or being cocky or anything, but I mean, the definition of famous would be me. And how does it affect you, and what are some of the things that are side effects of? Well, everybody always wants to stand out. They do. Everybody wants to be the person with the multicolored coat. What that means is everybody wants to be somebody that envies people. And I can give you this advice right here and this advice right here alone about envy. Some of the most unhappy people that you will ever meet are people that think about or even care about what others think of them. Because they'll spend their whole lives doing the most stupid, asinine stuff to try and impress somebody else. Why? They probably couldn't tell you. And I can't tell you either. There's always that mantra. How's it go? It goes something like this. You make money that you spend money that you don't have to impress people that you don't like. Or something like that. I forgot how it goes. Somebody in the comment section will hit me. But the fact is, it's funny as hell. But because it's right. I mean, you spend money that you don't have to impress people that you don't like for no good reason. It doesn't matter what somebody else thinks about you. It doesn't. Well, in some cases it does. Like if you're going for a job interview or something else. But we're talking about mainly like social status. It does not matter what somebody else thinks about you. Because that isn't how you judge life. Life isn't about what kind of job you can hold or what kind of car you drive. Life isn't about, how fancy the rock you found in the ground is on your necklace. Life is about happiness and joy. Those are the two things that life should be about. If your life isn't about one of those two, you are living your life wrong. Happiness and joy are big variables, though. You can find happiness and joy, supporting a family. You can find happiness and joy, doing things that you find happy. Like, you like collecting comic books? Who gives a fuck if somebody else doesn't like you collecting comic books? It's what you like. If you like doing this, you like doing that. But being famous isn't something you should strive for. It's not even that great, to be perfectly honest. I mean, there's a lot of times I wish I wasn't famous at all. And like, there's good aspects about it. There is. Like, there's been hundreds of times I've broke down in tears reading fan mail and letters to me and stuff like that. I mean, hell, look at my fan mail series. I almost cry every time that thing happens because it touches me that I actually affect people's lives. And that's the cool part about being famous. The uncool part about being famous is you also are an open target for trolls. I mean, like, it hurt my feelings just the other night. I was on Painkiller already, and we got DDoSed. And the guy said the only way he's going to stop DDoSing PK is that they kick me off. Which, that's not going to happen, and I know Woody wouldn't kick me off. Mainly because I'm the founder of PK. But, well, I don't even say that. Let's not even say it like that. I'm a co-founder. All three of us founded PK. It's all three of us our brainchild. And it hurt my feelings that this guy felt so bad, so much hatred toward me. And you get that over and over and over again. You get those games where people some people they just want your attention. Other people just want to piss you off, and you lose kind of sense of privacy that you have with other people. And that's what being famous is like. It's like never having privacy. It has good parts and bad parts. But it's been your boy Wings for Redemption. If you like this video, you can always leave a rating. As always, I'm Mighty 5000. Chaos Theories is probably going to happen tomorrow night. Mr. Chaos Math got snowed out. So I'll catch you guys later. Yeah, boy, it's your man Wings of Redemption, and I'm back bringing another great commentary today. And I want to talk about hackers. Hackers are the bane of YouTube gaming. They are. I mean, and this is right here what I'm doing is giving them the attention that they want. And I recently had a hacker jump on my case by the name of Nazi Gods. Well, Nazi Gods, you can take my gamer tag, you can take down PKA, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. But I'm going to sit here and wait and be patient as humanly possible. You know why? Because guess what? Gamer tags can be rebought. I can jump on PlayStation and make as many goddamn usernames as I want if I need to. And the fact is, you can DOS me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All that's going to end up happening at the end of the day is somebody's going to help me out. You're going to get caught. You're going to go to jail. and when you get out of jail, you're gonna be on probation for 2 years, and you're gonna lose your computer. Plain and simple. Because what you're doing is bullying, dude. You might not like me. You might think that I whine a lot for basically playing video games for a living. And I'm telling you that you don't know me. I mean, you don't know what kind of stress I go through. All you see is what I allow you to see. And that's all you get to see. You don't know me as a person. You don't know what I do every day. You don't know my work ethic, how I sleep, or how things do. You don't know how much I put in for other people. Name another YouTube commentator that donated $2,000 out of his pocket, and then turn around in the same year and donate another $1,200. Name a YouTuber that, plays with his subscribers every time he plays the video game. Name another YouTuber that has launched as many successful channels as I have. I give back 110%. The reason I give back 110% is because my channel itself is the product of a shout out. It is. Hutch shouted out Taylor. Taylor shouted out me. And just like I said before, I'm a loyal dog. And I believe that because I was given the privilege and the honor through other people enjoying my stuff to shout my channel out, that I should do the same to others, to give them that taste of this gift, to let them know what it feels like to basically be in the spotlight. I've said it before, I've said it again. Just because you cry in life does not mean that you hate life. Just because somebody is unhappy with where they're at or how their life is doing at this point does not mean that they're unhappy with the job as a total. You could not give me another job and be like, wow, and this job itself is going to affect me my entire life. Even if I stop right now, this job will affect my entire life. Because I will have known what it feels like to be adored. I do. And that's something that you strive to have, dude. That's something that you strive and you want to take away from me so bad it hurts. But you can't take that away from me. Even if you're capable of taking everything from me. Capable of shutting YouTube down. Capable of taking my Twitter down. My Xbox Live gamer tag. If you take everything in that way, you cannot take my memories. That's something that they've been trying to do and trying to figure out in the penal system forever. How do you take a guy's spirit? Because once you have the spirit and you cannot break it, you cannot break the man. And that's there. And I hate to tell you, I'm a tough cookie to break. You know why I'm a tough cookie to break? I grew up fat. I've heard every fat comment you can ever think. I've heard every little emotional iota of hate that you can possibly bring. Because you know why? Because I grew up fat as a kid, and kids are the cruelest people on the planet. You get a kid that's unsupervised, that's some of the cruelest shit you'll ever see. But you can't take it from me. You know why? Because even if I go work at Piggly Wiggly, even if I work at Walmart, I will know what it's like to experience something. That's something more people won't know their whole lives. There's people that work their whole lives, drive nicer cars, live in nicer homes, that won't have the wealth of the experiences I have from owning a YouTube channel for 3 or 4 years. So even though I might not be as successful as I want to be, even though I might not, make as much money as I'd like to make, even though I feel like I work harder than I should for other things, and you don't agree with it, none of that matters. It's irrelevant. Because at the end of the day, I know what my heart tells me, and if I didn't believe that this is the best thing for me, I wouldn't be doing it. And that's my little PSA to you. You can get your power trip, you can get your rockets off all you want, but this ship right here, you cannot weather. There's a storm that will not break me, and you will not break me. I'm out. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and we kind of missed a couple weeks here and there, but we're back with Chaos Theories. This week's we're doing ghosts, demons, ghoulies, and goblins. We're going with the poltergeist, and we're taking houses with us. As always, we have our fine connoisseur of shit cutters, Mr. Chaos Math. Always admire a nice turd cutter.
What's up, guys? Yeah.
All right.
Oh boy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, booties and Call of Duties.
Booties,
That's what we
booties,
about
Call
up
of
in this
Duties.
bitch. Booty and Call of Duty. We are going to go ahead and talk about something that we both stand somewhere along the same lines of, in ghosts. This is going to be a really controversial topic because ghosts are one of those things that a lot of people believe in wholeheartedly. Like, you cannot look at a person and go, ghosts do not exist. The first thing they'll look at you and say, I've seen one. How many times you've had that conversation?
Yeah. Oh yeah, almost everybody knows somebody who's seen one or felt one. But you're right. You know, this is one of the, I'm going to call it a myth just because of where I stand on it, but it's probably the most widely believed supernatural myth there is or ever will be. I think solely based off of the fact that if you're at all religious, then the concept of a ghost or spirit is completely acceptable and part of your beliefs. You know, like that you believe that spirits exist, so therefore ghosts is not a stretch at all. It's just
something that float around in
part
the
of the
nether.
universe.
I think it's more of a placebo effect, almost like what they called vivid dreams, lucid dreams, lucid dreaming. All the people that
Lucid
see ghosts,
dreaming?
I
Okay.
feel it's an example of lucid dreams. Like, I've had one. I had one recently, like this year, and I got up out of bed and I started doing my normal routine, and then something happened. Like I think somebody broke into the house or something, and I was scared to death. And like it's just when I got to the peak of the dream, I woke back up again, and I still was in the dream. And I said, like, I'm awake now, and then boom, the burglars are still there. And I was like, oh my god, I gotta wake up, and you kind of lose track of where you're at. Are you dreaming or you're awake? And you question it inside the dream itself. And ghosts could be an manifestation of beliefs in a lucid dream.
Well, okay, but I'm interested to hear what happened. What did you do
I actually was just standing in the hall
Did you just wake up?
Both times I was getting out of my bed and I was walking down the hall, and the reason it's going to sound strange, the reason I knew I was dreaming the second time was because normally when I get out of bed, the first thing I do is go to the bathroom. It's like clockwork, and I'm like, I don't have to use the bathroom. I must still be dreaming.
Am I dreaming?
It sounds stupid. Just something little that you catch in dreams.
Okay.
No.
So did you,
there was like two of them.
I
can't fight.
What did you do? Dude,
you realize you're in dreaming, so you expect me to be like Freddy Krueger at that point. It's like, all right, motherfuckers, it's time to go down.
Yeah, bro, that's the point. That's what I looked at. Here's the thing with, I'm going to sidetrack us real quick, but if there's anyone who could benefit from it, there's nothing better in the world than a lucid dream. It's for me, it's like the holy grail of you can do anything you want to do. A lucid dream is when you realize you're dreaming, but you don't wake up. And at that point, you basically become Neo because you realize that you're not
jacked
bound
in the Matrix
by the
no more.
rules of the waking world. You're in there, but you can do what you want. Like I said, you're Neo. A lucid dream, once you realize you're dreaming, and if you're able to not wake up, usually 9 times out of 10, if you say, "Oh, this is a dream," your brain will stop the program and you'll wake up, or you'll switch to a different dream. But if you can manage to stay in it, you can do whatever you want. I've only had 2 in my life. I think I've mentioned in previous episodes, I'm one of those people who remembers all their, not all of them, but I remember dreams from every night, and I remember dreams from when I was a kid and stuff like that. Only 2 times have I ever achieved a lucid dream where I was able to stay dreaming. And the first time, the one that I remember the most, I flew. So I realized, like, I'm dreaming. Let's fly. And it's amazing how realistic it felt. But, man, if you could ever achieve that, if you realize you're dreaming, try not to wake up. Try to stay in the dream.
I couldn't
and you
wake
basically
up.
do whatever you want.
You start doubting yourself in that point. But
I would have pulled a BMG
with a
5000
chainsaw
out of my
under
pocket
barrel
at that point.
Ghost.
Hell yeah, dude.
Ghost.
All right, so anyway, back to supernatural
I feel like
beings,
lucid dreams are the big manifestation of ghost and ghost stories. Like, 'cause everybody says they've seen a ghost, you know. Like, and here's the thing I always wondered: when you see a ghost, they're normally wearing clothes. Why would a ghost even bother having clothes on?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, for one reason or another, they just didn't transition properly. Correct. And so when you see them and they're wearing clothes or whatever, it's because it's this projection of them, at the point that they died before they were able to transition to wherever the hell it is they were going.
Yeah, but wouldn't a ghost be a spirit?
And that's why you see them with clothes on and stuff like that.
Correct. So you're born naked. Why wouldn't a ghost be naked? I mean, clothing doesn't have a soul, so clothing couldn't be like, you couldn't have like a pair of Jordache jeans rocking it in the netherworld.
Jordache. Dude, 1986 wants its dungarees back. Did you just say Jordache? They even fucking make Jordache jeans. How old are you? What are you, 26, 27? Shit, what were you, like 4 when the last pair of Jordache were manufactured? That's with a horse, right? Dude, that's like, I remember like girls in 7th grade wearing Jordache.
Well, the fact is, you know, the corduroys and the Jordashes, they died off in the 80s. What? Yeah.
Why are the ghosts wearing pants? Yeah. Why is
or I don't know where the hell that came from. I actually looked that up.
It's not like the old school British version of the ghost.
I don't understand the whole chain rattling in the ghost. The chain rattling was basically to instill fear, but I feel like it's 100% a movie prop at that point.
Some sort of, I don't know, I just think of some sort of 17th century Britain.
The rattling chains, I guess it's from like Britain in the dungeon. People that died in the dungeon. Yeah.
Died in the dungeon in chains. Yeah, that could be it.
But ghost itself,
in the tower.
It's horrible. Okay. How about these people that ghost hunt? You ever seen this mess? It's popular on TV. You got ghost hunters, you got the international ghost stories, you got hotel ghost stories. There's probably 4 or 5.
Yeah, and they got people and they got like GoPros on and they're like going into dark buildings.
Look at this orb right here, and then like it looks like a speck of dust flying across the camera lens.
Right,
and then they got things that measure what is it? Electromagnetic pulse.
That's like
Scientology.
Like some sort of Scientology equipment.
Basically,
right
it's EVP, isn't it?
What, EBP? Is that like a
I don't know. I think it's an EVP monitor or something like that, where they basically measure the the electricity levels in area. But like everywhere they go and they get readings, they're near electronics in the shows. Like there's a ceiling fan in my room. I'm pretty sure it would get a reading.
They're all charlatans. If you ask me. Yeah, I think all those shows are kind of funny, but I don't think they're really meant to be taken seriously. I think that there's probably got to be a separation of, like what I was referring to earlier, which with ghosts being, spirits and souls, displaced souls, and then there's the whole paranormal phenomena with, measuring it with scientific devices and stuff like that, and, it's life force energy without a physical form, and it gets very pseudoscientific, but of course there's no proof of a ghost documented anywhere. There's just, you see video with some sort of anomaly on it that may or may not have been put in post-production on the thing or not, but there's no concrete evidence to my knowledge of ghosts. It's just something you think happens or doesn't happen. But it all has to hinge on the fact that, it's a soul. And one of my issues with ghosts is, well, there would have to be souls of everything. So there'd be like ghost grasshoppers and ghost trees, and because otherwise you have to boil it down to, okay, what has a soul, which is, dictated by a Bible, or any religion has a classification of higher life forms that would have souls and ones that wouldn't have. So, some people believe in ghost animals, right? like ghost horses and dogs, but then there's going to be another group of people, depending on how seriously maybe they.
Yeah, but this is going really deep into it at this point. If you believe in ghost animals and stuff like that, some people say that an animal can't have a soul because it's not self-aware. Well,
right.
Little babies wouldn't have a soul if you followed that kind of definition, because little babies are not self-aware. You're born at that neutral stage, that ignorant level.
No, they're not.
You can't talk, you can't do anything. All you can do is just natural body functions like pissing, breathing, and shitting.
Pooping ghost babies.
It is what it is. I remember when I was young, my pastor, when I used to go to Southern Free Will Baptist Church, the pastor got upset because somebody wanted to baptize their newborn baby. He's like, this will not save him from hell. And I remember making this big old spiel at it. Looking back at it now, it's like, well, he was right, but he was kind of leaning toward the wrong area. Did you ever see that documentary where they tried to weigh the human soul?
All right, so I haven't done tons of research on this thing. I'm sure I could spend the next 2 or 3 days, months, or years reading about ghosts. But one thing that seems to be apparent to me is that the idea of exactly what a ghost can do and the level of interaction that it has with people is and earlier mentions of ghosts or spirits or that type of stuff in earlier cultures, they didn't seem to be, the ghosts of today. The ghosts of today can talk to you. It can sometimes touch you, or you feel temperature changes, that sort of thing. And it seems like ghosts of antiquity were really just sort of visible spirits that you would see or maybe feel but not necessarily interact with. And so for me, that's sort of a red flag on the feasibility of the idea of a ghost, is that if the story's changing over time and it's becoming more and more exotic, the respect that, it started out as something you see and now it's something that can talk to you, it's being exaggerated. We've said this in other myth videos before, where somebody, had a couple drinks and they stretched the story a little bit to make it more interesting. That's what ghosts look like to me, is something that started off as you would just see a remnant of a person, and then now at this point they're wearing clothes and talking to you and touching you and stuff.
Yeah, it's the mind playing tricks on you. And it's very easy to get the mind to play tricks on you. Just think about it. Do it right now. If you're listening to this point, do this as well. Say you're sitting down, you're facing your computer, you're facing a wall, or whatever it is. Just don't look in the room itself. Make sure you isolate your field of view to a corner or a wall. Now, picture or think about there's 3 ghosts behind you. Linger on them. You can almost feel them touch your nape of your neck. Blah, 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 blah. I bet you money right now your hair is standing up on its hind end. And that's the way it works. It's a placebo effect. It's like sugar pills. They tell you they do the world, but they don't really do anything at all. It's like ginkgo biloba. Remember ginkgo biloba?
Ginkgo wasn't. Oh yeah, that was one of those magical herbs that everyone was chowing down, and then they found out it would like shrink your balls or something.
It was a memory herb. It was supposed to improve.
Oh, what's the one I'm thinking of?
Your short-term memory.
Fen-Phen? Do you remember that?
Yes.
That was like bad for you though. Like people were getting fucked up from that.
The ginkgo biloba would improve your short-term memory, and then the doctors are like, "This doesn't do shit for you."
Or ginseng.
Yeah,
remember?
ginseng. Yeah.
Arizona came out with the ginseng.
It's just pharmaceutical company. I mean, like poison companies come up with this. Like, what's some of the poison things? Like, ant killer with like hyperatricide.
Or just DEET. Like that shit's bad. DEET, right?
Yeah.
That's like the big pesticide they use for mosquitoes and stuff now. But I'm telling you, they're gonna find.
There's something wrong with everything. I just did a commentary recently about weed and how somebody said that the paper and the wrapping that you go to roll a joint with can cause cancer.
Sure.
And so I brought out like the UK journal, and I'm like, technically physical exercise can cause cancer.
Oh yeah, roast beef will give you cancer.
I mean, everything gives you goddamn cancer. You can't live your life fearing cancer. You either get it or you don't. if you live your life sheltered, you're never going to live a life to begin with. What's the matter if you avoid cancer by eating like a certain like segregated point of food? It's the same.
Let me ask you this: do you believe in demons? What do you think of the idea of demons, possession? I remember we did a Chaos Theories 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I showed you a little girl that her mother basically pimped her out. Like she fell into a coma after falling into a pool at the age of 3, and she ended up living like till age 15 or 16. Oh, yeah, right.
This horrible coma. And her mother would take like fried greased chicken oil and like rub down Jesus' face as statues and look like Jesus was crying. Some type of oil, and she became really, really popular over that. I feel like that in itself is a form of possession. Like she's trying to say that Jesus possessed her child and was looking over her and wept for her condition. But in the same time, it's showboating. It's just like people talking in tongues on TV. Mm-hmm. You know the reason tongues doesn't sound like nothing, it sounds like gibberish, because it is gibberish.
Yeah. There's like some of those. Yeah, I don't even know like what denomination they are, but I know that there's some of those deep south snake charmer sort of ministries that are really fringe, and yeah, they talk in tongues and they get all crazy, and the laying on of the hands and all that sort of stuff where they're like, come closer and feel this, and they like, then they push them back and they fall down and they get up and they've like miracle cured. And
you're talking about Peter Popoff now.
Yeah, well, that's the sort of feels like the same sort of thing to me. Is like,
that's what Peter Popoff made popular, where he's like, this man has never touched the ground with his own feet. He's been in the wheelchair 45 years.
Yeah, this man has diarrhea every damn day, and I'm going to take it away.
That liquidy diarrhea, the Lord's going to sop it up.
The Lord's going to take it all away. He's going to take that poop back.
No more diapers for you, my friend. Come give me a hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's what...
You're not a chain to the porcelain demon anymore.
That porcelain Satan.
Yeah.
But yeah, possession, yeah, that sort of stuff where people are like, they were clearly possessed by the devil. Like,
no. It obviously is possessed by the devil. But here's the thing with demons. Like, why the hell is a demon always considered a monster? Why is it always monster size?
Right.
It doesn't even define what a demon looks like. You automatically assume.
It doesn't, but it doesn't even make sense to me, and here's why. I mean, again, demons are a byproduct of religion and religious lore, right? So what is a demon? Is a fallen angel, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so why would they look any different than an angel? I mean, I'm pretty sure it doesn't say anywhere in the Bible that, like, when they decided to follow Satan and they left the upstairs for the downstairs, that it like disfigured them, or they went through, like, in Star Wars where the Emperor was like, ultimate power, and he starts frying Samuel Jackson.
Yeah.
And his face starts melting and he goes from looking like a normal guy and then he looks like shit. He looks like the Emperor when he's done. Like, is that what we're supposed to believe happened? Is, they decided to leave
the Archangel suddenly become Emperor Palpatine.
Yeah, right. They're like, they turn into.
I have satanic power. The angels will burn at the gates of St. Christopher.
And they have to hang out with Hayden Christensen, endure his terrible acting for all eternity. What a fate. Anyway,
Palpatine's a pimp, though.
He was a badass. Yeah, Star Wars sidetrack. Nice. Excellent. It's so about supernatural beings talking about Emperor Palpatine's fall from grace. But, possession and demons and angels and, I mean, that's all part of this whole supernatural soup that we're talking about.
The reason we're throwing the angels in here and the demons is because these are two things that people claim to see all the damn time. Angels come to me in the shower as forms of light. Angels, help me get up a cliff. A guardian angel stopped the bullet from me.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? A lot of angels will appear in a spirit form, right? They don't necessarily the TV show variety where you can sit down at a coffee shop with them. I mean,
the whole idea of angels in itself is the same as ghosts. Lucid dreams. Maybe you did a lot of heroin and then you seen you an angel. You know, what about those soccer moms that seen angels? Or like, I think I chalk a lot of that up to, like, for example, NASA One. I don't know if you remember him, NASA One. He's a YouTube guy.
Yeah, I know who he is.
He had a car wreck about a year ago. He wrecked his new Honda Civic, and his passenger was his girlfriend, significant other, and she was pregnant with his child. And he like flipped the car, so on and so forth. It was a really bad wreck. And like when he got back out of the hospital, he's like, I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me and my baby alive. And I'm like, you're thanking Jesus Christ. Why don't you thank the engineers at Honda for creating such a safe car?
Well, you know, people who believe in religion are gonna.
They don't believe the doctor that spent 15 years that actually mastered that technique of surgery that maybe, you know, put that splint in your heart. You know, he has nothing to do with your life still being here.
Well, that's a different topic. But, I mean, I guess I see your your connection to ghosts and stuff, but, you know, somebody watching over them it's a pretty integral part of religion, so, you know.
Yeah, the guardian angel is like a ghost. I mean, it's like a ghost. If some people claim ghosts watch over them. You've seen that mess?
Ghosts watch over them? Sure. Oh, yeah, that's a popular part of the whole idea of ghosts.
Ghosts are very territorial, too. I'm noticing.
Well, they usually hang around where they died.
So wouldn't the hospital be the most haunted place in the fucking world?
You would think there would just be a shit ton of ghosts flying around. Oh,
turn CNN.
I know, like you wouldn't think about it. Like every single room in the hospital would have 50 ghosts. Because if how do they get out of there? So people just what do? They die in hospitals. So say you're in the ICU, right? So a lot of people die in ICU. It's where you go when you got really fucked up. Mm-hmm. So how many people are dying in an ICU? Every room is going to have hundreds of ghosts all pushed up with their ghost elbows next to each other.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, but they're scrunched up with the ghost elbows. That's a perfect thing. It's like somebody should do a comic strip on that. This ghost shit might not be real.
Yeah, I mean it's much easier to buy the whole mansion with the daughter who fell down the stairs and broke her neck and now she's forever floating around in the foyer, instead of hospital rooms packed with ghosts packed like sardines in there because people are dying every 3 days. But okay, so let's say this then. We don't think it's real, and there's no evidence to support that they are real other than faith-based evidence, correct?
That is correct. There's no tangible evidence to prove that ghosts exist.
Yeah, so I guess we're gonna call this one a myth.
Bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit. Ghosts are bullshit. Throw them in there with what? The Loch Ness Monster and Sasquatch.
El Chupanibre, the
Chupacabra.
Yeah, the stink monkey. We haven't even done the stink monkey.
The fuck is a stink monkey?
You never heard of the stink monkey of the Jacksonville, Florida, the Everglades?
Get the fuck out of here.
The Everglades has a stink monkey.
The Everglades has their own
Sasquatch called the stink ape or something like that.
A smelly ape?
Everglades might be the wrong place.
Right.
Stink ape is a North Carolina. I'm sorry.
North Carolina?
It's called the skunk ape.
Oh, I think I heard Onslaught talking about that once. I'm just kidding. He's from North Carolina.
Yeah, that's the skunk ape.
Yeah, he's popular in the Charlotte area. There's stink apes running around everywhere, but no, that sounds ridiculous. A stinky ape? I get comment section, enlighten us. I'm sure there's an expert on this.
I'm sure there's a silverback gorilla they got out in a zoo somewhere.
And what? He had gas?
I don't know. People that claim to get around the skunk ape, they can smell him for miles.
Maybe he just needed a fucking bath.
Maybe he needs to find his way to a river in North Carolina.
You know how you have monkeys and their asses always look wrong? It looks like there's something wrong with their asshole.
Yeah.
It looks like somebody punched it. It's this giant fleshy mess. Maybe
just because they fling shit too often, they stick their fingers up it all the damn time.
Stop scratching your ass, you stupid monkey. Look at it. It's a mess. Leave it alone.
Ooh, looks like a pussy after a 30-man gangbang. Come on now.
Oh. All right, here comes the old. Somebody just yanked us off stage with the old loop around the neck.
All right, guys.
Talking about 8 bungholes.
We got sidetracked between 8 bumholes and Emperor Palpatine on this one.
Star Wars and monkey butts. Nice. Always a pleasure, Wings.
All right, buddies. See you next week on Chaos Series. Leave suggestions.
Sorry, I just saw Limited's UAV video. I'm sorry. Like, you just watched it. I love your videos, man. Good luck.
Hard point.
These guys are gonna be tough.
Well, welcome back, people. It's your buddy Wings of Redemption, and we're going to be playing some League Play today. We're playing Championship Series today, and I had a pretty good run in Championship Series this morning. We lost 2 games. We basically won everything else. I think I'm like a platinum rank 30 right now in League Play. I think we won 10 games, lost 2. I think that's pretty much the track record I've had so far with League Play as a whole. One of the things I've noticed about League Play is you either face somebody really good or you face a team that's really bad. I mean, a couple of the situations of the games we ran into this morning, we walked over them. I mean, seriously, we beat one team like 24-0 in a capture the flag, which, as it sits right now, I'm not too big of a capture the flag fan. I pretty much like the search and destroy, and I love the hard point, but the capture the flag is like, it's not that I don't like it. Well, it is that I don't like it. It's just not my game mode. It's just not for me. Capture the flag is one of those game modes, like, it's just too long. I mean, when you play capture the flag, you're guaranteed a 10-minute match. Guaranteed a 10-minute match. If a 10-minute hardpoint match happens, you got a good game going. Feels like it happens very quickly. You know, the game is over before you actually realize you're actually, you know, playing the game, because you don't care about the time, you care about the score, you care about how people are doing. And like, keep in mind this point right here. It took us like 2 or 3 seconds to find that dude. Keep that in mind. But you care about things. But when capture the flag happens, the match pretty much happens within the first 3 minutes of capture the flag. And what usually happens is something along the lines of this: you jump out ahead 2 or 3 flags, and the other enemy team leaves, and now it's 4 versus 2. And once you get to 4 versus 2, you just run the flag heads up to the point where they can't come back. And pretty much the second round happens, and you're up like 12 flags to 0, and the other enemy team either leaves, you know, one of the 2 guys that are left leave, and now you can run it up 24 or whatever. And it gets annoying when that kind of thing happens. I mean, it just isn't very fun. I don't think capture the flag should be in League Play. I think they should replace it with like Domination or something, especially now since they made Domination this, you know, based off by rounds. Why not do Domination that way? You know, basically, you know, whoever has the most points after 2 rounds. I like that, but that's just me. And I think it'd be a much better fit in League Play than capture the flag. I mean, capture the flag was took out of Call of Duty at one point. I mean, it was like the least played game mode. Like, why is it all of a sudden back in there? I guess it's because it's been an MLG staple. But there's better game modes out there. There is. I mean, there's, you know, well, I guess Hardpoint's kind of like Headquarters, and Search and Destroy is kind of like, but like Demolition. Put Demolition back in there. Do something. I don't know. But this is a really cool game. The enemy team on there actually knew who I was, and I actually played really good, and I played really strong this game, and I was actually proud of myself. And I'm using an M27 with a foregrip with a red dot. I'm doing my little jump shot thingy here. I don't really know what to say too much about the game itself that hasn't been said anywhere else. I mean, Black Ops is the standard affair. So let's go ahead and talk about Black Ops 2. I recently watched a dual combo between Hutch and Frankie. Frankie plays PC 1080. I don't know the guy's complete name. I'm sorry that I'm oblivious about it. But I was watching him and Hutch talk, and they basically talked about Call of Duty 4 and how people still consider Call of Duty 4 this great, wonderful game. And I wasn't a big fan of COD 4. There was things I didn't like about it. I didn't like frag times 3. I didn't like how the stuns were so strong. I didn't like a whole lot of things about COD 4. I didn't like how linear everything was, like in the way of weapon balance. Like a G36C would never stand up against an M16. Like a Scorpion would never stand up against an MP5. Little things like that. The weapon balance was horrible. Like a flashbang would never stand up to a concussion or a stun grenade in that game. Horrible, horrible, horrible weapon balance in COD 4. And it even got worse in World at War. But the fact is, I have such fond memories of those two games was mainly because there was no lag comp. There was nothing that would hinder a bad player. There was nothing that would hinder a good player. So if you were only as good as you actually were, there was nothing out there helping you out or pushing you in the right direction. Modern Warfare 2 came along. Modern Warfare 2 just got a couple things wrong. Like, if they would have actually put time in and patched that game, Modern Warfare 2 would be still a masterpiece to this day. That would probably been the best shooter game ever put out. Modern Warfare 2 had a couple things going for it that no other games had. It was, all the guns were overpowered. Every one of them. You could be the TAR-21, you could be the Scar-H, you could be the Intervention, you could be the Barrett. I mean, even the M27 and the Walther had their place, because in bases like Wasteland, a cold-blooded Walther 2000 would easily trump an Intervention or Barrett, because they were better at that situation, because everybody put on the thermal scope in Wasteland and stuff like that, and you could easily just beast on kids. So every weapon in that game had some kind of form or phase. I mean, everything was good. An Uzi and a Vector had both light recoil. They both were very easily used. I mean, like, the only weapon in that game that wasn't, like, easily used or untangible to use was the MP5K, but even then, it was, like, almost unbeatable up close. Obviously, there were some weapons that stood out against more than others, and that's obviously what they would use in League play, such as, like, the ACR and the UMP-45. But I never understood the hate for the UMP-45. Obviously, it's a submachine gun that killed in 3 bullets at any range, but a lot of things killed it in really short bullets in that game. For example, the Scar-H. Scar-H killed in 2 bullets. Just think about that, 2 bullets. Almost every weapon on this game right here kills in 3 to 4 bullets. And it had almost perfect hit detection. There was like submachine guns and shotguns. Everything was over the top, blown out in Modern Warfare 2. And I feel like it was a better game than COD 4. But a lot of people remember COD 4 mainly because of the maps. You remember how often you played it, because that was the Nightingale. That was the placebo effect, where you basically remembered how good life was when you were playing it. But a lot of us played COD 4. I mean, we were little kids then. We were like 9, 10, 11. I mean, COD 4 was just that age. I remember people on my friends list would like invite me to play Michael Myers. Never played Michael Myers, but I would get invited to play it all the damn time. And it's just what we were. You were little kids back then. Let's think. And COD 4 came out. I'm 27 now. So I was, oh man, COD 4 came out in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011. That was 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago that COD 4 came out. And I was like 21, 22 at the time. And, it was... That's young for me. I'm thinking back at it. I'm pushing 30 now. I'm about to turn 27. I'm pushing 30 now. And look, you're looking back at like age 21. 10 years get. Whew, it's a long time. You age a lot between that period of time. And it's like, oh. But I think that's what it is. I think a lot of it's because how young everybody was when COD 4 came out, and got really nostalgia about it. And I think the fact I didn't like COD 4 was because I was a little bit older than most people. Most people that are sitting right now playing Black Ops 2 that are like 18, you were like 12, 11 or 12 when COD 4 came out. So yes, you probably remember it very fondly in that aspect. But like Black Ops 2, if it didn't have that stupid ass lag compensation, this would be probably the best Call of Duty game they've ever made. I said the same thing about Black Ops 1. I mean, obviously I didn't say it about Modern Warfare 3. I still hate that goddamn game. You can talk all the mess you want. Modern Warfare 3 was not a very good game. It was a very rushed. It was a very, it was Modern Warfare 2.5, but it didn't use the Modern Warfare 2 system. I mean, what the hell did it take for them to make that game? I mean, I said the same thing about this one. Like, this right here has a lot of reskins. Like, most of the kill streaks are just rehashes from the last 2 games. The art's the same, the engines are basically the same, but there's a lot of extras put in this game as well. And the weapons are more balanced. This game has a lot of weapon balance in it. I mean, almost every weapon or every assault rifle they put into the game has some kind of unique feature. It feels unique. It feels it doesn't feel like it's a reskin. And you can use a bunch of weapons. I mean, obviously there's weapons that people like more than others, like the MSMC or the PDW, but those are debatable. The fact that those two right there are debatable are key, key things to look for when you break. Is the game have weapon balance? And like, look right here. You can notice the score right now. We're down 4 or 5. This right here is going to go right down to the wire. And I want you to remember, just a while ago, when it took us 4 or 5 seconds to get that one dude off the flag, and you'll see how pivotal or how key it is. I kind of wish they would bring war gameplay back, but this is almost like war, and I really do like the hardpoint game mode. I mean, it's a mixture of a bunch of things. So we get them off there. Got 8 seconds left. Look at this mess, dude. Look at it. Are we gonna win? Are we gonna win? No! We lose this game by we draw this game by literally 0.8 milliseconds. Very cool game, very fun game, very nice league play game, at least in my book. But it's been your boy Wings of Redemption. What is your honest opinion of this Call of Duty? I know a lot of people are hating it, or a lot of people are hating on it, but I feel like a lot of that comes from just being bored of COD. A lot of us are bored of COD, but you don't really give anything else a chance. Peace, people. One cut. Rant time. What's up, fellas? Everybody's getting all over my glasses. What's up, fellas? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back. I'm bringing you an audio commentary today, and let's just move the camera over here. That glasses thing's ticking me off. Hi. What's up, fellas? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I want to go ahead and talk about xJawz. I seen this video, so I dated a porn star, and I seen a lot of hateful comments and thing, and I know the reason why he did the video himself. But xJawz went the route of anti-bully, and I understand that's perfectly where you should actually go with that. It's the anti-bully route. And the reason you want to go the anti-bully route is because that's what it is. You're bullying him and his girlfriend. I mean, the fact is, here it is in simple, plain and white. Does it matter that he's dating a porn star? No. Does it matter that she is a porn star? No. Why do you want to judge somebody based upon their life? Look at it like this. Let's say somebody goes out there and smokes crack from the age of 17 to 25. Steals, gets incarcerated, the whole 9. He is the most blown out crack junkie that you can think of in your head. And what happens is after he gets out of incarceration, he has an intervention. He's clean. Let's say he's 38 now. He's been clean for almost 13 years. Is he still a crackhead? Because he made some bad decisions in his life? Porn stars are not whores. I seen somebody in the thing say, oh, porn stars are whores. No, they're not. Porn stars are people that are put in a situation or have the opportunity to make money through sex. The term, a whore is somebody that does it for free. I'm dead serious. A whore is somebody that gives it away for free. A whore is a girl that you will put your heart into, treat her right, and then she'll go sleep around behind your back. Somebody that does it as a profession is not a whore. It's plain and simple. How can you be a whore? You act like people get off and want to get slapped in the head or beat down or, go through all this situation. No. Every porn star I've ever talked to, and I have a few of them as friends, they all take pain pills. They all have like these mental disorders. Not saying that everyone in the game is a mental disorder, but it's you have to put yourself in a psychological state to do what you're doing. It's not a job that comes easy, and it's a shame that you guys want to hassle this because he shared this information with you. This is something that xJawz shared with you. He entrusted you with this information, and you want to basically make fun of him for it. Bullying is not the answer. Don't give it a fake name. Don't call it trolling. Trolling is something innocent. Trolling is not pretending to be somebody's friend. That is bullying. When you troll somebody, you basically come up behind and be like, whoop, whoop. That's a troll. That's what that is. When you troll somebody, you basically be like, what? That's back time. You know, that's a troll. Basically, befriending somebody or, you know, calling somebody a name is not a troll. That is straight up bullying. And you're an evil person for that kind of stuff. You can't dictate the way a person is now based off their previous mistakes. I'm a great example of this. When I started doing this, I had this horrible sportsmanship. There's still some of it laying around right now, but I used to get so upset with everything. And now I don't. I mean, the last 2 years, I've had a New Year's resolution of not to get mad at video games as much. And each year, I've been toning it down more and more and more and more. And you start to change as a person. You start to become a new person as you get older. And that's the case. Should you judge this Sarah girl because the mistakes of her youth? Even if I'm not calling it a mistake, but let's say she has mistakes or what you consider mistakes. Do you judge her based off this in 10 years? Or do you basically look at her as a person? And I'm sure that you'd want to be looked at as a person. There's a golden rule, and it's called a golden rule for a reason. Treat others as you would like to be treated yourself. And I think a lot of people really need to look towards that one. Would you want your girlfriend to be put out there in front of hundreds of thousands of people, get called a whore by everybody that's imaginable? It burns you up inside. It really does. I mean, I get called fat probably, a fat camper probably 15,000 times a day. And it irks you. It gets you. It nails at you. It claws at you. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. I see people spew straight up lies about me over and over and over again. And then other people preach it as fact. And they see that. They see that and then they preach it as fact. Next thing you know, you got a whole fact rumor. I mean, I heard a rumor that I was loaded. Dude, loaded. I can't even afford to finish my desk. I'm fucking loaded. It is what it is, dude. Don't judge a person based off their previous experiences. Judge a person based off how well they treat you from the period of time that you know them. If it backfires in your back, then you have something to actually hate them for. Other than that, it's been your boy Wings of Redemption, and this is just my take on it. You look okay?
Mm-hmm.
I look too fat?
Nope.
Faye, do I look fat?
No, not any of
You my favorite.
Oh, I am fat. It's all good. Hey guys, I got a Valentine's Day present, which kind of sucks since I haven't got her anything yet. She brought me a Valentine's Day present last night, and I figured I'd share it with you guys. Tinsel. More tinsel. We'll go and grab the biggest thing in the box first. We have the amazing heart massager. Ooh, what do you think about that, Grandma?
That's nice.
You ever use that on Brooke?
No.
Brooke! Come here. Put this off the side here. You like Grandma to use the amazing heart massager on you?
Yeah. Anything that massages me.
What's doing it, really?
Alright, now we have Vasoplex. For the pleasure of being a woman. Place a small amount of Vasoplex on the fingertip applied directly to the clitoral area. You'll notice a pleasure, warm, and tingling sensation due to the thermal properties of the formula. I think this right here is like
Vagina play.
yeah, I think it's masturbatory. See what else we got here? Let's get this other big bottle. Ammunition. Now, this right here is for you, Brooke. Ammunition is an edible, stimulating cream that makes sure he's ready for action, whether it's to increase sensations during a daily stress relief or to allow you to get things started when you want to blow his mind. You know what that is, Grandma? That's the stuff you put on like Brooke's penis.
Oh, Lord.
When you want to suck a while.
Oh, God.
She's got one thing on her mind, so it looks like from now. Oh, she got a week supply.
Oh no! What is this?
Oh, God.
Anal lube.
That's for you to lick off her.
No. Brooke, come here.
I see what it is.
Come here, Brooke. Come over here. Tell me what that looks like.
It's like an orifice.
Lord.
It's a pocket pussy.
All right.
Wow.
You drive down the road with that.
Drive down the road. We have Happy Ed. Which is the same thing. I mean, she got a large supply of this stuff. Oh no. Oh no.
What is that?
You ever use one of these, Faye?
That's a tickler.
Look at that.
You
No.
gotta put it at the base of your penis.
This is a cock ring.
Yeah.
Just read the back. Orgasm Super Stud Pleasure Ring is the top dog when it comes to vibrating, stimulating pleasure. It is a super sensuous silicone texture in its 3-speed functionality. Wow.
Oh, that vibrates too.
She got this from Las Vegas.
Huh.
Oh hell, she got a second one.
Yeah.
The first one wears out.
She must like that thing. Oh, Lordy.
This bottle right here. This is massaging lotion. This right here is more like lotion you put on each other. What was this?
That's what you lick off one another.
These are pleasure wipes.
When you get done, white with them.
I guess it's like a little nip that the Zaxby's gives you with their chicken.
Yeah. Oh, but you got to wipe your penis with it in her tootsie.
In case you get butt leakage.
Butt leakage. Oh, this bottle right here looks really cool. You know, sleek.
Yeah, what is that?
It's number 9, 1 fluid ounce.
No posted over that.
It's anal sex lube.
Oh.
What's that for?
What is that for?
Yeah, what is that for?
Anal.
In case you want to go in the butt.
Oh, Lord.
And that's what the pleasure wipes for. When you get
I guess that's what the pleasure wipes are for. There's a whole bunch of pleasure wipes.
Ah, she's wanting to get it in her butt.
Oh, let's see.
She got this stuff for you?
This is my Valentine's Day present. Oh, hell. She got a card, and inside the card there's coupon books.
To go back and get more stuff.
No, this is good for anything I want. This is will do anything you want. This is whatever your heart's desire. This is an I love you massage, your favorite dinner, a foot massage, sleep in, and a neck massage.
She got to sleep in there.
These are like coupons.
Yeah.
What if I gave me $1 million in that one?
Oh, no. You might get $1 million from Poopsie.
You get the Cherry Nookie Essential Warming Oil. Why does she have all this stuff?
She's super freaky.
What's in that bag? Better watch out. I'd be a pussy.
Oh man. Oh, pins.
Oh, pins. That's right on one of them.
I guess. Oh shit! Something came out.
Ah!
It's great. I guess you write each other with edible stuff.
Yeah, and make it off of her.
Wow.
She won't need to work hard, Dory.
What'd you get, Brooke?
Nothing yet. Some candy's what I'm gonna get.
Brooke gets candy. I get all this. I feel kind of envious.
That's all?
There's some sensational wipes in there, but that's pretty much it.
Are you
I
done?
wouldn't mind borrowing that pocket pussy, but you can't. That's
You done?
After you use it, that's one time use. I mean, that's something you don't borrow.
You don't borrow the pocket pussy, Brooke?
No.
Wow. Why did she give me a pocket pussy?
Thinking of you.
To use when she's gone.
All right, guys. This is my Valentine's Day. What you guys get for Valentine's Day? Let me know in the comment section. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and it's been a while since I did a commentary for you guys, so let's go ahead and get into this one. This is a little touchy subject, but it's about the LAPD and the Christopher Donner case. My buddy Redneck actually did a video recently on Redneck Replies, which you can find in the description of this video, about the Christopher Donner case. Basically, if you're unaware who Christopher Donner is, he is a former LAPD officer that was fired, and he went back to take revenge on crooked cops in the LAPD. So he would target their families and cops themselves, and pretty much put the entire LAPD on lockdown. And I didn't comment on this case because everybody knows that I don't like crooked cops, and it's one of those, you know, vigilante type stories. I mean, I look at Christopher Donner as like a Charles Bronson or something, but that's all in retrospect because I don't know what his head is actually like, so I can't really side with him. But I do know where the LAPD messed up, and I'm going to talk about a couple of those. For those, these really didn't make the news too well. They weren't like front page advertising, but the LAPD actually shot up 2 civilian vehicles that were not Christopher Donner's in hopes they were Christopher Donner's truck. The first would be this picture right here. Let's go ahead and look at this picture. The first thing I want you to notice is that this isn't a Nissan Titan. This is a blue, this is what you call a metallic blue Toyota Tacoma. I'm going to go so far and say Nissan doesn't even make this color in a truck. It doesn't. This is a metallic blue stone from Toyota Tacoma. It even has blacked out taillights, as you can see right there. And this car was shot 60 some odd times. You know, the owners of this truck was a 70-year-old lady and her, it's either grandson or granddaughter, were actually in this truck delivering paper. So how do you mistake a full-size, dark blue Nissan Titan truck that would look something like this for a mid-size Toyota Tacoma? Keep in mind, these are like a midnight blue or blue jean blue. That's what the Toyota the Titan comes into. It has Titan V8 down the side of it. How do you do this to somebody? And like, let me just say, if I was to open up 60 rounds into somebody, an innocent civilian's car, I'd go straight to fucking jail. But here's the kicker: they didn't do it just once. They did it twice in the same goddamn day. This right here is a Honda Ridgeline. It is a full size made by Honda. Looks nothing like the Titan. Looks not even close to the Titan. But this car, this police officer rammed this car and opened fire on the owners of this vehicle. And they too got out unsurvived. The old lady was hit once in the back, but she's fine. And the other 2 occupants of the vehicles, they're basically replacing their vehicles on Los Angeles is dying. And all the officers that were involved in these shootings are on administrative leave. Come on now. Come on now. I am sure that a grown man can tell the difference between a Nissan Titan and a Toyota Tacoma. Or a Nissan Titan and a Honda Ridgeline. I mean, these are not rocket science. It's not asking simple requests to be able to identify a vehicle by the way it looks. Hell, vehicles have badging on them for a reason. When you look at a Chevrolet Silverado, it goes Chevrolet Silverado right there on the door. It'll say Silverado. The Titan says V8 Titan on the door. The Tacoma on the back tailgate says Toyota Tacoma. It's just people ready to shoot. They have these trigger fingers. And I understand that cops is a stressful job, especially when you're looking for a cop killer. Somebody that devotes his entire being into killing what you are. I understand that can be very stressful, but you should have to be responsible for your actions. And I feel this is what police need to be, responsible for their own actions. Instead of getting administrative leave for basically ramming somebody and shooting up their car, they should be responsible for that. That is physical assault with a deadly weapon. That is what that is. You should be responsible at that point. Because it was stupid. I mean, you should go into trial. And you should do that. Because if I did that, if I was like, oh, that might be Christopher Donner, rammed him and shot at his vehicle, I would go under the prison. Under the prison. They would never let me out. And you know why? Because I don't have a cop's training? What kind of training is that? You can't identify a damn truck? I mean, I understand if it was a woman cop. I met women that couldn't identify cars. I've told my girlfriend what I drive, and she can't remember F-150. She just sees my truck as a black truck. But she is not. She is a preschool teacher. She is not a public servant. She is not in a role where she's required to learn a vehicle. If you're a traffic cop or a beat cop or something like that, and you're constantly pulling over vehicles, writing it down, make and model of truck, what year a truck is, you should be under the... I would think you would be able to basically identify trucks without even guessing. Even cars. You should be able to identify almost every car that's normal to your area. I understand if it's like a Bentley, a Bentley came through there, or like a, Aston Martin, and you don't know the model of that. But these aren't. These are just normal cars that you see over and over and over and over again in the American streets. And these are not these exotic cars that only one in like 500,000 people have. And I just feel like cops should be more responsible for their actions. If you put cops as houses and families and stuff like that, if a cop gets sued, he has to get sued on his personal life instead of the city. If you put that kind of situation in front of a cop, I think they would be more lenient with their decisions to use excessive force. Because right now, they don't care if they use excessive force or not, because they know they get a vacation paid. The city gets sued and not them. Well, the worst case scenario they get is they get fired. I mean, how often do you ever hear of a cop actually going to jail for basically beating somebody down? Did any of the cops that beat down Rodney King go to jail? Maybe a little later they did. But at first, they got the same trash, this administrative leave. And that's what started the 1992 Los Angeles riots. I mean, let me go ahead and say this. I understand there's good cops out there, and most of the stuff that you see is basically the bad police work or the bad apples of the law enforcement. I understand there's people that go their entire lives without causing an incident. But we're talking mainly about the bad apples here. And you're a public servant. You should learn what a public servant is. You shouldn't be able to dictate your authority because I said so. And you should treat people with respect because they basically give you the money to continue to do what you do. Well, hello people, it's your boy Jordy Jordan. This is the standard intro that we normally will do on a YouTube video because people want to be welcome to your video. So welcome, greetings and salutations. We are going to go ahead and beat down some little scrubs. They do get some kills on me. Understandable. What have you guys been up to? It's been a really odd month for me this month. This is what you call a transition month. And I've been doing a lot of different things, trying a lot of different channels. And I wanted to go ahead and talk about some of the things in YouTube that you might not see behind the scenes. It kind of takes everyday things and kind of blends them all together. But this is stuff that you normally wouldn't have to think about. A lot of you are actually getting into the partnership programs. And more opportunities are being presented to you by more and more networks. Hell, I didn't even know how many networks there was, but oh shit, look at that! Drop off my drop off, bye! As my boy Thunder would always say, don't you just hate when a montage breaks out in your hard point game? I love me some Thunder of Toro. I love me some Thunder Toro commentary. One of my boys from a long time ago. Me and him, we have one of those love-hate relationships. We love to hate on each other. But the fact is, one of the realest dudes in the game today. And I can say that from a stage where a lot of people can't. So, what have I been doing? What have I been enjoying? What have I been up to? I'm not going to talk about that contract bullshit. I mean, I'm sorry if you actually was played into that. That was just put up there to get all the people that want to click off in 30 seconds out of here. Like, get the hell out of here. What I've been doing? I've been actually enjoying League play. I've been playing a lot of League play, and when I'm not playing League play and I'm playing with my friends, I'm playing a lot of hardpoint. Mainly to learn the anchor positions, because a lot of League play is hardpoint and search and destroy. I feel confident in my search game. I was a search player for a very long time, and I feel like I can hang with my own in search and destroy. Hardpoint is what I need to work on, and capture the flag. Those are my two problem areas. So obviously those are the two areas I'm gonna have to work on. My KD's been slipping. My KD has slipped from a 2.48 to a 241. You know what? I don't give a shit. I mean, perfectly honest. I have more fun playing League play than I do, just pub stomping. Because you go through the motions. You know what the motions are. I see everything as a stage, and I see it playing out again under my brother's eye. My brother is going through his sniper stage right now. He wants to do the ballista. He wants to do the DSR. He has his tomahawks on. He wants to do his spins. He's watching the FaZe clan left and right. And I'm not going to diss him about it. He can enjoy what he wants to enjoy. But I remember that stage too. I mean, that's the first stage. Wanting to do that whole sniper thing, that ghost warrior thing. It's just cool. It's just plain cool. Like, I remember looking forward to what sniper rifles they had on each game. Like I was like literally look forward to them. Like, oh, I wonder what this sniper rifle is going to be like. I wonder what this one's going to be like. But I took sniping in a little different than everybody else. I mean, I didn't really worry about, what's the bolt action like. I enjoyed every sniper rifle in every game when I was primarily a sniper. Like, for example, Modern Warfare 2, loved the M21. Is the M21 really a sniper? So. It's like the M21 off COD 4. Loved it there too. Juggernaut, spam for days, make MP40 guys cry. Like, for example, if I was to play a Search and Destroy, and I noticed there was a couple MP40 guys, and you know how COD 4 used to roll out. You'd roll out and you'd have all these guys trying to do these spawn snipes on you. In Search and Destroy is like that. It's a series of spawn snipes. You generally fight other snipers in that situation. I've learned to be a cheap asshole way early on, and I'm like, oh, the M40's no good against Juggernaut. Well, the M21 doesn't really need Juggernaut, neither does the Dragunov. I'll use these. And you get some cusses. The M21 obviously is better than the Dragunov, but the Dragunov was pretty good too. It let's just say M40 hit markers all day, and people would get upset, man. I wish I had a capture card back then, because I would have had epic level trolling videos, because these kids were losing their lunch and they weren't getting it back. They were going home hungry. After a 2-hour bus ride back from the field trip, they were getting just smashed on. I don't even know how the hell I got on this comment. But I've been enjoying League play a lot. I've also been kind of venturing back into other games. I've been doing the Dead Space Let's Play on my secondary channel, War God YouTube. If you haven't checked that out, you should check that out. Be doing a Crisis 3 Let's Play over there here soon, coming up on the 19th. And what the cool thing about Crisis 3 is the developers actually contacted me asking me if they can promote my Crisis 3 Let's Play. I was like, wow, that would be cool. I mean, that's one of the cool things that I get to do in this job is it's just these opportunities. It makes you feel special. It does. It's not even about the money at that point. It makes you feel special when somebody takes their hard-earned product and wants you to be one of the pitchers for it. And it's like, whoa, that's neat. I mean, knowing my luck, you'll still get like, 200 views, but it doesn't matter. I'm doing the Let's Play channel strictly for fun. There's no money to be made over there right now. But the fact is, I still upload. I try to upload every other day on it, because I give it time to kind of run through and marinate and try to get who it is going to get. And besides, I have these long gaps in between new games anyway. But back to the league play for the third time. I mean, I promise you, I'm going to get it out this time. I've noticed my weak spots in my game, and that's what I've been actually striving for all these years pub stomping, to find those weak spots. And, you know, obviously there's going to be some level of blame on yourself, and there's obviously going to be some kind of level of like, nah, that can't be it. You know, you all go through that where you feel like you can't make that mistake, and you constantly make that mistake. And you start seeing those mistakes in and out. And one of my big flaws in my game is my ability to push objectives and route effectively. And you might be like, wow, those are huge holes. And like, yeah, they are. They're huge holes in my game. I have so much trouble routing effectively. Well, at least on Black Ops 2. I could do it pretty well on like Modern Warfare 2. Not so much on Black Ops, Modern Warfare 3, and Black Ops 2. After Modern Warfare 2, my ability to route kind of went down substantially. And a lot of it, I feel like, came from Blackbird itself. Like, I could, to be perfectly honest, back in the day, I could feel myself getting lazier playing Call of Duty. That might sound like really funny compared to how my physical state is. But what I mean is, like, I would basically start relying on the Blackbird. And I would get mad when the Blackbird wasn't up. It's like the only time I could have fun was that. But the game kind of pushes you towards that era as well. You know, they kind of push you towards the Blackbird because there is no ambience. There's no, you know, ability to hear people's footsteps. Look at that, beast mode. Look at that. But there's no way to defend yourself any other way other than your basic kill streak. You know, UAV, Blackbird, stuff like that. And then I guess that's another problem, because once I stopped wearing headsets, I don't wear headsets. I haven't worn headsets in Black Ops 1. I don't. I mean, people ask me, what headset do I wear? I wear the $5 Xbox mic that came with my Call of Duty, my Xbox Elite, which I bought like 3 years ago. That's the mic I use. You know, I mean, there's other mics that I have, and I have like 3 or 4 pairs of Astros. I have 3 or 4 pairs of Tritons. I have a Steel Series. Well, I have a Razer Megalodon. You'll see me wear it on Painkiller already all the time. And I have that basically to, you know, listen to music and, you know, talk to my friends on Skype, or maybe if I'm playing a Let's Play on my PC, I'll put that on so nobody else in the house has to hear the game, you know, hear the constant explosions. But when I'm getting on Xbox and I'm just playing, I don't wear a headset. I mean, I just put the headset on so I can talk and go about my day that way. Because, I mean, people tell me that there's benefits, but the benefits just, they don't outweigh the comfort. Like, headsets are uncomfortable. I mean, the Astro's probably the most comfortable headset, but it still, it gets your ears hot, my ears sweat. I mean, it's like, oh, it's like, beforehand, I would deal with that to be able to, you know, hear that guy sneaking up on me. Now, not so much. Not so much now. And I'm running out of time already on this video. But yeah, so far we've learned that I need to route better. And I learned that when I was playing League Play TDM. And I kind of played it in denial, because other than trying to fix the problem that I had with League Play TDM, I went ahead and made the turtle strategy up with the team. I didn't make it up. I kind of copied it from another League Play team, but hell, it's effective as fuck, and I shared it. And like, hopefully, one of my goals was I'd hopefully start running into it more, so I could actually find a way to defeat it. Because there's ways there. The only one I could really figure out was to LMG the shield. But you know, it is what it is. Every safe has the ability to crack. It's been your boy Wings of Redemption. And I don't know what the hell this video was. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm a gamer for the serious gamer. What's up, fellas? This is one of those TDMs that kind of never goes your way. Well, it went my way for a while, but for some reason they just put the brakes on. Now, you know, El Preso would call it aim resist! Aim resist! But I don't call it aim resist. I mean, I don't even know what the hell aim resist is. But some reason in this game, it just kind of fell apart on me toward the end. But overall, the game itself was a really good game, and I felt it could show a show. I'm using a standard kit here. I'm using a 4-grip A94, and I have the silencer on it. I'm just using 2, also using concussion and a frag grenade. I'm using the standard Thunder Toro streak. He's made in both videos today somehow. I don't know. I'm not on Thunder's penis or anything. Thunder, I love you. But what it is this is just I don't know. I just like playing TDM. TDM's always been one of my favorite game modes, and it's kind of funny how TDM started. For those you didn't know or haven't followed my channel the entire time, I started out as a sniper, and as a sniper I played mainly ground war when I actually started going for gameplays, because there was two things. In World at War I mainly played war and search and destroy, and when Modern Warfare 2 came out, the big trend was how many kills can you get? Well, I like to call them slam dunk contests. Well, slam dunk contests don't really change. I mean, even now, YouTube is full of slam dunk contests. It even got worse in Modern Warfare 3 when all there was a slam dunk contest. A home run derby, if you will. And it was just everybody striving for the same gameplay, 100 plus, 100 plus, 100 plus. And I was that person back in Modern Warfare 2. And as I grew as a player, I kind of grew out of that person. So people stopped wanting me to see playing, you know, objective-based games and getting kill streaks. And so I'm like, okay, fine, I'll play TDM. Well, needless to say, I enjoy TDM. TDM is like a strategy box all mixed into one, because it kind of went along with the style that I was going for, where the whole idea is to get kills and deaths, and there's nothing between you and the other human being but gun skill. And TDM, I feel, is the most pure FPS mode on Call of Duty for that reason. And that's probably the reason why it's the most played, because there is nothing but you and the people that you can kill. That's it. Obviously, TDM right here needs a revamp. The Black Ops 2 TDM needs a revamp, and there's been a lot of debate over this. I've already did a couple videos based on it too, so I want to go ahead and go over this. TDM score raise. Everybody agrees that the score should be raised. Nobody agrees how much the score should be raised. And Thunder wants 125. I would rather have 150. Reason being, let's look at it this way. With 125, UAV is still a 4 kill. So, okay, that's kind of fair. UAV is a little tougher to get. They're supposed to make UAVs a little tougher to get. But for the most part, it's still, whatever. It still takes a while to get your kill streaks, and it's no fun when you have to get a 9 and 10 kill streak just to touch your kill streaks. I mean, what it means is, like, no, it's a rare occurrence when they actually put the kill streaks together, but at the same time, if you mess up on like your first or second life, you don't have enough time to put kill streaks together at that point, and now you're kill streakless. And I feel like Call of Duty, one of the main selling factors of the game itself, at least it is for me, is the kill streaks themselves. I mean, if I wanted to play a FPS shooter, I mean, there's other games on the market that are equally just as fun and, you know, more shooting in tactics, you know, evolved. For example, Crysis 3 is coming out. Crysis 2 was a very, 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 very evolved, you know, FPS shooter. And, you know, nobody really played it. Battlefield's another example of just a straight pure shooter that has a lot of tactical elements in it. I mean, there's so much in that sandbox game, it'll make your head spin. So the only thing that really stands Call of Duty out is the higher frame rate on console and the kill streaks. And, you know, the kill streaks are a big part of it. And if you take the kill streaks out of TDM, or you try to make it so bare bones, it kind of degrades from the game as a whole. Even with the kill streaks being so hard to get, it's just deterring players and pushing players that normally would kill whore in TDM over to domination. And I'm not going to say you're going to get away from kill whoring and domination. I'm just saying that if you had it easier to get big gameplays or get gameplays in TDM, you see more people leaning towards that because it would show more gun-on-gun skill. The reason people play domination to kill whore, well, 1, flags give you a ton of score. 2, they can pretty much dictate the length of the game. 3, they know where the enemy's coming from almost at all times. That's some of the things that you can't have in TDM without a very active brain. But let's go back to the score streaks, since I'm running out of time quickly. 150, I feel, is the same as kill confirmed. Kill confirmed, I feel like you get your kill streaks really fast, and it's really fun because of you get your kill streaks really fast. And it would just match it up with Modern Warfare 3, because it pretty much every kill you got in Modern Warfare 3 was worth 1 kill to your kill streak. Nobody complained about it there. Kill confirm is an objective game mode, basically TDM with an objective, and you should get rewarded for playing the objective. So that would make it more sense to get the 150 there when you actually play the objective. Whereas TDM is more the objective is to kill the other people. Why is it worth less than kill confirmed? So why not just make this 150? UAVs will be 3 kill streaks. You know, lightning strikes will be 5 kill streaks. Blackbirds will be 7 to 8 kill streaks. You know, attack chopper will be a 6 to 7 kill streak. You know, and things like the swarm won't be out of reach. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below, and if you really like this video, please leave a rating, because it helps me out tremendously for audience retention. Yeah, boy, you're playing Wings of Redemption, and I'm back. And you know what the trouble I always run into is I burn gameplay faster than I can get them. It's the truth. Like, I missed the 15th, and I missed the 15th. Why? Because the Chaos Theories is coming up. Well, what's wrong with Chaos Theories? Well, Chaos Theories is around half an hour long, and well, half an hour long, that's a lot of freaking gameplay to get. Like TDM, like this TDM averages 5 minutes, so I got to get like 6 TDM gameplays to go over Chaos Theories. So I'm asking you guys, what is your personal opinion? I know what I want to do with the Chaos Theories series, which this week we're covering religion. What I want to do with the series is actually make it a live action thing, but I can't really find an animator that's willing to do that. Anybody out there actually know an animator that'd be willing to take the audio file of Chaos Theories and make an animation skit about it in the background that can range anywhere from 15 to 25 minutes long? That would be ideal on it. But how about this? Would you guys rather see just like a straight live session that I do for 30 minutes? Or do you guys prefer... Look at that bitch! That's a camp! That's a camper right there! But would you guys rather see that? Or would you rather see the 5 or 6, you know, solid gameplays that I'm getting? Because it takes a strain on it over time. And like, how many people out there that... Well, more people would understand where I'm coming from if they actually tried to go for gameplays for YouTube. And I'm not saying everybody out there doesn't understand how hard it is to get a good gameplay. But like, my standards get lower and lower and lower and lower and lower because I need anything that will pass. And this right here is a primary example of what I was talking about in my commentary today, which was called the TDM Revamp. About how TDM needs a higher score streak. Because look here, look at my kill streak loadout over here to the right. We have the Stealth Chopper, the BSAT, and the LodeStar. 3 very, 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 very strong, you know, really moral beating down kill streaks. And I do get them. I get all of them. But I don't get as many kills as you think I should. Oh, hey, bitch, you still there? Did you take a nap? Is it sleepy time up there in the world of shotgun? I don't know. That motherfucker doesn't move. Look at that. Look, this guy right here will come back. Watch. Watch. He's going to come back. There he is. He wanted his spot back. Well, come on, dude. You can't have your spot back. The Scorpion Evo of Justice is here to prevail over the 870 scrubbiness. Look, he's going back again. He's going back again. Come on, man. That ain't smart camping. You got to at least wait until, you know, the lion's done eating the gazelle before you go and try to take the meat from him. Look, that's him again. That was him again. It's ridiculous, dude. I think I got my LodeStar off of that dude by himself. I mean, it's whatever. Like right now, I should be already at the Stealth Chopper. I mean, I put together a good set of kill streaks there. Stealth Chopper should be up. Any other game that would have been a really good Stealth Chopper gameplay. And let's go ahead and talk about my weaknesses again. And TDM highlights my weaknesses, so I've been playing a lot of it. Even though I'm in the top 10 rank of TDM right now in the Master League, and I was rank 1 for like 2 or 3 days, but it's hard to hold a rank 1 because God, the guys that play top league TDM, they don't have lives, dude. I mean, they took like a second mortgage out on their home just to keep up on the top of the link on the leaderboard of TDM. It's ridiculous. Let me go ahead and talk about that really quick since I have no segue skills whatsoever. Man, I got rank 1 the first night, and I was like, I jumped like 1,500 points ahead of him. I'm like, yeah, that should keep me at least in the top 10. No, it put me, I was top 25 when it came out. And that motherfucker, throughout the night, went from, because I was at 7,200 points, and he was at 6,300 points. Overnight, that bitch got 14,000 points. That means he played, I was sitting there doing the math, he played something like 13.5 hours and won every game for 13.5 hours. Who does this shit? Seriously. Like, who does this shit? How do you, TDM games last anywhere from 7 to 10 minutes, and I based it off an 8-minute game. He played 13.5 hours to put that kind of deficit on me, and I'm like, I play this game for a living and I can't do this shit. What the hell, dude? It is crazy how some people are so devoted to that leaderboard. Look at me picking it up. And I'm going through, I think I'm about to get my second stealth chopper here. I'm completely out of ammo. Oh no, this is my LodeStar. Never mind. I'm completely out of ammo here. I had to actually wait for the attack helicopter to get it to me. I'd ran out of ammo in 2 guns before I got my LodeStar. It's ridiculous. And I think I put together, my LodeStar gives me like 2 kills. Stealth Chopper got me 2 or 3 kills. So I put together like a 13 or 15 kill streak to get this thing. And it was ridiculous. I used the word ridiculous too much. Rate the video, people. It's your boy Wings of Redemption. I'm out. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. For those of you who don't know, THQ, the toy headquarters, have recently went out of business. What does this mean? Well, they basically made some bad business decisions, and I guess the wrestling kind of just faded out in a way. I mean, I bought the latest THQ wrestling game, and I didn't like it at all. I felt like the menus were clunky, and I played it for less than 2 hours before I decided to give up on it and just throw the $60 as a tax write-off. Maybe that had a lot to do with the company going out of business. Maybe the fact that they made peripherals that nobody wanted. Maybe the fact that they put a lot of money into Homefront and it turned out to be a crappy version of Black Ops when people were sick of Black Ops to begin with. Who knows? This commentary is not about THQ. This commentary is about gaming companies trying to sell you more money after the fact they've already sold you a game. We've talked about this before with hidden DLC. I mean, downloadable content. Black Ops 2 is not a culprit of this. For so far, they haven't been a culprit of this, but they I got a feeling they kind of are, kind of aren't. Because the Peacekeeper gun DLC thingy, I got a feeling those are already on the disc, but the maps aren't. But that's just my opinion. I can't prove it. That's just what I think about it. But let's look at other people that do this constantly. THQ, for example. I recently got into the Darksiders franchise, and the Darksiders franchise is pretty much done at this point because nobody bought it up with the THQ went out of business sale, or THQ going out of business sale. So nobody bought Darksiders. But the first thing I was bombarded to do when I put Darksiders 2 in was, oh, buy a season pass for Darksiders to get all the Darksider action. Do you think I would have got that $60 back? Hell the fuck no. They would have went out of business, and I would have got none of my DLC content that would never have been created because the game companies went out of business. Unless they already created them, and the previous game company, or whatever company that wanted to buy the company, released it on the disc. Who knows? The only really downside I have about this is Metro. Is the sequel to Metro going to be released? Because that's a good game. That's like one of the only good games that THQ ever put out anymore. And I guess all that hooey about Homefront becoming the next COD killer, or Homefront 2 being a COD killer, is kind of hooey too. Because I know Microsoft did some backing to try to take Call of Duty out as their main game. Because Microsoft doesn't like Call of Duty, from what I understand. Main reason they don't like Call of Duty is because Activision wants to cut up Xbox Live profits, since the #1 game played on Xbox Live almost every day for like the last 5 or 6 years has been Call of Duty. But we're going back to what the original topic was. Companies trying to constantly sell you something. Let's go with what we know. We play Call of Duty right here. We do it all the time. When you buy Call of Duty, you pay $60 for it, or you pay $65 in case they don't have enough copies. I've never seen a game company not have enough copies. So you pay $65 for it. You get your crappy little poster if they have any left, and if the game store hasn't took them all. You get your game like 12 hours earlier than every other person on the planet, and usually get some crappy DLC they give out anyway later on in the game. Be it this one, be it Nuketown 20 something. I mean, they pretty much gave the Nuketown Zombies out when you bought the first map pack, the Revolution map pack, which I bought. That's another $60. I'm already $125 into Black Ops 2, and I'm sure they can sell me other stuff. I mean, there's avatar items they can sell me. There's, you know, little things I can put on my Xbox menu they can sell me. There's all kinds of things. I was just walking through Walmart the other day. They got Black Ops 2 posters and stuff like that. The same poster they gave away for free, they're now charging like I think it's $7.99 at Walmart. That's ridiculous. So the idea as companies isn't to make better games, it's to make these AAA games and suck every dollar out of it. And it kind of destroys the whole premise of cheap games anymore. Obviously, there's indie games that do make it somewhat successful. You know, Super Meat Boy, Minecraft. But how many game studios actually go out of business? You know, I keep going back to THQ, but THQ set up something like 15 game companies went out of business when they pulled the plug. They put 15 out of business over the last 3 years during the period where they were going right down the drain. And there's a number of companies that Activision shut down over and over and over again that just never released those games that go out to the market. I think Kingdom of Amalur was a great example of, like, you can't take risk in video games no more. Video games cost too much money to not be able to go with the star player, the star quarterback, or the star actor. And it's getting to the point where it's a damn shame. Obviously, AAA titles are very fun titles. Like Dead Space 3 was a AAA title. It came out, fantastic game. I loved it to death. But maybe video games itself are too expensive, and developers keep forgetting that us mortal folk, $60 could mean the difference between eating a nice meal that you enjoy that month or eating ramen noodles. And the fact is, how much money can you constantly be leeching out of people? How about make games for less money? How about that? How about the fact that we don't need state-of-the-art graphics? I mean, how many people to this day go back and play COD 4? All the money they saved on graphics, because hell, I know they didn't save on fucking development time, because they keep reskinning Call of Duty. But all the money they save on graphics, I mean, graphics isn't something in my book. It's important, but there's a point of adequate. It is. I mean, look at videos on YouTube, for example. You can have some of the best triple spray. Some of the best looking videos on YouTube, and somebody might not have as good as looking video as you. Nobody will care. They don't. I mean, why? Because you're showing them the same stuff in a slightly less resolution. I don't know. Moral of this commentary is, make cheaper games, people. Take risk. If you don't want to follow in the AAA titles aren't the answer. Because look at what THQ happened. THQ was a company that relied on little kids to basically buy their products. And then free-to-play games came out, the iPhone came out, and now, just like the video rental stores of our past, you're out of business. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back, and I'm bringing you another Chaos Theories. This week we have something a little bit different, a little bit special. Normally on Chaos Theories we talk about myths, legends, creatures, mythical beings, and we generally veto them down. So since we're actually getting a little depth in topics, this is actually the 21st Chaos Theories we've done. So we've almost done half a year worth.
Oh my goodness.
And
seriously?
What?
21? Are you serious?
Dead serious, number 21.
That's fucking crazy. Wow.
So we've pretty much covered a lot of the big topics. I know we haven't done Illuminati yet because that's a really broad topic itself. And mainly because part of the Illuminati. Oh, well. But what we're going to do is we're going to cover something that was one of the original foundation ideas for doing this series itself. Like when we actually came up with the series, we're like, well, we could do things like the JFK assassination, we could do skeletons on the moon, we could do Bigfoot, we could do the Bible and religion in itself. Yes. And we've been avoiding religion, just like we avoid the Illuminati, because it's one of those things that are very opinionated, and it can make or break channels. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to break this up into 2 or 3 parts, because religion is this broad topic that a lot of people have very, very zealous feelings about. And hopefully we do a good enough job. We might bring in religious figures later on in some of the other commentaries. Today we're just going to talk about the foundation of religion. So let's get lit. The star, the man, the myth, the legend, the maestro of the FPS sticks. Mr. Carroll, man, take it away, buddy.
Yeah, what's up, guys? All right, so here's the deal. I sent a Skype to Wings earlier in the week, and I was like, dude, let's fucking do religion. And what's really funny is, I don't know if you know this, Jordy, but today I think like 2 channels have put out videos about religion. Hutch put one out, and I don't know, a lot of people might not know, but this guy Fick Moley
he's a friend of Sandy Ravage's. He put up a dual column with a guy got a Pop-Tarts talking about, I think, religion today. So really sort of funny to me that today, for some reason, everybody's putting up videos on religion. But anyway, I digress. So I sent a message to Wings, and I was like, dude, let's do religion. Let's do gods. Let's do deities. And I want to make one point before we get going here. This isn't going to be you're an idiot because you believe this sort of topic. Now, we've covered conspiracy theories, we've covered unexplained mysteries, and I can't think of a more relevant and bigger unexplained mystery than religion, gods, the idea of gods. And so what we're going to attempt to do is talk about it in a way that I hope is going to be tactful and interesting. And I think it's probably no secret to any of the people watching this that Jordy doesn't have religious faith, and I myself am not a man of religious faith. Now, having said that, this isn't going to be a bashing series, but there's a lot of stuff to talk about. So, and I had a thought that involving you guys actually might be a good way to make this series interesting too. So, if you guys have things that you would like us to discuss as we get through this series, like Jordy said, probably going to be 2 or 3 parts because this is such a huge topic and you really just can't sum it all up in 20 minutes and I think have a meaningful conversation about any of it. But so let us know if you guys have any sort of parts of religion you'd like us to debate or discuss or just talk about. But what I think would be a good way for us to start talking about religion is not so much, pinpoint, the story or facts that supposed religions are supposed to adhere to or why you should or should not believe in them, but what's the motivation for religion in general? Why do we have gods? Why do we have so many gods? And sort of where did it all start? That's where I'd like to kick things off. And so let me ask you this, Jordy. What do you think? I think a lot of people have a pretty good idea of maybe, how religions came into being, but what would you say is the motivation for why somebody would believe in God?
Number one. The concept of the idea of number one is the reason people believe in God. It's the concept of, I think, therefore I am. When people see this and they actually start wondering about things and start questioning the environment around them, they try to rationalize things. That's what the brain does to itself. It rationalizes constantly. So when you see something, like say you see a Yeti walking around your front yard, your brain's automatically be like, did I do drugs? That's the first thing your brain's going to do. It sees it, it knows it shouldn't be there, so it tries to rationalize it.
Why am I
you ever seen those? Wait, say?
Why am I witnessing the Sasquatch?
Yes, why am I witnessing a Sasquatch? Like, you ever see those pictures that they basically collide with your brain, like the train track that goes off into forever, when actually it doesn't?
Oh, like point of perspective videos or MC Escher pictures,
right?
Stuff like.
It's your brain rationalizing it by what it knows.
Yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I feel like religion is a human's way of rationalizing why there's things greater than itself.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I agree with you. I think here's the way I'd like to tackle that. What would motivate people to have the need for religion? Because, in order to I think, take a religion seriously, you have to have a need for it. It's not the sort of thing that you're just going to go, yeah, all right, that sounds good. You have to have a sincere motivation and need for something like faith to be in your life. Now, granted, there's plenty of people who believe in God, but they don't really live their life in a way that's too heavily influenced by it. When they need to, they go to church, and if something really bad happens, maybe they'll pray or whatever, sort of when it's convenient, when they need it.
So you're going like the Peter route. People just naturally want to be a part of a group.
Not so much that. Here's where I'm going with it. So I'm going to go way, way back. I'm going to talk about, for me, since I'm looking at, religion as more of I believe it's something that humans created for themselves. Okay, so let me say that. I'm not saying it to offend anybody. That's just my belief. I believe that gods and deities were created by man to explain things about the scientific nature of the world they lived in that they could not at the time explain or had any means to experiment and discover on their own. The secondary to that, I think, and more importantly, is the emotional need for religion. Not so much why is there, for instance, a comet coming through the sky, like what the fuck is that? Like, how do you explain that? So, some guys, thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago see a comet flying through the sky. They go back to their little camp and they ask their wise man, back then, you had before you had states, you just had tribes, and tribes usually had mystics or wise men that were sort of, the people that knew everything. They were the people who carried whatever little knowledge and history and tradition that each tribe had. They would ask him,
the Lehman Brothers bank manager, huh?
Something like that. Yeah, he might just be wearing like a necklace made out of teeth, but so they would say, "What the fuck is that thing?" And it's the guy. Okay, so not so much on that, although that is, I think, one of the big motivations for gods, especially if you look at like polytheistic religions, like the Greek pantheon and stuff. You had a god for all of these phenomena in the natural world. You had a god for the sun. You had a god for water. You had a god for this. You had a god for that. There was sort of an explanation. But I think more importantly, there is an emotional need for a god. And in that regard, I mean, justifying, explaining, and rationalizing what you said, I think touches on this, pain. So I think at some point, as the human brain developed, and we started to think on an emotional and philosophical and deep level, more than just a pragmatic, I need to find some meat and I need to fuck and procreate and that's why I'm here. At some point the human brain sort of reached a point of no return where it just started to think on a more deep level. It started to think about itself more. It started to ask questions about why it was there, what it was there for. And so you say, look at the mortality rates of ancient people. People were lucky to live in their mid-30s back then, right? Between disease. I mean, if you caught the flu, you're almost certainly dead.
You were a fucking stud at 13. You was ready to make babies.
Yeah, anything, you have fever, you get a cut that gets infected. I mean, to die back then was so easy. So in that way, I think there was an
going to the doctor back then would kill you faster than.
Yeah, right. How much medical knowledge they had, but that's exactly the point, though. Like there was an enormous amount of pain and suffering in the ancient world, and I mean ancient world. People dying, mothers dying in childbirth. There must have been at some point a just need to. How do you get through? How do you get over it? So imagine, like for me, I'm married and I have 2 kids. There's people in the world who lose their spouse and their children every day. Mm-hmm. Whether it's by natural causes or horrible thing, like, you think of in Africa, they have these tribes where people just come in with machetes and fucking hack everyone to pieces because they don't agree with, them on whether it's a god or politics or whatever it is. How do you get through that? How do you live through that and get up the next day and be able to function and not be a fucking vegetable? That right there is the crux of why I think that was the spark that created the need for religion and faith and God.
Sorrow would be your spark?
Yes. Sorrow and some way to rationalize and push the self forward in the moments where you just can't see going on anymore. That's where I feel like it came from. Because if you look at what religion does for people, what do people get out of religion? What's the benefit of it? And I look at this since I'm somebody who doesn't have faith. I find as I've gotten older, I've gone more from a cynical point of view to I have empathy for
point of view.
Yeah, I understand it. I get it, right? I'm 37, so now I'm starting to see people that I've grown up with getting sick, bad things happening to them, family members dying. I'm starting to see.
You don't want to feel like you're alone.
It's just you see all this suffering, and you see people who have faith, and they're able to get through it in a way that is harder for me. Like if I see, somebody goes into like the whole thing that happened at the Batman premiere, right? This guy goes in there and just blows people away. He blew some kids away, and there was this guy, talking. His daughter, little girl, had just got blown away in front of him. And since I'm a parent, I just, I put myself in that guy's position, and I can't
even
even.
The courthouse steps. That's it. That's obvious.
I can't, but not even that. Like, I can't imagine what that pain would feel like. What it would
I've
do.
thought about that pain. Can I tell a story? I know we don't sidetrack that often, but it's a story to do with religion. But I don't want to use his name. Let's call him Bob. I have a friend named Bob. He's actually one of my aunt's sons, and he has 2 daughters. They were both teenage daughters, both around the age of 14 and 15. They both have boyfriends and stuff. Well, one of their boyfriends got mad at one of the daughters and got in his truck to leave, and the other daughter was checking the mail. And when he was mad at her, he slammed the gas and then ran the other girl over, flattened her out. Instead of staying there and manning up to it, he drove off. So Bob came home to find his daughter flat as a pancake, head busted wide open, brains on the sidewalk.
Jeez.
And and then the guy came back to apologize.
He came back to say sorry.
Oh,
yeah. Really? Mea culpa.
And I'm sitting here, like, I've always thought about it. And I'm like, I'm sitting there thinking about what kind of pain would be going through my heart at that point. That guy would have never made it out alive if it was my call. But since Bob has such a conviction with religion and, like, he'll get his in another life, blah, 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 blah.
Exactly, Wings. Right, so that's just it. I
would have drugged that bitch to the courthouse. I mean,
there's a way to make peace with these things that you just can't even wrap your fucking head around, right? They would just tear you to pieces, and that's exactly it. So for me, like, and I'm gonna, this is the big one. What's the biggest one? They're like, there's the death of others, there's the sorrow of others' pain. But what about you? What about your life, your own mortality? At some point, every person faces their own mortality. It usually doesn't happen until I'm gonna say, for the most part, it probably doesn't happen until your late 20s, where you really, really start to say, okay, this is the deal. At least for me, that's the way it was. I always sort of had a morbid fascination with dying and death and stuff like that. I don't,
anybody that is in a metal band has that.
Yeah, right. I was a metal musician, so I guess it isn't surprising to hear that. But on a more just sort of, personal level, I've always had some level of just an unhealthy awareness of mortality and that sort of thing. It's even going back to being really young and sort of being aware of it and thinking a lot about it. But anyway, at some point, everybody has to face their fact, I'm going to die. And what does that mean to you? How do you rationalize it? How does your brain find peace with it? It's very hard to find peace with it if you don't have the benefit of faith and an afterlife and sort of universal karma. Because again, I don't want this series to focus on Abrahamic faiths. I'm talking about religion, all religions. I'm talking about Buddhism, I'm talking about Islam, I'm talking about Christianity, just all of that stuff, you know what I mean? What does religion get for you? What it gets for you is a way to sort of be at peace with your existence, whether or not there's some sort of afterlife or not, isn't necessarily part of it, but it is a big part of it. It's just you're able to find peace with whatever the hell it is in your life that is causing you pain. And that, I think, is the biggest motivation for maybe why we have something called religion. Because I'll admit this, I am very envious of the peace that I find in some people who are have faith. Like I don't have that peace, and there's times in my life now as I get older where I'm like, wow, I would really love to be able to just sort of process it the way they're processing it.
Like a veil over your eyes, that kind of way. Like
just a weight off of your shoulders. Like for me, so just let's talk about death. Like I'm not happy with the fact that my life is pretty much half over, right? So I'm 37. Okay, so if you multiply that by times 2, that's pretty much the life expectancy of a male at this point in time. It's like 74 to 76. Okay, it'll probably end up being more like 78 because of medical advancements, and they're able to just keep you living longer at this point. But I'm kind of halfway through. I'm about to start the back 9 on the golf course, right? So I'm not happy about that, and I don't have the peace of mind of thinking and believing in my heart that when I die, I'm going to start this new eternal life of happiness and joy. I would love to be able to just say, like, yeah, it's all good, baby.
Oh, yeah, I get to go to that mansion. No more paying for this hovel.
Right, I'm going to eat fucking heirloom tomatoes that taste fucking delicious for eternity. I would love to be able to go to bed thinking that, but the truth is I don't. I believe that someday I'm going to close my eyes, everything's going to go black, and that is it. Done. Dunzo. So that's not a very comforting thing, and it sort of makes you question, like, well, what is the fucking point of all this, like, if I'm just going to die? And I think it's that sort of need to rationalize that you said you think is the motivation, which I completely agree with. Like, how do you rationalize with the fact that, okay, I'm going to live my whole life, I'm going to have this story, I'm going to meet my wife, we're going to fall in love, we're going to have kids, we're going to watch them grow up, we're going to do this, and then I'm going to fucking get old, get sick, and die, and then that's it. Done. Game over. That's kind of a hard thing to suss out in your head without some sort of additional piece of the puzzle. You know what I mean? So I get that, and I feel like that's that, because that's
I'm with you. I'd love to live that dream. And like, I'm not going to say that a dream can't happen, but at the end of the day, I can see the people digging the ditch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the whole fact of it. There's people that dig ditches, and there's people that ride yachts for a living.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a good and a bad in every way, in every scenario. But I think a lot of it comes from rationalization and fear. The fear of the unknown. It's just like a child being afraid of the dark. You don't know what happens after the end of all being happens. When you close those eyes that last time, where do you go? I think you can find some comfort in knowing that energy never disappears. Your essence never will go away. I'm not trying to say you're going to come back as a ghost, but I'm saying that the energy that is you will go into other things, be it flowers, be it the ground, be it nutrients. And that's why I hold more credence toward the idea of being reborn, like somewhere down the road, because you become energy into other life forms.
So you might subscribe more to an Eastern type of religion that deals in universal karma and reincarnation and that sort of thing.
Well, it falls more toward the lines of what we know scientifically.
Mm-hmm.
Science is not a religion. It's a tool that man has created to understand the world around him. And the tool that we created falls more in line with the Eastern religions than it does the Western.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot more explanation of things in Western religions that Eastern religions don't really attempt to try to explain. That's not what I think. That's a really good point that you make, because I feel that is the biggest distinction between Eastern and Western religions. Is the Eastern ones they're not really trying to tell you why everything is the way that it is. What they're trying to tell you is, here's how to live your life, and here's how to do it in a way that will bring you peace. I dig that. I can respect that in many ways, but
I've always thought about making my own religion, which is how to grow up without stress.
Yeah, let's go to church, baby.
That'd be a bestseller.
Yeah, how to live without stress. Yeah, so that's what I think. I sort of, as a good way to start off this series is, I feel like, as somebody who I'm looking at it from, I guess, a scientific point of view. And while I think that we'll eventually cover some of the specific things about different faiths that maybe have shaped to why we have beliefs. Because let me say this one thing. The one thing that I do have a problem with, that I've seen in many circles, is religious people sometimes expect people to respect what they believe, but they don't feel the need to respect what you believe if that belief is that there is not a God.
You're going into the flying spaghetti monster issue here, aren't you?
No, not so much that. No. I know.
There was a story that happened this year. Well, not this year, last year.
What's that? Go ahead, tell it.
Well, for those of you unaware of what the flying spaghetti monster is, it's a religion that basically there's a monster that's made of spaghetti and meatballs, and he rules all over the world. And part of this religion is dressing as a pirate for a certain week of the year. You're supposed to dress as a pirate. And a kid dressed as a pirate to school, and they kicked him out, and he took it to court, basically citing his religion as the flying spaghetti monster, and he should be respected for it.
Yeah, right. So right, because That's the thing with the flying spaghetti monster. It's sort of it's a cynical kind of joke that was created to say, I think the crux of what the flying spaghetti monster is this. You cannot give any definitive physical evidence that there is not a flying spaghetti monster who created the universe any more than you can give any definitive proof or denial of proof of Jehovah, the Abraham God, that he created the universe. There's no physical evidence to back either up other than, one's had a book that was written about him a long time ago. Okay, other than that, there isn't. So the spaghetti monster is sort of a cynical way of atheist. It's sort of the snarky atheist route where you say, oh yeah, well yeah, there's a guy who's made out of meatballs and spaghetti, and that's my religion. So what do you think of that? I'm not really talking. That's not the point I was making. The point I was making is there's a lot of religious people who believe that the belief that there is not a God is sort of, they don't need to respect it because it's not a belief in anything. It's a denial of a belief. But I sort of disagree with that. I think that to not make a choice on something is indeed a choice. So if I don't believe that there's a God, that is not just me not giving a shit and not thinking about it enough to even have an opinion. No, that's a formed opinion based off of my own personal research. So I think at some point in this series we can talk about things, but that's sort of the angle that I want you guys to understand we're coming from. Here's why I feel the way I feel, not, the sort of the cynical spaghetti monster version. Because I get that comparison. I think it's a little bit, it could use a little more tact, I guess. It sort of gives atheists a bad name. Let me say that.
So we're gonna call this part 1?
I think we should sort of stop it here. And what I want to do is, because I'm sure there's going to be no shortage of people with opinions on this. Mm-hmm. So let us know what you guys would like us to talk about. Do you want us to start examining specific religions? Do you want us to talk about how religion evolved, maybe? What are our opinions on that? I'd like to get some input from you guys on what you guys want us to talk about. I think it could be kind of fun if we do it that way.
All right, guys, Chaos Theories. Every weekend it either happens on Saturday or Sunday, but I've pretty much just been happening on Sunday recently, and it seems to be an easier day since Painkiller already moved to Friday. So,
yeah.
12 o'clock, Sunday, Chaos Theories. Let us know about your opinions. If you could, please rate the video, as it always helps. And if you won't, check out Mr. Chaos Mass channel. Fantastic guy, building a temple like he has for 2 years.
Come on over. I'll make pancakes.
Blueberry.
All right, guys. See you next week.
Jordy's like, okay now. All right, here we go. Wings of Redemption coming out. All right. Let's start. Let's push gas. Oh yeah, baby. Go.
What's up, fellas? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. Let's go ahead and sit back and relax and go ahead and kick off this exciting gameplay. I'm really excited to bring you this one. It's really probably my biggest accomplishment on Black Ops 2 thus far. And what am I talking about? Well, me, Magmar, Sunny Side Up, and Angel Friends, also known as Blah Blah. We were basically playing Championship League play. And League play is one of those things that I find myself getting bored with Black Ops 2 pub games. I mean, I still play them from time to time, but League play is where I have the most fun at. And we were playing, and all of a sudden, I hear Angel go, "We're gonna lose." I mean, if you ever play with Angel, he's like the Stig. He never says anything. When Angel says we're gonna lose, I had to sit my drink down. I go, sit my damn drink down. Look over us on the other side. A full team of Rank 1 Master. A full team. We face Relentless. Relentless is a team that I don't know what division they're in, but they're Rank 1 Master in their division. Rank 1 Master can mean a lot of things, but generally what Rank 1 Master means is they're organized. Even if they beat other teams down and daily match monster their way to the top, they're still a powerful, strong team. And we were preparing for the worst. And like this first round, we get beat up. We get beat up something fierce. And the morals were extremely low past the first round. But without further ado, it's going to be a long one, so go ahead and sit back and relax and chillax, because I'm going to go ahead and try to fill in the gaps with some of my smooth commentary. Let's get down to business then. I like to play a aggressive point man on capture the flag. That means I like to get up, I like to get around their flag, but I don't like to be the runner. I have very poor routing skills. I mean, you'll see right here. When I grab it, I just try to think of a way that would kind of confuse them, and I try to get it through it in that direction. I figured this hotel run would be pretty good, but I see they pull the flag right as soon as I grab it. So we're down 1-0 at this point, and it's not looking good. I mean, every flag pull we do is kind of in turmoil, and you'll see coming up here, we have a couple really poor put together or poorly orchestrated attempts to capture flags, and maybe we could have got these flags and the game wouldn't have been as long as it were. But yeah, there was a couple nail biters that was like I think I actually screamed at one point in the game. I wish I actually had that audio, but I wasn't recording my audio when we came like almost like, because what was important to me, especially after they go ahead and cap the second flag, which is actually coming up here in a minute, was to get at least one in round one, which I don't even think we do that. I don't even think we get one in round one. And like I'm starting to question my weapon selection at this point, because I was using the target finder because I wanted a submachine gun. I wanted to be a little bit faster, but but I wanted something that was almost like an assault rifle light. That's why I picked the Peacekeeper. But I'm starting to question the whole target finder there, and I'm thinking maybe I should have went with the suppressor, because all night I've been using like a suppressed adjustable stock Type 25. And for this game I decided to actually mix it up and use the Peacekeeper, which is my submachine gun of choice. Right here we actually get to the point where like boom, we have a flag. We have a flag over here. And it's like I'm following behind him, trying to protect him. I'm like, no, Angel, no, get away. And like, you gotta protect it, Angel. And look how close this is. Look how close we actually get to capping this flag. This right here would have tied it up at the end of the round one. Putting a couple good solid defends here. My goal is just to buy them as much time as humanly possible to get to their flag capture. And me and Angel's job is to keep them from getting our flag. But boom, I get hit with a lightning strike through inside the building somehow. Angel gets hit with a stupid ass nade, and watch. They return their flag, and it's it wasn't as close as I thought it was. I thought it was almost like to the point where as soon as we lose ours, they get theirs. So I'm out of frustration. I try to grab another flag right there, and the guy was just hanging back with the death machine. But look at that! Look at Sunny side up! Look at him beast! So I see Sonny outside up making his way across the factory. So I'm cutting off hotel, and I lose a gunfight right there. So I call him out. I call him out one hotel in the gunfight. Angel French coming behind. He picks this guy up. Angel French is going to actually pick this dude up right here. And we run out of time. There was a second cap right there that could have happened in round one. So let's go ahead and jump to the part of round two where it actually gets exciting. Alright guys, I want you to watch this beautiful play right here. They have a sentry gun up around behind their flag. You'll see it right here in a second. I actually take a couple pop shot at it to see if I can just do some damage to it. A little while later I'm going to switch to an actual EMP kit, which I should have done faster. That's something in hindsight I can see I should have done it faster, but I figured I'd go and stick with my SWAT kit because I have my SWAT kit set up for a situation like this. The way I'm running the SWAT is quick draw, target finder with dual executioners on my backup. And this is more of my my camp gun, but I try for the flag and try to get into that wall, but like no, there's where I actually switched to the EMP. Alright, I want you to watch how good this is pulled right here. This is a perfect pull. Well, oh, they've already pulled it. Damn, I missed it. Let's go back and actually look at that pull. Look at the mini map. Somehow he does what I was actually trying to do. He's hiding behind the box there. Sentry gun. He comes around, pulls the flag, and gets into the door before the sentry gun can kill him. I take a couple pop shots here, and we kind of orchestrated that in game. That's why I'm trying to kind of highlight it. The reason we orchestrated was like, I'm going to get the sentry gun's attention, you pull the flag. So that actually got us a flag right there. And if you look right here, we're going back to the action. we actually saved that return. I don't know if you actually noticed, but they pulled a flag right after that and got almost back to their flag itself. And we got one there. So they got another pull right here at the end of the game. And I'm sitting back here. I'm sitting back here because generally every time we've pulled, these guys have come up and tried to take our flag. So I went back there to try to get a large angle, and I should have stayed back there because look, boom, shot in the back. But I was kind of trying to run cutoff for them. Luckily, Magmar comes in through. I get a good spawn. I get the flag return right here. So we're still 1-2. We have 30 seconds left in this game. And we got a pull on. We got a pull. So I'm over here. Boom, 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 boom. I'm trying to get it. I'm just trying to keep this area clear. Oh, they pulled their flag again. Boom, return. 2 down. Where's the third one at? Where's my third one at? Boom. It's 2 flag caps. Now we just got to hold it. We got to hold it. We got to take this thing to overtime. And that's our whole goal at this point, is to take it to overtime. And there's a twist coming up right here. So boom, I pick up a third guy right here. Return the flag again. For some reason, I wish they give you the flag points, because I was kind of hoping to get that Hellfire right there. But they didn't give me the flag points. And we ended the second round. Relentless versus Blah Blah. 2-2. Capture the flag versus the Rank 1 Masters. And man, this was a cool game, dude. I was so excited here. And then the ultimate buzzkill happened. Watch this. This right here might quite possibly be the one thing you never want to see happen in league play when you're going into an overtime capture the flag game against a team that's pretty much beat you up every last little bit except the last minute and a half of the second round. So we come out here. This is almost 30 seconds into it. I pick up my first kill with the Hellstorm missile. And I can't take any credit for this round. This is all Magmar. Magmar the Magnificent. Swagmar. The fire-breathing Pokemon. He goes ham and cheese. He could have opened him a deli because he was about to rip it right out the hog, son. He goes crazy on these fools. And so I switched over to the FAL now. You notice I've quit using the SWAT. I switched over to the FAL. And I did that to basically get the MP nade off on the sentry gun beforehand, so I decided to just stick with it since the FAL is one of my best weapons on the game. I have like around a 4 KD with the FAL. So I sit here and like boom, he's coming through here and like, oh man, I should have been further to the left. I should have used the car as a head glitch. You know, adrenaline's pumping, you make a couple mistakes. Magmar plays this thing beautifully. I get a good spawn, I'm getting back into it. Angel French leads with a double spray on his M8. Magmar goes in like he was Peyton Manning. Boom! Flag cap. Listen to the yells happen in the background. You can even hear them with the game volume turned down. But the game isn't over yet. What you got to do in League Play TDM is once you capture a flag, the other team has the exact amount of time to try to match your capture. And that's how overtime works. So they have 1 minute and 25 seconds to try to match our capture. And I'm going to go and let the game play out right here. And this is the final minute and 21 seconds. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you do, please leave a like. As always, it's been your boy Wings of Redemption. And I'm Audi 5000. Thank you for watching my video.
They're coming in top of the building. Put that sentry gun in the back.
Yeah, they're on it, guys. They're on it. 2 of them on it. Stop. One on it.
Get on it, Wings. I'll cover you. I'll get on it.
Got it.
Go back, spawn. I got it.
Did you spawn for that sentry gun in our flag?
I'm doing.
This is a video, Wings.
Nice dub, nice dub, guys.
Check your timeline. Hostiles have taken our flag. Our flag has been dropped.
Spawning in. There's 2 coming in middle.
Nice double.
We got it. 2-1.
Woo! 3v4 overtime. Let's
Don't
go.
tell me they're gonna pull the lag switch. No.
I'm good.
Don't tell me they're gonna go this low.
Yo, Rank Master #1 team gets fucking shut out 3v4 in overtime.
Wow.
Game. GG. Hold the fucking butter. That was a fucking movie. Watch a highlight.
What's up, everybody? This is Shoddy Sim, along with two very special guests here. Well, the usual Boss Jedi Zohan, but we're bringing in an expert with us today because the theme of Mind On Movies is going to be the horror genre. And we seem to just really try to get like a genre, right? And that really, this covers all bases. Like, you know, horror covers what? Like monster movies, zombies, vampires, Bump of the Night, aliens. I mean, there's a lot in the horror genre, right? Just kind of like how we talked about sci-fi too. There's just a lot of subcategories in that main category, right? So let's see if we can tap into it and just talk more about horror movies. Is it falling off? I mean, the originality ideas of it too. There's a lot to talk about, right? Oh, let me bring in our special commentator guest, Wings of Redemption.
I'm a horror movie buff.
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Wings of Redemption, and I have a horror movie addiction. And
Welcome to reality.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask, is a horror movie just flat out right now, okay? Because horror movies are something that you obviously very much enjoy. What is the appeal about it, about a horror movie?
It isn't the scary stuff. Like, it isn't like the, that kind of crap. I like the whole mystique of, like, the mythos behind it. Like, the retarded kid that became this horrible water monster that decided to, kill camp counselors to have sex. I like that storyline. I like Monster in the Closet storylines. I like how to see where they're at and what kind of mythical situations they can get into. I just like it because it transcends what normal life is. I don't want to go see what I can see in normal life. I can have drama with my girlfriend every day. I don't want to go see Seth Rogen have it.
No.
I mean,
so you like a character with a bit of foreshadowing that is it's one that is explained, right?
It's what I want to see in a movie. I want to be took out of my normal everyday world, and I know the Loch Ness Monster isn't real in real life, but it can be real in the movie magic, and I want to see what a Loch Ness Monster would be like and how people would deal with it.
I love, of all movies, you drop magic. Is that magic in the water? Is that?
Magic in the water.
Well, some of these movies are beyond ridiculous. You just sent us that link, and I'm excited. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. The Hansel and Gretel Get Baked from the producers at Twilight. I've never heard about it until you just linked me it, and now I'm on board. Now let's do it.
Let's go.
Here's my money. Take me there.
And you know what that movie kind of reminds me of? Did you guys ever see like the Tales from the Dark Side?
Yeah. You know what this was actually. It wasn't gonna go with that. I was gonna say Evil Bong with Tommy Chong, or Shrooms was another one of these.
You guys remember the movie, not the TV series, where the little boy's like delivering paper and he gets caught and there's like a cage in the kitchen, like an actual jail cell.
Yeah, exactly.
And she's like getting the pot ready, and she has this overgrown oven, like so she can slide little kids in and out. That's what this right here reminds me of, without the marijuana.
There's a TV series you said about that?
Yeah, there's a TV series from the 70s called Tales from the Dark Side.
Man,
you never seen it?
No, I haven't. No.
Google. They had the talking computer and all this other stuff. It was like it happened just after Night Gallery, when they kind of transitioned over to color.
Yeah.
So Outer Limits and Tales from the Dark Side kind of competed against each other.
Now there's a good horror genre right there. They rarely make these movies where they tell certain tales. Tales from the Crypt, a Twilight Zone movie, Tales from the Hood, which I'm sorry that I brought that one up.
Isn't it?
The Tales from the Hood?
Yeah.
Yeah, with Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, I feel like it's funny, like the like horror in the 50s to 70s was all about like the story. It was like, I'm gonna open up a book and tell you a scary story. And over time, it seems like people more and more just want like violence and scary, horrific shit in movies, rather than
back then it was still a new genre, horror. I mean, they were still kind of experimenting what they could do with it. It was the story, right? Hitchcock was fantastic with it, the suspense thriller type thing, and they didn't have, they couldn't do gore, they couldn't do monster movies that were you could do like the Ed Wood stuff, where it was really horrible and cheesy and stuff like that, but to the level that it's at right now, these monster movies where it's aliens invasion. Well, geez, you know what? As I'm saying it, just like I'm thinking of all the ones that they did do, actually. Creature of the Black Lagoon, The Day the Earth Stood Still.
So what you're saying is you just completely disproved what you were trying to argue for.
But they didn't know how to do. Yeah, I guess I did.
Well, no, the thing is, like, now we have CG, so we can do like, you want a mob of 10,000 zombies to overrun a city? Hold on, let me just pull up my animation actions for that, and we'll get it to you in 6 months.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say is that they were limited to what they could do. Now they have it to where they could add extra blood to it. You know, they could add the limb getting cut off and add all the grotesque graphics to it too as well.
I don't really care for that though.
No, but it has become a genre in its own, and one that has been very well received. You know, it's done very well for itself.
What did
Saw
you see?
series.
Have you guys seen the trailers for World War Z?
Yeah. Another zombie movie.
Yeah, so all the zombies look like they're treating them like they're these like insects almost. Like they have like no personality or character in the movie.
Just droves and just
Yeah,
waves
it's just,
and waves.
And it's like, you know, like on one hand I'm like, finally a movie in which the zombies just completely overrun all the shit. But on the other hand I'm like,
you said finally a movie where zombies finally overrun all the shit. Every zombie movie they overrun everything.
Well, no, I mean like in one fell swoop. You know, it's not like one person gets bit and then another person. It's like everyone gets bit.
You're talking about a clear separation between zombie movies, though. We obviously already know that there's the slow zombies and the fast zombies, right? And then there's infected and then the undead. You know, they break it down into characteristics there. You know, right? But you're saying in World War Z, it's different because this is literally like an organism, like a blob almost of zombies that are kind of acting as one unit, and they're wiping everything out.
Yeah, like it's like
they're not individual. They're a swarm.
Yeah, it's less personable. You know, like they're not anthropomorphizing them enough. I think like
it's an element and not a creature.
Yeah, exactly, and that's like it's like that's what CG's done to horror. It's turned like zombies into this like background for Brad Pitt to run around a city, looking all scared and shit.
Here's the thing with zombies. Like even with the George Romero films back in the days, the idea of the zombies wasn't the important thing. The zombies were the thing that put them in the situation they were in. The zombies were more of like a backstory to the actual story itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like Night of the Living Dead, you had a claustrophobic story that pretty much defined claustrophobic movies. Like, you know, movies like Alien was designed strictly after Night of the Living Dead, because you have people in the house themselves fighting, and like there's no way they can get out, so they're stuck with each other, and you have to see how well they deal with it. It's almost like a soap opera.
Beautiful, very character driven, very beautiful.
It's a character driven narratives, and that's what zombie movies are. Because when I watch a zombie movie, like when I want to watch Dawn of the Dead, I want to watch it because I like seeing how people interact in the mall and survive when they can't leave the mall, not because there's zombies surrounding the mall. And I feel like a lot of movies fail on that aspect. They don't show the scenery around it. That's surreal scenery. Like The
Shining is a good example of that, if I can just cut, because Stanley Kubrick, like very, very different from the book, mind you, Stanley Kubrick's version. But if you listen to him, the reason why he did it is because, and you watch the movie, the shots of it, you are alone in that hotel.
Yeah.
And the shots that he'd make are beautiful because it's huge. You are alone, and you are stuck there.
Yeah, the snow could very well have been zombies. It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what, they for Castaway, I know it's not necessarily a horror movie, but for Castaway, when they were doing all the filming on the island, there was all this like animal life that you could like see and hear in the film.
Mm-hmm.
So when they went to go edit it, they digitally removed any sort of like animal noises or sounds to make the island feel completely like dead and isolated.
Those movies are so good. The Thing is another good one too, where they're just trapped, you know, and you're pretty much you're riding it out. You're stuck there.
Yeah. But the thing went one further. It added the element of which one of you are it. I mean, the Thing is like the next level zombie movie in my book. But the fact is, they're all the same. I don't go to a zombie movie to see zombies. Zombies are slow, shambling things that are like, they're just obstacles.
Yeah.
They're not meant to be Jason Voorhees. And I feel like something like World War Z is not going to be a good zombie movie on that premise alone, because they're going to use them as like Starship Troopers use the bugs.
Exactly.
You know, just scenes of people mowing them down with machine guns. Like, oh, cool. This is neat. Let's not have 40 more minutes of this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Starship Troopers is like way more of a satire piece than it is like a war film. And people are like, oh, it's like an action movie. It's like, nah, it's
not supposed to be.
Yeah, it's like a comedy almost. Like the whole movie is making fun of
the
government.
second movie was pretty fucking stupid. Like so stupid it was funny. But that's how a lot of scary movies are too. Or how many scary movies do you know that are so kind of silly, or they know they don't take themselves seriously?
The second movie was like The Thing, right?
Yeah, it was.
Like where they were trapped in that tower from the bugs, and then like there was a bug that could get into your brain and impersonate a person.
Yeah, it was it was silly, dude. Like I had faith in the Starship Troopers trilogy because it was originally supposed to be a trilogy.
That one, I really liked the second one because
I didn't like it, man. The characters, it was just it might have been the actors actually. Not even
another movie nobody ever mentions when we talk about this, Screamers.
Oh,
I can see where you're coming from.
I mean, Screamers is a zombie movie too. It just had little blades that run by themselves.
You know, it's fun because we were just talking about Peter Weller the other day, or in the last series. I like Peter Weller, dude. And
Peter Weller is an underused actor. He's getting old now, but actor.
Screamers is an acquired taste, I think.
I like the second. Did you see the second one?
I have not.
I haven't either.
I think it's called Screamers 2 Hunter Killers. It actually came out recently.
Ooh.
And they go really in depth with the Screamer technology.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it worth the watch? Tell me right now.
It's a worth watch. I mean, it's not. It's one of those movies that you expect to be like an asylum film kind of presentation, but you sit down, it's actually interesting the entire way through.
That's another thing too. Is the environment for horror movies too, right? I mean, you have whether it be it has to be somewhat secluded, right? So you have like hotels, asylums, hospitals, schools, mansions.
Have you guys ever seen Dreamcatcher?
Yes.
That
it's
movie,
a Stephen King book.
Yeah, that movie has great environments because they have like the town, then they go to the woods, and then there's like the big fight. Yeah, it's like
that bordered on a little bit of ridiculous too. By the way,
I like that movie a lot.
No, I liked it too. Don't get me wrong.
Shit weasels, motherfucker.
And I don't. Yeah, exactly. But it's delicate, you know, because really it's all how it's all how the director makes you or how he shares his vision of the movie. And certain people can do that. Masters of Horrors got that because they are sharing their vision and creeping you out doing it. You know, John Carpenter, Wes Craven. You know, these are obviously people that know what the fuck they're doing.
Well, you know, like I've always thought that American horror films kind of, I don't know, like it's like they're trying. It's like they make movies purposely to scare people, and they typically lack substance. Like that's why like.
Oh, you're talking about the bump and the gotcha, right?
Yeah, like they're always trying to. It's always like they're trying to like screw me into being scared. It's like, motherfucker, back off.
We know what a big part of that is the music. That's why Hitchcock was in a level of his own, because in The Birds, he didn't really use music. Watch a movie. Music, it builds up. The dark, ominous tones, it builds up. And when you hear the music, you know that something's going to come. And then it gets louder and louder, and then your heartbeat races. And that's
they try to play that game, that little fake on you.
Yeah, exactly. And then, you know exactly the fake, right? Where you're just like, okay, and there's... Oh, I guess it's not.
You start getting ready for the fake. It's like, oh, the music's dying down. They might fake me. They might fake me. They might fake me.
You look in the mirror, right? Because the camera angle is there. It's like, oh, it's going to be behind her. Look in the mirror. Look in the background. Something's going to move in the back. And oh, well, nothing is going to... Green! Oh, it scared me.
Yeah, I think the last
it didn't scare me. Your fucking music bleeped out. Like, I've never... It's been a while since I got to the point where I actually put my hands over my eyes because I didn't want to see something.
When's the last time you did that? What movie?
It's going to be sounding stupid, but I remember what movie it was. Is Jason Goes to Hell. I was little back then.
You can't say it's just because a big part of it too is the atmosphere that you watch it in. In my honest opinion,
and a lot of it is the psyche you watch it in too. I was like 10.
Exactly. I'll give you a perfect example. Okay, so The Ring 2 came out, and the first Ring I thought was really good. Yeah, it was.
First Ring was creepy.
Yeah, and when I saw it without context, because I didn't know what the hell it was, I just remember that when the first Ring came out, my buddy was just like, "Hey, I got a sneak, the pre-release, the sneak peek. Let's go watch it." Didn't know anything about it. Watch it. Scared me shitless. Whatever. So fast forward, Ring 2 comes out. I go see it in a theater, packed house. Everyone is there to get scared, right? And so you're watching it. Everything is building up, and you have this joined atmosphere where everyone feels the same way. You know, everyone's quiet, and you can hear the pin drop in the theater, and it adds to the suspense to it. I saw it again in the movie theater because some other people, some friends wanted, and we couldn't argue. And so, okay, we'll go see it again. Go see it a second time. Theater's laughing. It's ridiculous. People now are thinking this movie is stupid as shit. I'm like, wow, this was an experience for me because now I full example that the theater, the people watching it, totally have an element of how the scary movie goes.
You know what? There is a movie that it doesn't matter what state of mind you're in or where you watch it, Irreversible fucks with you on like some next level shit, dude.
Yeah, Irreversible's pretty messed up.
That movie, like, that is the only movie that made me want to throw up.
Is it one? It's there are a few movies that are like the greatest movies that you never want to watch again.
Yes.
And I think this is one. Gaspar Noé, or if I'm pronouncing that right, is a gifted director, by the way. Gifted. And if you have not Enter the Void, the camera work in that movie, I've said it before. The man's gifted, but his vision is fucked up.
Enter the Void, that was the Nazi movie, right?
No, Enter the Void is a movie about DMT. It's about actually the Mayan life, the spirit, how it travels through past, present, and future.
Oh, I was thinking about the one with the Nazis climbing the mountain. Might be Touch the Void.
No, that's Touch the Void.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about music, though? One of the guys from Daft Punk did the soundtrack for Irreversible, and those dudes know music. Like, they know how to...
Thomas Bangalter, I believe.
Yeah, they know how to craft music to make you feel a certain way, and that soundtrack, like, the second it starts, you're just like, I need a vomit bucket. Like, I need something to relieve myself in when this stuff kicks on, because it's just like, it hits you, you know? And it's like, very, very few movies go out of their way to make you feel bad. And like, that movie just,
Well, there are a few things that make me uneasy. I can find with gore, but rape usually does it for me. I can't. Like, that's the only thing I probably didn't like about Hills Have Eyes, or what was that, Last House on the Left? Is that, rape makes me, that's, anything else. Seriously.
Spit on my grave.
Yeah, like, seriously, anything else.
That thing has a 40-minute rape scene in it.
Babies getting eaten, or whatever, but I can deal with all that, no problem. But
I can't deal with eyeballs popping.
Yeah. Seems like the Minority Report. His eyeballs
here's a question. What was the last great horror movie that you've seen? Like, in it,
without hesitation, the Orphanage was.
The Orphanage.
It's a Spanish import. Guillermo del Toro, I think, is the guy who did. And
is that what the one with Peter Sarsgaard?
In the Orphanage? No. That's The Orphan.
Okay, my bad.
I'm sorry. It was not a Guillermo del Toro. It was directed by Juan Antonio. I can't pronounce that. Something like that.
Yona.
I could have swore that Guillermo del Toro put his name on it, just to help with production. Obviously, that's how it happens, right? Put a name on it, a well-known name, people are gonna go see it. But The Orphanage, I thought, was because it's a suspense thriller, it's a ghost story, and the entire movie it's taken me down this one path, and traditional ghost story. Excuse me, bump in the night, oh my god, what was that? Oh, the ghosts are coming. Oh, she's summoning the ghosts and stuff like that. And in the end, complete fucking 180. I mean, just I can't say anymore because it's one of those where you should just go say, hey, I like The Orphanage, you should watch it. Don't read anything into about it. Don't how I'm like that. Don't read into it. Just go, just watch it. I think that was very good. A nice twist ending, and movies rarely have that to where when an ending happens and I go, holy shit.
Did you see The Sixth Sense coming?
No, I didn't. And that's
I didn't either.
Nobody did.
Yeah, but it's the beauty about those movies is that Sixth Sense was one of the last ones that did that, where nobody.
Well, Sixth Sense came out in '99, and The Orphanage came out in 2007.
But the Sixth Sense got a lot more buzz than The Orphanage.
Well, because it hit everybody. It's like, whoa! I didn't even see it till 5 years later, because I didn't go see it in theaters. But
and you held on to that. Nobody told you the ending, and
nobody told me the ending. I always heard that there's a twist ending on The Sixth Sense.
Jordy, I'm mailing you a badge for that one, dude. I don't know how the hell that happened.
It was probably 2004, 2005 where I seen The Sixth Sense because I rented it on VHS.
Damn.
And it's
don't even make that shit anymore, man.
That's amazing, dude. That in itself. Wow. Well, all right.
You know what I did right after I seen The Sixth Sense? I watched Unbreakable too.
Faith in Humanity Research.
Unbreakable is awesome.
Unbreakable was it was good. I don't think it was the best follow-up, You know what it reminded me of is like, you know how a lot of times the one-hit wonders, like of the 90s or whatever the hell, you know, they have this huge hit and then they try to follow up in the second one and just like, that one kind of fell short a little bit, you know?
Well, it's not a bad movie. It's actually a really good movie. It's just you expect better.
That's preference. Yeah, you expect more of a twist, and it did give you a minor twist, but it was Signs for me.
Signs was so good.
Because it's your traditional alien movie.
You think Signs was a good follow-up?
No, well, only because of two things. I didn't like the story. Well, you know that part where it's at a farmland. So again, he's alone. He's in a farmhouse.
The corn?
In the corn. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking.
Hold up. I could shoot holes in Signs all goddamn day.
You could shoot holes in any horror movie though.
No, but let's do the blurring ones right now.
Go ahead.
Right. Aliens come to take over our planet, which is made of 70% water.
Yeah, they didn't see that, by the way.
They didn't see that coming at all, huh?
They didn't see it. They have equipment that's capable of interstellar travel, and they just they didn't.
Let me go this far.
The meter was broke. The meter was broke.
If water hurts them, we have water vapor in our air at all times.
Yeah, as
Somebody
explained in
They
Blood
should be freezing to death as soon as they walk off their ship.
They were like, "Oh, we fucked up. Get the fuck off this water planet, man."
That's almost like the Gremlins, where you don't feed them after midnight. Which fucking time zone?
Yeah. Ooh, my question was always about for Gremlins, not necessarily the time zone, but what's the good safety zone after that? Like, okay, you can't feed them after midnight. Well, when can I start feeding them? Again. And
yeah, like
Spielberg says, I'm like, oh, when it's daylight again, when it comes daylight.
You can't feed them after midnight, and they're also weak versus light. You're not allowed to put them in light.
Yeah.
So you only can feed them when it's light out, but you can't keep them when it's light out. So basically, anytime they can be up and moving around, they're not allowed to eat. Now that's a pet that's going to be unhappy.
Man, all I want to do is get me a midnight snack, and this motherfucker, he said no.
For the record, because I know that there's going to be a critique asshole, it was a Mogwai that turns into a gremlin.
Yeah, it's a Mogwai, yeah.
Just to be PC about it.
But you know how bad Gizmo would be begging for some motherfucking pizza or fried chicken or something?
Yeah. I know you got a fridge full of food, motherfucker. I swear to God, if I had an arm strong enough to open that shit, man, that whole fridge would be mine.
But what about the underrated the movies that that go underneath the radar and really are like Blair Witch Project was a big one, right? On low budget.
Under the radar, dude. I've seen that.
Well, no. It got the slow roll, and then word of mouth were just like, holy shit, this is the greatest movie. One of those where it was a diamond in the rough. Paranormal Activity was the same way, where it got buzz, and because of the buzz, the ball started to roll, and now people were just like, you gotta go see it, gotta go see it.
The first Paranormal Activity was good, though. I mean, I still say it's one of the creepiest movies I've ever made.
It was. The part where she gets dragged out of the bed, right? That's
not even the part where she gets dragged out of bed. How about the part where he goes into the attic?
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Never go into the attic.
I was like, holy dog shit. Hell no. I'd be like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Fuck you, bitch. You can stay here with your fucking poltergeist.
Yeah, why wouldn't you move? It's like, okay, we're going to go to another house. No, let's camp it out. Let's videotape
I like when they're on the laptop and they realize that the poltergeist is following her.
Yeah.
Like, baby, I know what's going to happen. I'm leaving you.
Yeah.
Nice knowing you. Prenup.
But this is a level that I just can't even compete against.
When we did those vows, poltergeist was nowhere in those.
Yeah, this doesn't count as a sickness, so I'm going to get the fuck out.
Oh, shit. But that's another good thing about it, too, the horror movies. I mean, are you supposed to take them too literally? There are so many movies that you can dissect and be like, well, why the fuck? Like, this didn't make any sense.
You know what?
And then some people, like that's why I like The Orphanage so much, is because it was within action, and you couldn't go back to think, like, why the fuck didn't that happen? Can I give you a better example, actually? What was the new Ethan Hawke movie? Sinister, that just came out. And that's a movie about, the demon lives in the video, or something like that, and, 5 families. It's a new movie that came out. The entire time, because it's a bump in the night movie, right? So he's in his house, and, creepy things happen. And so while things are happening in the house, and I'm not kidding you, the entire time, he never turns on a fucking light. Not a once, dude. He walks around with a baseball bat, and he's getting drunk. He hears bumps going around his house. Now, if you hear a bump in the middle of the night, and it wakes you up, you're going to turn on a light. You're in...
First thing I do. Lights as I go down the hall with my weapon.
He is just creepy like a creeper in the dark the entire time. And then he gets scared. He's like, oh, what happened? Oh, maybe I should turn on a light because all this shit's going on, because the glass broke, because a dog can't. No. Let's not turn on a light because that would just make too much sense.
Motherfuckers trying to be all Sam Fisher and shit with the paranormal, get their shit fucked up.
That's what I liked about Paranormal Activity. Like when they went downstairs, they turned the damn lights on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what movie did the like trapped in the house really well? The Strangers with Liv Tyler.
Did you like that?
I know, I do like it. They did it really well because it's like they had the lights on and they couldn't leave the house because every time they tried to leave, the motherfuckers would fuck them up.
I just didn't like it because it's just like, oh, because we could. No, but you're right. Like the way that they captured the ambience of it, you know, the footsteps.
Yeah, and the funny part about that movie is they filmed it on a soundstage. So every line of dialogue, everything they do in that movie has like one of those like ridiculous echoes, and they had to do all of the sound over again in post-production.
There's a few parts in the movie too. Like that one did a really good job of. What was the Silent House? The one where it was all shot in one continuous shot. And that ending to that movie, by the way, in my opinion, sucked.
How you shoot a whole movie with one continuous shot?
They did it. I'm not kidding you. They did, and they only did. It was a foreign film, but they also redid it in an American version too. So it was one continuous shot.
One continuous shot, but they had cuts in that shot, right?
No.
Like they didn't just change angles.
No.
They did an hour and a half movie in
90
one
minutes,
take.
One take.
Damn.
I'm not kidding. It's the story is like a father and daughter go into a house. They're supposed to be cleaning it for some extra money, and the entire thing happens in the house. The landlord says, "Okay, just stay in the bottom floor. Don't go upstairs." Type thing. I'll be back. You know, and he goes out. Okay, here are the keys. Don't go upstairs. Just ignore everything. And so they build up the suspense because the chick's cleaning the house and you can hear like some ruckus going on upstairs. And that I love that, the unknown type thing, the afraid of the dark part, where it's upstairs. You can hear the footsteps, you can hear the keys rustling around. You're just like, holy shit, that there's something up there, and you're not supposed to go up there. Someone's obviously trying to hide something, and people under the stairs is another one too. Right?
I'd let them hide it. I'd go about and get my check cleared.
Yeah, just quick do it and get out and say, okay, well, see ya.
I'm gonna go mop this corner. We out.
Yeah, but it was another plain ending. There seemed to be after The Sixth Sense, there seemed to be a lot of movies that just tried to make a twist ending, and it seemed the entire
M. Night
time.
Shyamalan, almost every movie he put out for the next 6 movies tried to make a twist ending.
What's a twist?
That was his calling card.
That was, and that's a shame because he pretty much put that into himself.
He pulled a Moby on himself.
Yeah, now people expect it now.
Just doing the same thing over and over. But I think I do not have a popular opinion when it comes to the first Silent Hill movie, but that movie is a damn good movie.
Silent Hill?
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah.
Talking about things like going bump and there being a mystery to it. Man, that movie is just
Can we cut into date movies too? Because that kind of fits into that too, right? Well, Silent Hill 3D, the Revelation one was kind of that, where the My Bloody Valentine, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You
consider Texas Chainsaw Massacre a date film?
Yes, I do. The new one was I think Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D. I went to go see it, and everyone in the theater. It came out on a Friday, obviously, as per usual, and everyone in the theater was all couples. These are the teeny horror flicks. Yeah, I consider them date movies because you bring a girl there so that she can get scared and get close to you.
Well, yeah, you're trying to be like, yo, listen, baby, we're gonna go to a scary movie and I'm gonna protect you.
Yeah, get closer, baby.
Don't worry, I got you in my embrace.
Yeah. my safety embrace. Yeah, I think that I would consider that kind of be a horror date movie.
Yeah.
House of Wax. It was another kind of like that.
Hey, we're gonna go see Irreversible. Is that a good first date movie?
Don't even say that. But you know what I'm talking about. The ones they're not supposed to make any sense. They're not supposed to be any logic behind it. It's just there just to to be silly and stupid. And Fright Night is another one too. Yeah, I think it falls into the great genre of that. Another kind of make them creepy, scary, and I don't know. It's in its own little separate date genre. I can't be alone on that. I know I'm not.
No, I know what you're saying. And some of my favorite horror movies are the ones in which the killer or killers seem to have absolutely no motive and just want to kill shit.
A Final Destination is another great example of it too.
I don't like those movies though.
You know, like the first one was cool, dude.
It's like, oh my god, creative ways in which you're gonna die.
The second one was pretty cool too, but then it started getting a little ridiculous.
It's just like, okay, we get it. You're gonna die in some weird way, and you're not gonna see it coming until like 3 seconds before when they do the slow motion thing. It's like, come on, people. What else you got? What else you got?
Let me ask.
One was really good.
Yeah, I like the first one a lot, man. That's because Devin saw well, right? But what are some of the most ridiculous and stupid horror movies that you guys have seen?
Brain Dead.
Brain Dead? What's
Dead Alive.
Dead Alive is
pretty much anything Peter Jackson did before Lord of the Rings.
Peter Jackson, dude, he was just having fun, I think. But like the cult ones too, where it's so like Killer Clowns from Outer Space, the ones that are so stupid that now people are just like, getting troll.
Nah, dog. Evil Dead.
Evil Dead is beautiful.
Evil Dead
beautiful
that
franchise.
like seance shit to the next level.
Human Centipede.
Oh,
where it's so ridiculous that it's I enjoyed both Human Centipedes, by the way, because it's so ridiculous that I'm now having fun with it.
Yeah, like the movie itself isn't even remotely disgusting or scary, but the idea of what they do in that movie is just so nasty, man. Like, it's like, ew, you ate poop.
With no other option, though, right? You're getting some shit in your mouth. You're gonna have to. There's a new movie that came out, The Devil Inside, that I saw in theaters, and I regret it. That's probably the worst movie I've seen that I can think of.
I opted to go for The Possessed instead of The Devil Inside. I think I made the wise choice.
Yeah, The Devil Inside, like I was on board. I seriously was in that movie. I'm watching it. I'm like, okay, I understand what's going on. I'm on board for the most part. They're trying to do like the hand cam thing. Then it just ended. Like, and when I mean that, like, don't think it just ended. Like, here's the story, and then boom, movie's ended. Directed by so and so. I'm like, wait, what? That was you're not done with the story. You still have to keep on going. Like, there's more.
It pulled a skyline on you.
It just stopped.
That fucking movie, dude.
And I lost my heart on. Like, what a tease.
Me and my dad watched that movie, and the best part is when he, like, starts kicking the alien's ass on the rooftop, and the Marines are, like, trying to shoot shit, and, like, all this shit's going down. And then it's like, oh, here's the alien spaceship, here's the rescue, movie ends. It's like, you knew going into that movie you were making a bad movie, and no one's ever going to pay you to make a sequel. The hell, man? You write that shit.
What are some of the, what are your favorite, I'm trying to think of the best way to say this, but your favorite subgenre of horror? Would it be like a ghost story? Would it be the psychological, suspense, thrilling, the monster? I know that we already got an answer from you, Jordy, but you like can we say serial killer, or just like the predominant character, or the evil character guy? Or
I like big monsters too.
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't, right? I like the ghost, kind of keep it in the house, bump in the night type stuff. Insidious was a good one of that too.
Sinister is actually a sequel to Insidious.
Sinister? Is it? No, it's not.
I've heard that.
I don't. I've seen both of them, and I say shenanigans on it. They're doing Insidious too.
Shenanigans.
I'd say.
How you doing Insidious 2? That's like doing Free Willy 2.
Hey, they did it, and don't you knock Free Willy 2.
Talk about a bad movie. God damn. How did they not see that one come? It's like, all right, so we got away with the first one because it was the first time anyone freed a whale. The second time, maybe we should have changed the plot a little.
Yeah.
Isn't there Free Willy 4?
Yeah, jeez. Willie just keeps on getting caught, man.
I got
getting caught.
I think it's time to go get a new friend.
Let Willie go, man.
I got a good one for you. Air Bud.
Are we talking about horror movies still, or?
That's a horrible movie.
They
made like 5 of them, and in like 3 of them, he's playing a different sport than basketball. Like one of them, he's playing baseball. It's like,
come on, you can't go that way, Joe. That's a kids movie. It's like Benji and Lassie. There's like a ton of them.
Yeah, but at least try. Like, adults gotta go see the movie with the kids.
One of my favorite movies when I was a kid was Bingo.
Oh, dude, Bingo was the shit.
Bingo was the dome piece.
Dude, Bingo was, and that was one with the Green Bay Packers, right? Where the dad was the kicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, the place kicker for the and he kicked barefoot. I'm having too much fun with this, just remembering it. Oh my god, we'll cut this in post. But
the hell we will.
The hell we will. I like that one a lot. That was fun. But the ones that make you think, I guess, to get back on topic here, the scary movies that make you think, they're thought-provoking. Event Horizon was a good one of that, too.
Oh, yeah. I love those kind of movies like Event Horizon. They need more outer space-themed scary movies.
They need to take Dead Space and make it a movie.
They don't.
But they already have a movie. It's already a CGI movie, isn't it?
It's called a video game. You play it and the movie plays out.
Yeah. I feel you. I'm just saying, like, for us lazy people, it would be nice to not have to do anything.
Dude, Bingo got such a horrible rating.
Yeah, there's a lot of movies that got really bad ratings. I remember when Waterboy came out, that the directors just shat all over it. And I was like, I liked it.
Waterboy's awesome. That film.
Yeah, but I remember when it first came out, critics hated it. They shat all over it, too.
Ice cold water. Some quite an H2O.
Yeah, the critics are stupid. Like,
it's like, oh my god, I was not amused by your asinine humor, even though going into the movie, it's exactly
I sit on my ass all day and watch movies, and, my opinion is very valid.
Well, yeah, exactly. It was like, I went to school for this. It's like, really, you went to school?
I went to school to watch movies.
You went to school
filmology.
To be an asshole.
It's
movies
a real
are
thing.
one of the things I can't be mad about. If I watch a bad movie, like, I guess they didn't have enough money, or maybe they didn't do this. Whatever. It's not like
try to find a reason, right?
It's not like I'm trying to. There's bad movies. There's good movies. You watch a bad one. You watch a good one. Why do you need to bitch about it?
Have you ever like sat down to watch a movie that you paid money for and it was just like so bad you were like, I need.
Yeah, Sky Captain: The World of Tomorrow. That was my.
I walked out of the village. Even bother with that shit.
I walked out of that movie, Sky Captain. Not horror, but I seriously, like, when I saw the robots go zap, zap, and that's seriously the sound effect I'm using.
Zap, 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 zap.
Zap. I said, nope, fuck this. Threw the popcorn just all over the floor and then ran out and said I don't want my money back.
Push the drink down, make sure they get some of the carpet, huh?
Yeah. I just stomped on it, too, or make sure I rubbed every kernel into that fucking carpet, too.
But like the village, I was mad because I expected a werewolf movie.
Yeah. Expected a little bit, like a creature, right?
Yeah, like it was so cool. They had the fog, they had the people like guarding around the town at night, and so on and so forth. And then it's like, all right, Adrian Brody's retarded.
Again, you're on board, right? You're listening to the story. You're like, okay, I'm going.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm down for a little werewolf movie.
Let's do this. I'm all right. And then
I'm like 45 minutes into this motherfucker, and I'm like, okay, so we got Adrian Brody's retarded, and
the one chick's blind.
Where's the werewolves?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like the thing with that movie is they could have had the same exact plot and actually had a werewolf.
That's why ghost stories.
Better.
That's why the ghost stories are better, man. I'm just in my opinion.
But it would have made sense for why they're like enclosed, because it's like, yo, dog, we can't kill this motherfucker. So how about we just throw these people at it and put a wall up? Boom.
Jedi, I could throw 30 different things that would make a better explanation of that ending.
I mean,
it would be a better ending than what happened. Yeah.
I can't stand dumb stuff that happens in movies. You just gotta see Superman Returns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, at the back end of Superman Returns, by the way, spoiler alert, where after he gets stabbed in the back with kryptonite and he like falls into the ocean, and then they pull the kryptonite out and he picks the island made of kryptonite up and takes it into space.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have seen that in movie theaters, and I stood up at that point. I'm like, why the fuck did he have so much trouble with the plane?
Jeez, it was ridiculous, that movie.
You remember the plane that's going to hit the baseball field? He's like,
yeah, it was awesome too. That action scene was pretty cool. Too bad it as debris is flying off by the way too.
An island of kryptonite, stuff that makes him weak. He should be able to grab a plane by the rotor and just like.
My thing with that is that he's ripping off parts of the plane and they're falling off. That's debris, So okay, yeah, he saved the plane from hitting the baseball then, but now there's debris. Just like, so the debris of the wing that Superman whipped off today hit a school of 900 children.
Well, that's sort of the problem with Superman, is that it's really hard to make him seem vulnerable without damaging what makes his character so cool, and that's that he's fucking Superman.
Definitely Superman. That's my answer to that.
Yeah,
I want to see Batman versus Superman. I do.
Batman wins.
Batman wins. I think so.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. Like, when your weakness is a rare irradiated material, mineral.
Yeah, but see, now Batman is Lex Luthor, but they can fight.
Yeah. He's like, That's the
Lex
thing,
Luthor
though.
always gets Superman in these situations where he can almost beat him, but
Well,
he always mucks it up.
in the comic book, they've already addressed it. There are a few times where the last known piece of kryptonite that was ever available in the universe, Superman gave to Batman only because he had said, "You're the only one that I trust. Where if I ever get a little too crazy, if I get a little too drunk and whatever the hell started going on, whatever, then I trust you to be the only person to stop me and use this responsibly."
I just thought up a horror movie, Drunk Superman.
I think it's called Bizarro.
Yeah, but didn't Doomsday beat Superman without kryptonite?
Fucking beat him to death. Beat him to death. Yeah, I hope they make a movie of that. But then again, that's pretty stupid too, because in that whole story, Superman, you think that he's dead, but no, he comes back to life. He just pretty much went into a coma.
My problem with Superman, it's like, this dude could literally punch a hole through you. Like, he could punch you and turn you into dust. Like, the dude is Superman. Why is it that when he gets hit with stuff, it hurts? It's like, dude, you can turn people into atomic dust. Come on, man. Like, take a punch.
Okay, well, we are no longer talking about horror movies.
That's what happens when you bring Wings on. It just becomes a movie talk.
That's what happens, man. But I like it too, because there's so much more to talk about too with this. But I think we're at a good time limit to where we can leave it off for a part 2, huh?
Deuces.
Oh yeah.
I believe it, and thank you for joining, everyone. I'd like to thank Jordy, Wings of Redemption, for coming on. And if you guys like it, please look into Mind On Movies. We love talking about it, and we'd love for you guys to listen to it. So,
Peace out.
Thanks.
What's up, fellas? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back, and I'm bringing you I'm bringing you a video commentary. But you might notice the beard's gone. I shaved my beard off about 3 or 4 days ago. Just some life changes. I felt I needed to do something different, so I shaved it off, and yeah, it is what it is. I look a little fatter. You can see my chin. But I'm gonna go ahead and talk about a couple things here. First and foremost, I'm going to go and get an announcement over with. For those of you who don't know, I switched to full screen interactive. I'm no longer with full screen arcade. I'm no longer with Machinima, but I'm still with Machinima on my secondary channel, War God YouTube. So I'm kind of with both of them, if it makes sense. One of the things that really sucks about being with full screen is I now get paid by advertisements. And this is going to have to pass the buck on to you guys. For me to make the most of my videos, I no longer go by views. Like beforehand, it was all about getting views. As many views as you want. Now it's about audience retention. I have what you call a variable rate CPM. And to basically, if you guys are willing to help me, it would be fantastic. What you can do is, if you have ad blocker, please disable ad blocker when you watch my videos. The videos that you can't skip are what you call a premium ad. And the premium ad, like the Zeus Gwen, you'll probably watch 1,400 times. Those are the ones that pay really good money. When you watch the premium ad, you're doing really good stuff. The skippable ads, you can skip those. That's most of the time that you're going to see a skippable ad, you can just go click skip. It doesn't really mean anything. And if you can watch if you watch on an iPhone and you have the ability to watch on the computer, could you please watch on the computer? I'm not trying to say you'd have to do it every time. I know, like for me, here's my iPhone right here. I like to watch movies and stuff. Like, for example, Mind on Movies. I just did a Mind on Movies just a while ago with my buddy Samal. So like a 40-minute thing. I mean, I don't expect anybody to sit through that in one take. What I like to do in like Mind on Movies, I actually requested to be on the show, to be perfectly honest, because I enjoyed the series. And what I like to do is I like to hook my iPhone up, and when I hook it up, I like to just listen to it. I'll be driving along, just listening to them talk about movies. And that's what I like to do on the really, really long stuff. I like to listen to it while I'm driving around, just like a mini podcast or something. And I suppose a lot of you guys do that too, while you're either doing schoolwork or something like that. And those are perfect for that kind of thing. But it would really, really, really help me if you guys would try to watch without ad block and try to watch on a PC whenever possible. If you can't watch on a PC, I mean, don't stress about it. Leaving a like rating helps almost as much. I mean, it's called audience retention, and I get paid more based off how long somebody watches, or how much somebody watches versus how somebody clicks. So if you like click on a video and then click off, it doesn't really help me, to be perfectly honest. So unless you sit through the ad and just click off, I don't know. I don't know how it works myself, but that's out the way. PlayStation 4. I mean, let me pull some of this stuff up here. Just a quick glance at the PlayStation 4. I didn't get to see the unveiling of it, but I can look at the PlayStation 4 controller sitting right here, and I'm not very happy with the PlayStation 4 controller. I'm going to go and drag it over here so I can see it a little bit better without really deterring the microphone. There we go. The PlayStation 4. It seems to me, I actually have a couple controllers here. Let's pull them. That this is the current PlayStation controller for those of you on Xbox and never seen one. I mean, I don't know. This is the current Xbox 360 controller. These are both SCUF controllers you can get at SCUF Gaming. But PlayStation, Xbox. One of the main complaints you see a lot of people talk about the PlayStation, and it looks like they tried to remedy, was the size of the PlayStation controller. A lot of people are like, the PlayStation controller feels like a little girly stick in my hand. Well, it doesn't fit your hand as well as the Xbox. It doesn't. You kind of wrap around. But I got little girl-like hands. And it just seems like they made it bigger. They made it bulkier on the outsides. And I don't know if I like that or not. For me, I've played PlayStation a long time. And when I'm playing PlayStation, I know how to do it. What you basically do is you hold your four fingers. You kind of just sit the PlayStation controller in the fingers. And you just lay your hands over top. Whereas somebody plays Xbox will try to like grip around it and do this number. Like you're almost like holding a joystick. Because that's what the Xbox controller naturally does. You grip around it. And for those of you who never really mastered the PS3 thing, that's how you hold a PlayStation. You don't grip around it. You just let it lay on your back fingers. That's why they're so light and so easy to deal with. The sticks. The sticks are everything, dude. And I'm unhappy with the sticks I see on this controller. I am. I'm unhappy with the sticks, and I'm unhappy with the D-pads. Let me explain. Well, it looks like they tried to take the concave stick. Let me see if I have an actual Xbox controller here, not just the stuffing. Alright, this is an actual Xbox controller. This is one that would come with the system. They would take the stick of this, and then they put a little concave dome in the middle of it. I don't know if that's going to be better or not, but it just looks odd. It looks like you wouldn't ever be able to use the actual concave dome. It looks like you'd be touching the stick, and there'd be like a little gap in between there. And I only could imagine like dirt and stuff getting in there and making it really disgusting. There's also a speaker on the front of the controller. Keep in mind, I didn't get to watch the trade show. I can only assume why that speaker is there. Is it voice activation? Is it voice command? I don't know. Is it going to drive the controller price up to $150 a piece? Most likely, because I mean they got the voice command, they have the TV in the middle of it, and they have all like this. I don't know if they're bringing the C-axis stuff back. This is the actual PlayStation controller right here. I got tons of these things, and I'm sure they're bringing the C-axis back. So I can only imagine how expensive the PlayStation 4 controllers be. I also heard rumors that the games are going to be something along the lines of $100. That is serious cash, dude. I mean, games are expensive now. And I try to buy games as much as possible used. For the simple, and I can do tax write-offs because this is my business right here. But I try to buy games as much as humanly possible used because I don't feel like a game is worth $60 for the most point. A game like Call of Duty, yeah, I can see paying $100 for. Hell, I pay $100 for it. Call of Duty $60. Call of Duty Thingamabob is another $60. You know, the Revolution map pack and DLC and stuff. And so you pay $120 for that, and probably another $200 worth of controllers throughout the year. Well, in this case, it's probably going to go up to $500. But the price point for these things are going to start out $700, which is the same as the PS3. So they're not really differentiating any there. I just don't see it. I don't. I honestly don't. I don't see the PlayStation 4 being this massive success. I mean, it's going to be a massive success, but I see a lot of people pushing away from it because, one, America's broke. I don't know about you, but a lot of people are broke. And they can just imagine buying that right now. If you'd basically lose a game a year. If your budget were like $200 a year to buy games, you could get 4 $40 games, 3 full price games, and then if this comes around, you could get 2 games. I mean, if possible, 3 games if you got them used, but for some reason I feel like in my heart that I've heard somewhere that they're kind of doing away with used games. I don't know. I don't think that's the future of gaming. I honestly don't. With the free gaming thing coming through left and right, I mean, you got free gaming software on like your iPhone. Like, what's one of the things I like to do all the time? Theme park. You know, you play Theme Park. Theme Park is a free game with like microtransactions in the middle of it, and it's wildly successful, that formula. But then you come up here and charge $100 for the games. Is this to keep the PlayStation Network free? If it is, don't. Let me just pay the $60 for the PlayStation Network and just go about my day. And if that's the case, I mean, I'd rather do that. Just let me pay the $60 a year for the PlayStation Network and let me buy the games at a reasonable price. I mean, $60 is ridiculous. I mean, it's just like Steam. Steam is so successful because it's so cheap. You can get games for dirt cheap. You can buy games for $5. I'm talking about full-fledged releases because it dictates how well they sell. Not every game has a $60 price point. And I just don't agree with that at all. I don't. But, yeah, shaved my beard. Had the little ad problem. And hope you guys have a wonderful evening. As always, thank you for your review, and I'm out of 5,000. What's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm bringing you another gameplay here, trying to just keep in touch. I mean, the ideas for videos have been few and far between for me, and I don't want to continue to do the same Dear Diary mess over and over and over and over again. That's been pretty much plaguing the commentator scene for a while now. I want to do videos with substance, but at the same time, I'm at a huge writer's blocks for ideas, you know, to talk about. And like, it seems like everything that you do, it's a race to do to the topic itself. Like PlayStation 4 was a hot topic, and then if you mess up any information that, you know, is wrong, you should do these huge book reports. But at the same time, this job doesn't pay that well, pimp. I don't get paid like a street journalist gets paid. So it is what it is. But on the flip side, been really enjoying League play. I've been looking forward to getting more into League play. I've been trying to work out my guns. I've come to the standard realization that there's only really two assault rifles that you actually should use in League play, and that's the M8A1 and the FAL. Those are pretty much the only two that's really competitive at high end. And the reason the M8A1 is so competitive at high end is because its spray ability. And what do I mean by that? Well, since it's a 4-round burst gun and it kind of has a really quick burst, you can almost like wave it like a snake. Like you can just go back and forth with the stock and just shoot the bullets and just hope they hit, and they hit a wide area in itself. Whereas the SWAT's more of a precision rifle, which is good if you're shooting across the map and want to get one burst against a sniper or something. But for the most part, it doesn't really help you at all. And yes, this is a target finder gameplay. I've been trying to wean myself off the target finder, but I like the sight so much, and in some parts of something in my belly just anti-scrub. And like, what do I mean by anti-scrub? Well, when I was growing up and learning how to play competitively or in a competitive nature, I learned if it's in the game, you use it. For example, back in the day, I played Mortal Kombat Deception. In Mortal Kombat Deception, there was a couple characters that people considered cheap. But every time you went up against them, you knew pretty much what you had to go up against. Because my favorite character back in the day was Sub-Zero. And Sub-Zero was a mid-tier fighter, whereas somebody like Bo Raicho or Dairu were a high tier fighter. Well, they had these moves, or, you know, lapses in the game called free throws. And basically, if you did a certain move, and that move connected, you could have a free throw with it. Like a throw as a, like literally throw your opponent. This made the damage go up considerably. Bo Raicho had a staff move that could hit you pretty much across the screen. If he hit that move, your character was stunned long enough for him to walk up and throw you. And it was considered cheap beyond cheap. It was so frustrating. But the fact is, people eventually learned how to play against it, eventually learned how to beat it, and it broke the game down to a science. Just like every other game in every other game in sport out there. If you go watch the UFC, you pretty much see two grown men that are so good at fighting that the whole fight ends up them being on the ground and somebody looking for opening to pounce, and just once they get that opening and they squeeze through, that's where the match is won. And games get brought down to this. I mean, like at a competitive level. For example, Black Ops 1, pretty much every gun you've seen was the FAMAS. You know, M16 for COD 4, MP40. People break the game down to its core. And just like I broke down Mortal Kombat Deception to its core. Mortal Kombat Deception was basically a big game of paper, rock, scissors. But you wouldn't know this looking at it at face value. There was 3 kinds of hits. There was a high hit, a mid hit, and a low hit. You had to guess. There was only 2 blocks. There was a high block and a low block. A low block only blocked the low hit, where a high block went above the low block, but the mid hit would knock the low block out, and vice versa. Then that's basically where you adjust your poke game, and you go from there, and you just kind of keep people off balance. Same thing happens on, like, take Hardpoint for example. Hardpoint is a great game mode, but what makes Hardpoint so unique is that going for the objective is actually not the whole cornerstone of the actual game mode itself. Yes, the objectives will actually get you the win, but a smart team goes for the anchor. What does the anchor mean? The anchor gives you the ability to have almost infinite players near the objective. So even if you lose the objective, you're still spawning near it, and you can easily take them over in numbers other than straight up gun skill. And this was proven to I've seen this a lot. The higher ranked teams I've seen in League play in the Championship Series aren't teams that have this massive amount of gun skill. They're mainly teams that play really, really smart and control the maps, and they control the routes effectively. It's almost done like they are almost machine-like, with their ability to pull off counter shots, their ability to cut off routes, their ability to rotate on the flags. And you can tell there's a lot of practice that goes into them. This team we're facing right here is by no means a great team. This is just one of the thrown together teams that I did really well against. My KD's dropped 0.6 points playing League play, mainly because there's a lot of trade kill games where basically you trade a kill for a kill. And I find myself constantly in that state of being, and I haven't been playing, you know, public pretty much at all. I mean, because public doesn't have that thrill of the win. When I win a public game, it's almost expected. When I win a League play game, it's like, yeah, conquest. But it is what it is in that mannerism. What else happened in the world today? Well, Crysis 3 dropped this week, and I haven't had a chance to pick Crysis 3 up, but I do plan on doing a Let's Play on it. And for some part of me, I want to do the Let's Play on the PC version of it, so it's not an upscaled 1080p, it's an actual 1080p. And one, I find it easier to do commentaries on the PC versus doing them on the Xbox. But the downside of it too is the achievement whore in me. I really, 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 really love getting achievements. And like Dead Space didn't have any achievements for the PC version or Origins. So that was kind of a bummer, because I feel like if there's no achievements, I feel like the game I bought was just whatever time I spent playing it and having that little fond memory for it. And I don't feel like I got my full $60 out of the Dead Space game. And I feel like I would get the same effect on Crysis 3. If I bought it on PC, I wouldn't have anybody to play with if there was anybody even playing it. I feel like Crysis 3 would probably suffer from the same fate as Black Ops 2 on PC. There's probably going to be like 1,000 people on it at any given time, and nobody really there to play it. And then you have to worry about hackers on top of that. You know, it's just not my thing. I'm not a very competitive person when I play PC games. And like, being competitive is fun at times, but at the same time it's draining as well. I think a lot of people are actually getting tired of competitive gaming in general. Not to say that the new age is or competitive gaming is waning, but I'm talking about this generation, my generation, people in my age group are getting to the point where they no longer want that competitive game, or maybe it's just me that I no longer want to be every game to be a competitive game versus a game that's just sitting down somewhere to have fun and relax. Because recently I've been having more fun playing Resident Evil 6 with my buddy Magmar than beating rank 1 teams in Call of Duty Black Ops 2. And yeah, I've been really wanting another co-op gameplay to play with one of my friends. Do you guys have any suggestions to do that? Because those are the funnest things I have to do to Let's Play. Because it's just a fun experience just playing with your buddy, and you don't feel so long, and it doesn't even feel like work when you're actually sitting there playing with your friends. But I'm running out of time in this commentary. Blah blah, 250 to 74. We beat some random team. We got 10 points, and don't get me started on the league play scoring system. It sucks. Sucks. That's been your boy Wings of Redemption. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, if you could please leave a rating, it helps me tremendously. And I'm out at 5,000. Peace, pimps. What's up, fellas? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I was sitting there thinking about something. I was telling my brother about the movie Chronicle and how cool of a movie it was. If those that don't know, Chronicle came out January 2012. Seeing it in movie theaters, thought it was an excellent experience. So I sat there and started thinking, what are some of the coolest telekinesis people in television history? So I got the old noggin working, and this is just a quick list off the top of my head of cool people that had telekinesis. And I'm going to try to put them somewhat in order. Let's go with the weakest person I can remember in telekinesis. And these are two different people. I haven't decided which one is actually better at telekinesis than the other. The one would be George from Phenomenon. It's a John Travolta movie. Really good movie. You should check it out. The other would be Mary Poppins. Yeah, technically she didn't have telekinesis powers. But that flying around shit, that had to be telekinesis. And that winkling in the nose and stuff. I know that sounds like I Dream of Genie, but Mary Poppins does that shit too. Just check it out. And then there's kind of down the middle of the road guys. That's where I would put the guys like from Chronicle and like Nick from Push. Those are the two guys that kind of fall into that category of, I mean, they got some superpowers, they got some combat-oriented powers, but I guess you could probably throw Magneto in there too, but Magneto would probably be a little stronger than medium-range psychic powers. But all he can do is metal, which I never understood. He manipulates metal, but he can manipulate any way he wants. How's that not telekinesis? I mean, or we could go somewhere stupid, like the Pokemon. Mewtwo. Mewtwo was a telekinetic Pokemon. That was messed up in itself. But who would be the big dogs in the telekinesis? I was sitting there thinking about this. I mean, one of the first things that came to mind was the Firestarter guy. I don't know if you guys remember. He could actually change stuff with his mind. He had a little bit of telekinesis, and Drew Barrymore could set fires with her mind. That's kind of weird all itself. But I'm like, these are little pussy powers. Who are the two strongest people? And I came up with two possible solutions. Phoenix. Well, three actually. Phoenix from X-Men. Yoda. Because you know Jedi power is nothing more than telekinesis. Yoda would be a badass motherfucker. I wonder what Yoda would do out full out. I don't think he could take Phoenix, though. Is there anybody that could take Phoenix? Man, I'm about to get really geeky. You know who could take Phoenix? Akira. Akira could take Phoenix. You never seen Akira? It's a manga. And this guy was considered a weapon of mass destruction in levels 2 cities with his telekinesis. What the hell would you do with telekinesis powers? Let me know in the comment section below. It's been your boy Wings of Redemption. I'm out 5. What's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. I'm back and I'm bringing you an audio commentary today. I mean, I guess it's a video commentary. I want to talk about money whoring. If money whoring exists. I get called a money whore all the time. It is ridiculous how often I'm called a money whore. And if a money whore exists, I mean, what it is I'm doing a job in hopes to get paid, and I didn't start this job out in hopes to be paid, if that makes sense. I started this job as a way to do montages because I wanted to do montages. And as life happened, I got laid off from my job, and I went on unemployment. And by as soon as I got on unemployment, all of a sudden somebody offered me the ability to make money off of this job, so I took it. anybody would do it. And I try to make the best product I can. And I've showed in videos past that I have consistently upped my product. Even to this day, this video right here is a 1080p webcam video. It's in the highest resolution possible. And I spent $130 on this webcam. You want to see the other one? Here's my old webcam. It works fine. You know why it's upgraded? To make the video a little bit better, to make the quality a little bit perkier. I mean, it's not. I mean, I don't do this because it makes me money. It'll probably take me a while for the. I could probably do the same thing with this camera as I could with the new one, but it won't look as good. I do that for your guys' benefit. That's not a money whore. That's losing money. That's what that is. It'll probably take me somewhere like 10 to 15 videos using this to make back that $150. And on the other side, you catch a lot of flack. I know a lot of people seem to think I do a lot of bickering videos. I don't really bicker a lot on my videos. What I do is bicker a lot on Twitter, mainly because everything you see right here behind me, I see a lot of. Mainly because YouTube requires a lot of effort and a lot of videos to keep you up, unless you hit home run videos, which I don't have the ability to do. You know what I did before YouTube? I was a melt deck operator. That's what I was. I basically melted steel and run jackhammers. I had no clue. I remember having to ask how to put audio commentary over gameplay footage when I got it. I mean, it took me probably 2 days to learn that. And like, I'm slowly getting better. Why? Because it's part of the job, but it's a job that you got to learn on as well. And I think I'm unfairly seen as like this TV show that has to get better and better and better. But the fact is, as soon as money comes into the game, people that are actually good at film editing and graphic design and things like that are getting into the game too, because they see my stuff and they think they can do it better. So that pretty much numbers my days, unless I can portray a personality that people like, and that's my only ability to do that. Call of Duty, it seems like that's what people want to see. It's more of a backdrop than anything else at this point. I don't claim to be a good Call of Duty player. Actually, I've gotten worse at Call of Duty than I used to be. I'm probably smarter at Call of Duty now than I was back in Modern Warfare 2, but my twitch reflexes have slowed. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, the game is harder to do well in nowadays than it was back then, because back then you didn't have to worry about what was behind you because you could hear people coming up on you. You didn't have to worry about that because if you got a 5 kill streak, you pretty much got 30 kills. And, situations like that. I was good at the game when the game was easy to be good at. But that doesn't mean I'm bad at video games by no means of a stretch. I'm still a 2.5 KD player with a 7-win loss. And, and I think Woody even hit off in his live stream the other day, well, Wings runs with a stacked party. That's because I kind of have to. Not have to in the sense that I'm forced to run with a stacked party, but it's the only kind of player that kind of follows me. Like, if I go on Twitter, 8 out of 10 players on Twitter will basically be somebody that's competent. And if you get enough competent people together, they can put wins in. I mean, look at my buddy Stan, the redhead guy you see in some of my videos. I play with him all the time. He has a 0.98 KD, but the fact is, he listens well. And I'll take Stan right into league play and beat championship teams of 2+ KD players. Why? Because we will use strategy against them and just beat them with frustration. That's how that works. I mean, really the only strong players I run with are Magmar and Angel. I mean, and then there's a lot of really good players, like my brother and Potato Smuggler and, stuff like that. I don't even consider myself a strong player. I consider myself in the realm of a good player. But I'm going long-winded and off the wrong subjects here. Back to money whoring. I don't really sell products. I don't. I'm going to start doing these things called guerrilla links, and but they're not really paid advertisements. I guess they are paid advertisements, but they're going to be seamless in that case. But that's just because of my pay rate is sunk so low. I used to get paid a premium. Now I don't get paid a premium. I pretty much get paid what Google AdSense does, which I can't tell you what it is in fear of Google suspending my AdSense account. Other than that, I mean, you have to deal with so much hassle in this job. It's ridiculous. And I get hassled more and more because people don't like fat people. I mean, if you look at, there's an actual study that people are somewhat racist, that's their word, towards fat people. And it's the truth. I mean, there's people out there that's told me they can't subscribe to me because I'm fat. And it's like, okay, being fat changes what about my personality? Changes nothing. You know, I don't know. I just feel like I've been unjustly and unfairly, you know, dictated upon. I have a strong opinion, and I have trouble sugarcoating opinions. But if you give me enough time, I can prove to you why my opinion is that way. Just like I have this DOS problem with this hacker Nazi gods. And the reason I have this DOS problem is, one, he doesn't like my ideals. Like, for example, he's DOSed me for 24 hours now because I said that it's okay to kill babies. And that's the way he worded it. It's okay to kill babies. I didn't word it like that at all. Here is the thoughts on it's okay to kill babies. I feel like we live in a free country in the United States of America. And as a free country, freedom comes at a cost, and that cost is blood. And to have freedom, you have to protect freedom. And if you give up all your freedom for small securities or civil liberties that don't matter, you're giving up a large portion. Say somebody has a baby that they can't afford or don't want. Say a circumstance that arose that it could be that it's out of their control. It could be something as little as a condom broke, or it could be something as severe as somebody was viciously raped, or by 3 or 4 men. Does that woman have to have her whole life, which is probably already in shambles, messed up more by having a kid she can't afford, or the ability to abort it? That's the reasoning there. People see it as killing babies. I don't see it as killing babies because, one, you're a fetus at that point. I mean, you don't have a soul, you don't have a brain, you don't have reasoning. You're born into an ignorant state. And killing humans sucks, but the fact is it's the same as the death penalty. I mean, it's just something that has to be done. I mean, if you don't control the population will eventually kill more people than you would killing them as fetuses. And like I'm pro-choice. You should have the right to be able to pick if you would want to have a pregnancy or not have a pregnancy. That's like people. What about the Plan B pill? Isn't that Plan B pill an abortion too? Isn't that the case? What about birth control? Isn't birth control an abortion? I mean, isn't that stopping a baby from being born? I don't know. I mean, the fact is I have to talk about a lot of stuff that I have very little time to prepare about, mainly because you run out of stuff to talk about. My life is only so glam when you spend the last 5 years in a room. But it is what it is, dude. I don't consider myself a money whore. I do put out a lot of videos, but I've always put out a lot of videos. It's not like it's something I started to make money. I mean, I've actually started putting out less videos lately. And the fact is, anybody that's been in my channel for a long time, I put out 5 videos a day for over 3 years. In 2 of those 3 years, I didn't even get paid for them. So, that's food for thought. I can't really do too many professional videos right now because, 1, I don't know how long my internet's going to be up. 2, I don't have any ability to edit. Well, I don't have any ability to edit on these on this webcam because I can't get the web camera to actually go into Sony Vegas. I had to actually play around with that, and to do that I gotta have the internet, which I don't have. Since I just bought this webcam for PKA last night, and I've been down ever since. But this is a bitching video. I'm sorry if you don't like if you don't like these videos. I try not to do them all the time. I try to keep a lot of it to myself, but some of it does end up venting on Twitter. And I end up getting in these fights with these people that seem to think they know everything about my life. You don't know anything about me, dude. You don't know how much money I make. You don't know how hard my job is, and you can't do my job. If you could do my job, you would be doing my job because you say it with your jealousy and your tweets. I mean, YouTube, you can ask any major YouTuber that has a good shoulder on his head. He will tell you YouTube is one of the hardest jobs you can do. Why? Because your whole livelihood is dictated on things that are outside of your control. I could lose money this entire month if YouTube decides to change an algorithm. I could lose money this entire month if I say the wrong thing and impress the wrong people. I could lose money this entire month if I make a comment on a free podcast talking about babies. I mean, everything is working against you when you do YouTube as a living, and you have to walk a fine line, and you have to be entertaining, and there's also a dog eat dog, community and competitivity, and I don't want none of that. I don't want that. I want a core fan base. I want to be able to do what I want to do on my channel, and I want to be able to make enough money to live and support my family. That's all I want. I don't need a mansion. I don't have a mansion. If I was making as much money as people think I make, you think I'd still be living in a double wide trailer that costs $42,000? No. And I mean, think sensible with it. I mean, I make just enough money to get by, and that's with me working my ass off, putting 100 videos out a month. But here's what it is. I said it. Can't unsay it. Peace. What up, Wody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm going to bring you a clip here today. This is actually a really cool clip. It's one of those moments that you have in Search and Destroy that just everybody gets excited about. This is actually a 4v1 League Play Championship clutch against a Master ranked team, and Angel French goes hard as a motherfucker here. I'm also going to throw a bonus clip into this one of probably the saddest moment I've ever seen a little kid be on a video game. I hope you guys enjoy. There's a guy one shot going in through the left side.
Oh, they're watching the backside.
All up. Don't got enough ammo, Angel. You don't have enough ammo. Yes, you do. God. Angel's hype! Oh!
One people
Angel just made them his bitch. I would leave the game after that one.
You just took them out. They're on bar head glitch and you're in the middle of nowhere.
Dude, these guys are so good at... Oh, I have zero.
Capture the flag.
I was recording that.
Oh, that's funny as hell. Were you recording voice?
Well, hello guys, it's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm going to go talk about this $1 million prize that's coming out with COD XP. For those of you who think that you're going to win $1 million if you actually get to COD XP and you win it, you're sadly mistaken. The number one grand prize for COD XP is $400,000, and actually the other $500,000 to $600,000 is actually trickled down between the second and third place winners per bracket. So the first grand prize is $400,000. Well, there's 4 people on a team at COD XP. So obviously, if you want to split it fairly, you're all going to get $100,000 checks. And $100,000 is actually puts you, even if you made no money, in the 28% tax bracket. If you made money, let's say somebody like Nadeshot, he's probably going to be sitting on income as said. He could possibly go up to 33%, but he would be a rarity. Most of them are going to fall somewhere in the 28% tax bracket. So how do you pay taxes on your $100,000 worth of income? Because you have to pay taxes on them. I don't know if you guys remember a guy named Richard Hatch. Richard Hatch was the very first Survivor winner, and he won $1 million, and he also won a Pontiac Aztek. Well, he didn't pay any taxes on his $1 million. They gave him a lump sum check of $1 million, and he never paid taxes. The taxes on $1 million are $375,000. You have to give to Uncle Sam right off the rip. Give Uncle Sam his money because he wants his money. And he didn't understand that, so he went to court, and they basically said, yes, you signed the contract. The contract says that you're responsible for state taxes, blah, 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 blah. And need to say, he went to jail for winning Survivor. Also, they charged him another $7,000 for his $27,000 Pontiac Aztek they gave him on Survivor. I'm telling you all this because a person with a person that wins stuff on a game show is responsible for it. I don't know if you guys remember Oprah. Oprah, back in the day, in like 2004, 2005, she would give away cars. She gave away 276 Pontiac G6s. And every time she gave a car away, the person she gave that car to, they owed $7,000 in taxes that year. Or even more if they went up to another tax bracket. Because here's the shitty thing about it. If that money puts you into a higher tax bracket than you're normally in, let's say somebody who's playing the game, let's say they work in fast food. A fast food job, full-time, is going to make somewhere between, 14 to 18,000, somewhere in that ballpark. Well, 8 to 16,000, let's go safer. And they're going to be in the 15% tax bracket. Well, if they get that $100,000, that's going to make that first $16,000 taxes go up as well, because now that money is going to be taxed at 28% instead of 15%. So they could potentially owe even more taxes. So how much money would you get if you got a $100,000 check and you made no money that entire year? That number will be $72,000. So essentially, if you win COD EXP, you win $72,000. That's in the best case scenario that you made no money this year, and you don't have a regular job. You will make $72,000. If you have a regular job, that could go. You could possibly lose an extra $5,000 off that, and your winnings would be something like $68,000. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. IRS sucks ass, dude. There's nothing about taxes that are fun. It's an evil, evil, evil thing. I mean, even if you win something, you're constantly paying taxes, and it's a joke on the poor. That's what it is. The poor and the middle class pay all the taxes, and pretty much get nothing in return for them. Oh, you say you get stuff in return, like you get the police, but the police generally act like, superior pricks that best each other and all. But let's not even go in that category. But what does all this mean? I don't know if you guys noticed, but they're catching cheaters on the League Play Online qualifier. And it sucks because, why would you want to cheat for this kind of dolo? I mean, yeah, $72,000 is a lot of money to a little kid. I mean, it is. $72,000. Well, it's a lot of money to a lot of people. But the fact is, at best, it's 2 years' salary. At best. If you work a job that's like, it's just a standard construction job, you can make $72,000 in a year if you work hard enough. Or you can make it in 2 years if you do your 8 and skate. That's the way it crumbles. I mean, look, there's vehicles out there that cost $72,000. And you got to understand that these people that try to play for these tournaments, they play all the fucking time because the brackets are so close. The top 15 in the top 8 teams that are actually going to get a chance to go to COD EXP they're all within like 2,000 points of each other. And the people today, I bet you motherfucker, the League Play is bumping today. If you got on League Play right now, you be facing some hard teams because they're all trying to go for that money. They all want that little dolo, and they all got these pipe dreams. They're going to be millionaires when actually they're going to be 72-aires. But it is what it is. And I've seen a video. I'm going to put the link in the description. I'm going to put this link in this description of Excess, and they get caught cheating host boosting. I don't know if you guys remember, I did a video versus Relentless, and we thought we were getting host booted as well, because every good team that we've ever faced that was a full team, we eventually lost somebody to give them a 4-on-3 advantage. And it sucks that teams will go this far to cheat to win a game, dude. To win a game. I mean, I play League Play because it's fun. I didn't play League Play this season because I expected to win $1 million. I had no chance at winning that $1 million. I don't have enough time played in. I don't have enough experience in competitive sports. I played it because I liked the challenge of winning the game. It made me feel good when I won the game. That's why I played League Play, and to see somebody thinking that they can compete. If you're losing to me, and you're booting my team, you have no chance at winning that thing anyway. Why are you cheating? Why are you kidding yourself that you are even in the league of somebody? A team that would basically go to that thing and win it would destroy you. And you can't post-boot them. What are you going to do? Have your laptop up there on the main stage? Oh, no. Oh, shit. This guy's beating us. We lost the first search and destroy round. Let me boot him. Let me boot him. No, it's a land dog. You can't boot him. That shit ain't going to work. I just don't understand the idea behind it. You're basically taking a competitive nature, and you're basically doing what Tanya Harding did and had somebody knock the knee out of that one girl that was ice skating against her so she could win by default. That's what you're doing. You're cheating. I don't understand it, dude. You're playing a competitive game that has competitive rules. And do you feel like it's elitism? I guess it is. I guess that's what they call it, elitism, where you think that you're good enough to do it, and you decided that you're good enough to do it, and nobody else, not even like rules or bystanders, can tell you different. Because I don't understand it. Because if you're playing competitively and you're winning and you're beating these teams and you're getting the score that you actually desire, why would you need to do this kind of stuff? But, you know, straight up, look at the video in the description below. Excess, cheating like bitches. I mean, I doubt they're the only ones. I bet you money a lot of the people in that top, 20 or, top 30 are just like that, because the matchmaking system is so crappy in league play. Think about it. There's people with 70,000 points. Well, I don't know if I played almost 5 hours last night. I didn't get one 150-point game. So if I played 30 games, that's 400 points. And you're trying to tell me that these people are getting 70,000 some points? No, they're host boosting. I mean, because 70,000 points would be... Let me go ahead and break that down real quick before the video ends. That would be somewhere around 7,000 games played at 10 points. All right, now you got to add in the chance that you get the 150 and you get the daily bonus multiplier. I mean, but the daily multiplier is only 200, so 200 times 30, that's 6,000 points right there. Still got to make 62,000 points up, and then the 150s, like you might get, 3 out of 10 games that are 150 points. So you're still looking to play at 70,000 points. You're still looking to play a few thousand games to get to 70,000, unless you host boot your way through it and only play full teams. I don't know. But XS got caught cheating. I wouldn't be surprised if more people get caught cheating. And yeah, you got to pay for whatever you win on a game show. If you don't, you go to jail. Peace. Well, what's up, fellas? I want to go ahead and talk about childhood with you today. And I had a subscriber come by from Ontario, Canada, just yesterday, and he came by, and I basically signed a couple things for him, and basically took pictures and stuff like that. And it kind of made me realize how different childhood is today than it was when I was growing up. And I know everybody gets to the stage where they start reminiscing about the childhood. I'm pretty sure some of you guys remember Woody Wagons and things like that. But I'm just going through that nostalgic period in my life where it's like everything that I know and love is not really relevant anymore. Let's do this, for example. When I was going to school, nobody had cell phones. I mean, well, I guess towards the end of high school, cell phones started to come into play. But those are like those blue bricks, those Nokia things. And then people, you weren't allowed to have them out in school. Now my sister can take an iPhone 4S right in class with her and nobody gives a crap. I mean, they fought it until the point where, well, it's just there. They don't really bother confiscating them anymore because everybody has them. And it goes to show like this, it goes to really young kids. Like, for example, I was in GameStop the other day. I was picking up Crysis 3, and I brought Brandy with me. And me and Brandy just had like almost a month and a half period where she didn't have a cell phone at all. She couldn't afford the payments. So while we were there, GameStop around my area actually sells used like iPhones, iPads, and iPad Nanos and iPod Nanos and such. And a kid goes, Mommy, please buy me an iPhone 4. And she's like, you already have an iPhone tablet. Well, whatever the tablet's called. And it bothered Brandy so much. And I'm sitting there looking at it. This kid couldn't have been more than 7. And like, when I would never entrust a 7-year-old to hold anything worth more than $100. Never. Like, I wouldn't entrust a 7-year-old to put a CD into the CD player. That's how little I trust 7-year-olds. And this kid has a brand new tablet, and he needs an iPhone for school. What does a 7-year-old need for school? You know what? I went to school my entire life at 7, and I never once needed to call home. I mean, I had the ability to. There was phones in the office. There was phones that you could use throughout the school. The phones were there if you needed to call home. What's so important that you have to have your own special line to whoever you need to call at the age of 7? You know what I was doing at the age of 7? Wondering when recess was happening. Wondering if we were going to have pizza for lunch. These were the thoughts that a Wings of Redemption at 7-year-old was having. I wasn't having like, oh, can I play Angry Birds on my iPhone? I guess it's just it's the date and time. But like, I'm wondering what it's going to do like to the long run of people. How little the imagination is actually going to go in that ballpark. I mean, I had video games growing up too. Video games was between video games and movies, that's taken up a large part of my life. Those are two of my passions. Movies is probably a bigger passion, but video games is right there with it. And I remember, because I was talking to Samal just a while ago, and Samal goes, how long is the Crysis 3 single player? I go, well, I think I beat it in about 5 hours, 5.5 hours. And he goes, man, that sucks. I'm like, yeah, it kind of sucks. I mean, the campaign feels like it was tacked on. But on the other end of it, I go, the length of the campaign generally isn't what does it for me. Like back when I was a kid, the first game that came to mind was Resident Evil 2. Of course, I played Resident Evil as well, but I kind of played it a little lopsided. I got Resident Evil 2 first, and playing that game made me go back and search out Resident Evil 1, which I did like better. I mean, but the fact is, both of those games can be completed within an hour and a half to 2.5 hours on a normal cycle. I guess if it's your first time playing through, it might take you 4.5 hours, 5 hours. If it's the very first time, you got to figure the puzzles out for yourself. But once you know where to go, once you have your route down, you pretty much just can plow right through the game, and there's no problem whatsoever. And I played those games 3 or 4 times. Hell, I can. You know what I actually liked to do when I was a little kid? I really enjoyed listening to the radio and making mixtapes. I mean, I had the worst mixtapes when I was a kid. I would actually record the commercials on the mixtape itself. Like I would just straight up record like the radio show that night, and then I'd listen to it again the next day. But I felt like I was doing something big. I was like, yeah, I'm making a mixtape, and it was really cool. And we kept them around. We played them for ourselves, and things like that. But I would sit there and make these little mixtapes on mine. It was like a little side radio that most people right now would probably be like, ugh, this is all you got. You know, that kind of deal. It had one little speaker, didn't have no bass. All they had was a little cassette player, one little speaker, and little buttons on top. But we would play Final Fantasy VII, and we'd sit there power level while listening to the radio. And that's what we did. We didn't have a computer. We didn't have the iPhones and the instant music. We couldn't download what we wanted. Speaking of music, we download. This is commentaries all over the place. I remember wanting to hear Nookie again. Back in 2000, I think I was just coming out of middle school. No. I was going into high school. And I think I was ninth grade. I don't know. It was in that transition period between the end of middle school, beginning of high school. That kind of area right there. And Limp Bizkit came out with Nookie, which I think was 2000. And there was a thing called Total Request Live. And the only way that I knew how to hear Nookie again was to listen to Total Request Live. So I would get off the bus, and it would come on just as soon as you got off the bus. So it was like 3:30 I think it came on, and you could go and listen to the thing. And I was really into like Korn and Limp Bizkit back then. Don't know why, but I just was. It's a stage. Everybody goes through stage. There's all kinds of music that people listen to. But I'd go there and I'd listen to it, and I'd listen to it and listen to it, and that would be my highlight. I'd go home, I'd listen to Nookie, and then I'd watch the Chicago Cubs play. That's what I did as a kid. and after that, I would go, do homework or and then I'd get on PlayStation, play Final Fantasy Tactics, play Final Fantasy VII for like the 15th time, play Resident Evil 6 for the 58th time, Resident Evil 2 for the 58th time. And that was life. I mean, we did other stuff as well. And that brings me to my first computer. I remember my first computer. I love that thing. It was a Gateway. And like, this is before you realize that branding doesn't determine the power of something. Like at school we would talk about, ooh, I have a Daewoo, which Daewoo like makes cars now or something. And it'll be like, oh, my Gateway's way faster than your Daewoo. Had no clue what we had in our computers. I look at it back now, I'm like, how the fuck did I do anything with that computer? And but then somebody got a Dell. I'm like, oh, a Dell, you got a Dell. Oh man, my Gateway computer had 32 megabytes of readable of RAM. I think it had like, I don't know, it had something like 400 MB of actual storage, 600 MB of storage. I don't think it even had a gig. And like the game that I would play on it was I'd play StarCraft, and I played StarCraft after I got the power stick upgrade, because they would sell like they do now. They would sell memory sticks, and I think we got a 2 gig upgrade, and that was like the most the motherboard could hold, and that allowed us to actually install StarCraft. This was way back around 2000 as well. And I played Diablo before that. Diablo was pretty much a nothing game. Like, there is actually not even an install for Diablo anymore. That's how small that game was. But I'd play it online, and I had a ball. And that's when Napster first got big, and you could start downloading music. So we had like Soulfly, and like, who else did we have downloaded back then? They had Sonic Youth Radio back then. So that's where we hit Soulfly is Umbabata Umba album. So we had a lot of Soulfly, a lot of DMX. I mean, I wasn't really too much into Metallica. That was more of Chris's thing. God, dude, I'm sitting here reminiscing. I want to go transition into the first car. Because I remember my first car, too. It was a 91 Honda Accord. Didn't have a CD player, but it was like loaded for what it was. It was an EX Honda Accord with a 2.2 liter inline 4 on it. I don't know. I'm sitting here reminiscing. Got some pretty cool stuff. We're actually going to go pick up a truck today. We're actually going to try to take this truck and transform it into like a work truck. So if you guys want to see a video of that, let me know in the comment section below. If you want to hear more about my childhood stories, let me know in the comment section below. It helps me out tremendously. Thank you for sitting here watching my video and listening to me ramble. I appreciate everything you do. If you'd like to send letters to me, I'm going to do a letter video sometime this week. Y'all keep my P.O. Box then. And I'm Audi 5000. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I want to go ahead and tell this story since everybody was so interested in my childhood from yesterday's video. I hope you guys enjoy it, because I'm going to enjoy telling it. I want to talk about my very first car, and to do that, we need to go and put some leg room up for what my very first car is. Very first car was a 91 Honda Accord EX. It had the 2.2 liter with an inline 4, and it's a 4-speed automatic transmission. Alright, here's the kicker, though. It was like 2000, it was like 99, 2000 before I got my first car. Let me see, 14, I think I was, so in 2000 I was 14, so in 2002 I was 16, so it was like 2002, 2003, so this car was already pushing 13 or 14 years old when I actually got the car itself. So it was an old car. We paid $2,700 for it. But the fact is, it gave me one moment of freedom that I will remember the rest of my life. You know, I hated this car. I did. I detested it. It wasn't because of what it was. It wasn't because it was a Honda. It was because it was an old car. It was an old car. It had 142,000 miles when we bought it. It had a sunroof. It had a deck player. It had nice cloth seats in it. Didn't have, you know, vinyl seats or anything. It was a nice car. Probably back in 1991. It was probably a really showy car back in 1991. The only thing it didn't have was the V6 and the leather seats. Everything else, it was loaded out. The reason I didn't like this car was mainly because I ran into a slew of problems with it. The fact is, there's what you call 100,000 mile blues with the car. Generally, when cars get 100,000 miles, you need to change like the spark plugs, and on that case, it had points as well. You need to change the spark plugs, plug wires, distributor cap. I'm sorry, I didn't have points. I had a distributor cap. because it was so old. It's 91, but it was a fuel injection 91. They still did carburetors in some places, but this did a fuel injection, so that was kind of cool because I had a fuel injected 91. So that right there shows you that it was actually a higher class car back in this day. But there was a lot of stuff that went wrong. One, the fuel pump started going out in it after about owning it for about 3 months. The paint was shot. Those of you who don't know, back in the day, the paint departments of car sales or car teams was really crappy. You might see them. It was until recently, almost all paint on cars sucked for the most part. Dodge is notoriously bad for it. Like you'll see a Dodge and they'll have that like clear coat that's like peeling off of it. I'm saying Dodge because that's the ones I see the most of. Dodge, Chrysler, Plymouth, you know. They had a really crappy paint department all the way up to like 2004 before they actually changed their standards. Like Ford and BMW have always had better paint than like Chevrolet and Dodge and Honda and all these other people. But everybody nowadays, they have about the same paint quality, paint scheme that people know to expect. But this Honda had the worst paint ever when I bought it. I mean, big gaps of clear coat coming off of it. It almost looked like it was shedding its skin because you could pull off pieces of clear coat. It almost looked like a plastic bag. Oh man, that car. Needless to say, it was a money pit and a half. The very first thing I wanted was a CD player, and there's a story behind the CD player in itself. Because it had a deck player, and by this time, this is 2000, 2001, 2002, somewhere in that ballpark. Deck players were well out of style at that point. You could still get cassettes at that point, but CDs were large and in charge. It's almost like Blu-ray versus DVD now. DVDs are really still prevalent. Well, no, it's almost like VHSs when DVDs were took over. VHS was still around when you might see one VHS versus 5 DVD, but people didn't really buy them anymore. So I needed a CD player because this was the golden age of ripping music. This is when music, Napster and Kazaa. I don't know if you guys remember Kazaa. They used to be a thing called Kazaa and Kazaa Lite. These peer-to-peer things started popping where you share music as MP3s. MP3 used to be a great thing. So I eventually got a $50 CD player from Walmart, and we attempted to hook it up ourselves. Keep in mind, I was like 16 at the time, and I had no clue how to hook up a CD player. So the first thing I did was actually cut the wiring harness off of in the back of the car where they actually factory wired a wiring harness to the radio. I ended up cutting that. So from then on, every time we put something in that car, we had to wire each wire individually with little clear connectors. And that was the first fuck up I had. This is well before my brother. My brother was a little younger than me, and this was right about the time we started getting into cars. And this Honda actually helped along that whole, yeah, we got to get in the car. Because we had to change so much stuff in our first cars. I had a Honda Accord. My brother had like a 96 Civic. And his Civic was like a 1.4 manual. But he wanted to hot rod it out because Fast and the Furious had just came out too. So, you know, we had the perfect cars to Fast and the Furious. I mean, I almost was contemplating a turbo. But back to the CD player. I messed that up horribly. And then my next mess up was I wanted to start establishing my credit. So what my mother did is she did the same thing her mother did for hers. We went to First Citizens Bank and we took out a $500 loan. Well, what did I want to do with my $500? Well, I gave my $500 to my brother for his stereo system in his car because he needed money for something. So I agreed. We gave him $500 for new speakers, you know, deck, the whole nine, and put it into my car. And my brother did such a crappy job of installing it. I mean, he had no... I mean, he pretty much straight wired it to the battery. I mean, there was no fuses, nothing. If the bass hit too hard, it would stop and actually come off the amplifier itself. He mounted the amplifier to the box. If you could have done it wrong, it was done wrong in my car. And, like, what it ended up doing is it ended up... started popping electronics in my car. And the first thing to go was the speedometer. And by this time, I had gotten a job with Domino's Pizza. And the speedometer was kind of important when you deliver pizza because you do a lot of slow driving and you pretty much want to watch your speed because you're always out there. And oh my god, I would have to. What I eventually learned is how many RPMs it took to keep up with somebody else. So if somebody else was going around 55, I'd kind of predict which car was going 55, and I'd try to keep pace with them. And I'd look at the RPM gauge, and if I was keeping pace with them, like, all right, this many RPMs in third gear is 55 miles an hour. Oh man, this thing's almost over, and I haven't even told the story I wanted to tell. I'm pretty sure everybody's done this, so this is just a short version of it. I had my very first burnt CD. It was 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. And we listened, me and my buddy Kelly, Zoid Bass Command, we listened to this CD probably 1,500 times in the span of a summer because we didn't have any other CDs to listen to. But I'm going to continue this on another video. It's been your boy, Wings of Redemption. Thank you for leaving a rating. Thank you for helping me out and supporting my channel. As always, I'll talk to you guys later. What's up, guys? It's your boy, Wings of Redemption, and I'm back bringing you another great gameplay here on Mirage Domination. And I want to go ahead and explain a couple things about my style and talk about a couple points in the Call of Duty community and how things kind of play out, or pan out, if you will. I just recently put a video up about my car, my very first car. There's a little story about my very first car, and I put a 44-1 on carrier up. So very cool gameplay. I have another cool carrier gameplay probably coming up a little later of a 40-0 on carrier, basically using the same strategy. And one of the patrons of that video made a comment that said, "You barely moved this video." And this kind of comment puzzles me. It does. Because I realize, being a 6 or 7 year veteran of the Call of Duty series at this point, that once you master Call of Duty, movement is, moving isn't one of those things that really help you. Like, people that understand that you can rush around the map and never find people. It happens all the time when you're running 70-80% of the map and you can't find the engagement. And then there's people that realize where the engagement happens. And that's the kind of situation I set myself up into when I'm playing with a full squad. When I'm running with a bunch of my buddies or some people off Twitter, I kind of know where the thing is going to happen. This knowledge comes from, months of using the VSAT on maps, months of basically triple capping Domination, and it's just overall experience in itself. So I know that if I wait here, they're going to spawn across the map, my team's going to kill them, and they're going to spawn right back in front of me so I can kill them again. I could, one, kill the guys and try to run across the map and kill them, then run back across the map and try to kill them again. But this right here, from my experience, doesn't work like I want it to work. It just doesn't work out that way. When you're running with a bunch of strong players, the only way to basically get consistent kills is to work the flip. I did this from Black Ops 1, did it in Modern Warfare 2. I did it the entire time I've ever posted Call of Duty gameplay. It's working the flip. And with the Blackbird and Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2, it's very, very easy to work the flip. And you'll see it over and over again, left and right. Like here, what I try to do in Domination is if there's a flag that needs to be taken, I'll tend to go to it. Like right now, I'm actually running towards the triangles. But I noticed that those triangles are done, and they spawn behind me on the flip. So I come back here, I clean this dude up. I'm like, oh, well, let's see if I can go get this guy. I doubt I can, so I just bother reloading. Now I'm just going to call in my lightning strikes. There's only one guy here. Boom, there's the flip again. Wait on him, wait on him. I backed up, so I didn't charge them, so I could just go ahead and pick him off easily. See the other guy looking, figured he's going to come around the bus, and lo and behold, well, he was going for the bus, but the green triangle went and took him. I try to make them meet me on my terms, my rules, my engagements, because if I play them on their terms, I'm most likely going to lose between lag compensation, my really crappy connection. But look, boom, he gave me host, so now I ain't got to worry about connection no more. But as you'll see, it'll continue to pop up. This point of the game, it kind of gets a little slow, because you see we're up 97-20. We got 3 flag caps. Enemy teams are constantly filing in, connecting, reconnecting. So what you can do is just stand near a flag and just hope they go to take it, because there's 3 primary vocal points in a Domination match. And those 3 points are the flags. So if you stand near a flag, somebody's eventually going to go to it, regardless of if you're there or not. because people have this natural instinct to want to win the game, which isn't a bad instinct at all. I mean, in this situation, you're coming into a no-win situation. I mean, the chances of any team coming in and winning at this point is slim to none. I mean, they should have some sort of forfeit rule built into Call of Duty in cases like this. If they would throw these games out and just give the winning team a win, they would easily cut down probably 50% of all the just trash spawn games that you come into. As I say, I picked up another Stealth Chopper. By the way, Stealth Chopper, in my opinion, is the best consistent kill streak in the game. Lightning Strike is considered my deadliest kill streak, but Stealth Chopper is really close, and you're bound to get anywhere from 2 to 6 kills every time you call it. Might not sound like much, but that's really good compared to how many LodeStars I've had that's been shot down with no kills. It's one of those things, you either go big or you go home. I'm trying to see working the flip, but I'm basically just walking back and forth from A to C. That's what I like to do on triangle maps. We're waiting for the end of the round right here, so I picked up the extra 50 points. 2 guys in the game. I end up finishing this game. Let's go ahead and look. I end up finishing this game, I want to say 36-4. Just take your time, pick the targets off, cast your Stealth Chopper. Stealth Chopper always goes ham. And it's just a very easy setup right there. 36-3. You know, they ended up getting 1 point since I talked about the score at the end of the game. So your boy Wings of Redemption, thank you for leaving a like rating. As always, thank you for also watching my video. It's been your boy Wings of Redemption.